Section 20 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. From Alfred to the Conquest, Part 5, by John S. Westlake. The verses in the Chronicle have little literary merit, with the exception of the poem on the Battle of Brunanburh, and this seems to have been strongly influenced by the Epic of Judith. Of this latter, unfortunately, only a beautiful fragment, consisting of some 350 lines, survives. Judith was, perhaps, composed as a eulogy on Ethelfled, Queen of Mercia, who fought nobly against the Danes in the first quarter of the 10th century. It has been attributed to Caedmon, but its use of rhyme and the character of its language has led some critics to place the poem comparatively late. The use of rhyme, however, is no conclusive argument. It recounts, in vigorous language, the deeds of the apocryphal heroine, and dwells especially on the way in which her deed stirred up the timorous Jews to more courageous patriotism. It is noteworthy that Alfred himself had written a homily on Judith to teach the English the virtues of resistance to the Danes. This homily must have been written earlier, and perhaps it influenced the writer of Judith to choose her as a national type in the fight for God and fatherland. The poem, as we have it, begins at the end of the 9th canto. Cantos 10, 11, and 12 are preserved in full, but the earlier part of the poem is entirely wanting. This loss, however, is the less to be regretted, since the remaining cantos, containing the crisis of the story, are probably the finest of all, and deal with a complete episode, to which the fragment of Canto 9, telling of the faith of the heroine and the invitation to the feast of Holofernes, serves as introduction. Canto 10 describes, with all the delight of old English poets in such pictures, the banquet in the Assyrian camp, the deep bowls of wine borne along the benches, and the shouts and laughter of the revellers. Darkness descends, and the warriors bring the maiden to their master's tent. Overcome with wine, he falls into a deep slumber, and the heroine, with a supplication to heaven for help, draws the sword from its sheath. She hails the heathen towards her by his hair, and smites twice with her weapon, till his head rolls upon the floor. In Canto 11 we read how Judith and her maid steal from the camp with the head of Holofernes, and return to Bethulia, where their kinsmen are waiting for them on the wall. As soon as the two approach, men and women hasten together to meet them, and Judith bids her servant uncover the trophy and exhibit it to the warriors. Then, with passionate words, she exhorts them to attack the camp, to bear forth shields and bucklers and bright helmets among the foe. So at dawn of day they set out, the wolf and raven rejoicing in the tumult, and the dewy feathered eagle singing his war song above them, their sudden onset on the camp disturbing the enemy, drowsy with mead. The next canto relates how the terrified Assyrians hasten to tell their leader of the assault, and how, when they find only his dead body, they, sorrowfully minded, cast down their weapons, and turn, sad at heart, to flight. The poem ends with the entire overthrow of the Assyrians, the return of the conquerors with their booty to Bethulia, and Judith's praise of the Almighty for the triumph of her stratagem. From this sketch of the poem it will be seen that it is closely allied in theme to those of Cynewulf and his school, and this led to the assumption of Ten Brink and others that it was composed in the early part of the 9th century. A close investigation of its diction by Gregory Foster led him to place it a century later, and if, as he thinks, it was composed to commemorate the valiant deeds of Ethelfled, the Lady of Mercia, who wrested the 5 boroughs from the Danes, it was probably written about 918. But nothing can be said with certainty on the subject. As poetry, this fragment stands in the front rank of Old English literature, with Beowulf and Elene and Andreas. In wealth of synonym, it is equal to the best poems of Cynewulf, while the construction of the sentences is simpler, and the narrative, in consequence, less obscure. An impression of intensity is produced by the heaping of synonyms in moments of stress, as in the prayer of Judith, and in the fierce lines which describe the onset against the Assyrians, while a sense of dramatic fitness is shown in the transitions, the divisions of the cantos, and the preparation for each great adventure. The tragedy is alive, and the actors play their parts before our eyes. The patriotic feeling which probably gave rise to Judith was certainly responsible for the second great poem of our period, the Battle of Maldon, sometimes called Byrhtnoth's Death. The manuscript of this poem was destroyed by the Cottonian fire, but it had, fortunately, been printed by Hearn in 1726, and it is from his text that our knowledge of the poem is derived. It celebrates the death of the great ealdorman Byrhtnoth, who was connected by close ties of kinship with Ethelmer, the friend of Alfred. It was, indeed, partly by means of legacies left by him that Ethelmer was enabled to support so generously the monastic revival, and it is therefore fitting that he should be commemorated by one of the finest poems in Old English. In the poem before us he stands out as the ideal leader of men, admirable alike in his devotion to his king, his simple piety, and his sense of responsibility towards his followers. He died as became a member of the race that thirsts for danger, almost the last of the warriors of that time who maintained the noble tradition of the days of Alfred. In less than 20 years after this date, the chronicler tells a pitiful story of divisions between those who should have united to lead the people to battle, and of forced payment of the shameful tribute which Byrhtnoth refused. It was in the year 991 that the Northman Anlaf sailed with 93 ships to the coast of England, and after harrying Stone, Sandwich, and Ipswich, came to Maldoun, now Maldon, on the banks of the river Panther or Blackwater. The stream divides here into two branches, and leaving their ships at anchor in one of them, the Danes drew up their forces on the intervening piece of land. The poem, the beginning and end of which are lost, opens with the directions of Byrhtnoth to his men, and tells how, after marshalling his troops, he exhorted them to stand firm, taking his place among the band of his immediate followers. At that moment there appeared on the other side of the stream the Viking herald, who said that he was sent by the seamen to announce that, if Byrhtnoth would buy off the assault with tribute, they would make peace with him and return to their own land. But Byrhtnoth scornfully rejected the offer, saying that he would give tribute indeed, but it should be the tribute of the sharp spear and the ancient sword, and their only booty would be battle. With this message he bade his men advance to the edge of the stream, but owing to the inflowing flood after the ebb, neither army could reach the other, and they waited in battle array till the tide's going out. Then Byrhtnoth, overweeningly daring, trusting too much in his own strength, allowed the enemy to cross by the bridge, probably one of stepping stones, which would be covered at high tide, and the fight became fierce. The time had come for the fated men to fall. Then was a tumult raised. The raven, eager for carrion, hovered in the air, and on earth was a great cry. On every side fell the heroes. A kinsman of Byrhtnoth was wounded, and at last the brave earl himself was slain by a poisoned spear. With his last words he exhorted his men to resistance, and died commending his soul to God. True to the noble traditions of the heroic age, Alfnoth and Wulfmere shared his faith, and fell, hewn down by the heathen, beside their lord. Then cowards began to flee and seek safety in the woods, forgetting the brave words they had spoken when feasting in the mead hall. But Ælfwine, the son of Ælfric, shouted to those fleeing, reminding them of their vows, and declaring that none among his race should twit him with flight, now that his prince lay fallen in battle, he who was both his kinsman and his lord. His brave words were taken up by Offa and Dunneer, and the warriors advanced to a fresh attack. The appearance amongst the defending ranks of Aschere, son of Ecglaf, a Northumbrian hostage, is of great interest, as it seems, for a moment, to give us a vivid glance of the political troubles of the land. The poem ends by telling how Godrich exhorted his comrades and fought fiercely against the heathen, till he too fell. This brief outline may perhaps give some idea of the great interest of the poem, whose every word is filled with deep hatred against the marauding foe, and with dignified sorrow for the loss of beloved friends. The verse is as noble as the deed, and instinct with dramatic life. In it we see the heroic feeling of the earlier national poetry, full of the Teutonic theme of loyal friendship and warlike courage. And not until many hundreds of years have elapsed do we find its equal in tragic strength. It is from this stirring narrative, from Wulfstan's address to the English, and from the bitter records in the Chronicle, that we realize the degradation of the country during the unhappy reign of Ethelred. The remaining poems of our period in the old alliterative metre are of a didactic character. Among them may be mentioned the Menologium, or poetical calendar, which is prefixed to a version of the Chronicle. It is an interesting metrical survey of the progress of the year, with special mention of the saints' days observed by the Church, preserving some of the old English names of the months, such as Weotmonath, August, Winterfylleth, October, and Blodmonath, November, and retaining traces of heathen times, though the whole is Christian in basis. Its value, as poetry, depends on the tender feeling for nature shown in such passages as those which describe the coming of May, tranquil and gentle, with blossoming woods and flowers, or winter, which cuts off the harvest with the sword of rime and snow, when all is fettered with frost by the hest of the Creator, so that men may no longer haunt the green meadows or the flowery fields. Of more literary value is the poem entitled Bedomes Dei. Footnote: found in a unique manuscript in the library of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge. End of footnote. A free version of the Latin poem De Die Judicii, by some scholars ascribed to Bede, and by others to Alcuin. The 157 lines of the Latin original are expanded to 304 by the translator, whose imaginative gift is especially visible in the way he enlarges on a hint from his source. The opening passage is extremely beautiful. It tells how, as the author sat lonely within a bower in a wood, where the streams murmured among pleasant plants, a wind suddenly arose, that stirred the trees and darkened the sky, so that his mind was troubled, and he began to sing of the coming of death. He describes how he wept, and lay upon the earth, beating his breast for sorrow, and he calls upon all his fellow sinners to confess their sins with tears, and to throw themselves on the mercy of Christ. Then comes another highly imaginative passage, describing the terrors that will foretell the second advent. All the earth shaketh, and the hills also quiver and fall. The gates of the mountains bend and melt, and the terrible tumult of the stormy sea fearfully frights the minds of men. Then the Lord shall come with hosts of angels, the sins of all shall be revealed, and fire shall consume the unrepentant. The poem ends with a passage, partly borrowed from the Latin, on the joys of the redeemed. They shall be numbered in heaven among the angels, and there, amidst clusters of red roses, shall shine forever. A throng of virgin souls shall wander there, garlanded with flowers, led by that most blessed of maidens, who bore the Lord on earth. The translation is one of the finest in Old English. It is far more powerful than its Latin original, and many of the most beautiful passages are new matter put in by the Old English translator. For example, the lengthening of the opening, telling of the woodland scene, the section of the terrors of judgment and hell, and the whole passage describing Mary leading the flower-decked maiden throng in heaven. In the same manuscript occurs another poem, to which its editor, Lumby, gave the title of Lar, and which he ascribed to the author of the previous poem. It has, however, none of the imaginative power of Bedomes Dei, and consists simply of 80 lines of exhortatory verse addressed by one friend to another, bidding him work, fear God, pray, give alms, and go to church in cold weather. and since the length of life is unknown, and the enemies of man are ever at hand to assail him, they must be routed by earnest prayer and meditation, and the abandonment of all bad habits. The low poetical worth of this piece would seem to show that it was not by the translator of Bedomesdae. Next follow in the manuscript some curious verses, of which each line is half in Latin and half in English, and which were formerly also attributed to the author of Bedomesdae. The poems, however, differ so much in merit that this theory must certainly be rejected. The further theory that the invocation of saints in these verses shows that it was not by the author of Bedomesdae is, however, scarcely sound, for it disregards contemporary theology and overlooks the English verses in praise of the Virgin added by the translator of that poem. Hence our truest warrant for attributing these verses to a different author lies rather in the beauty and dignity of Bedomesdae. The hymn in question is an ingenious piece of trickery, like many a Provençal poem of later date. It opens with a prayer for God's mercy on the reader, and then goes on to speak of the Incarnation, ending with an invocation to Mary and the saints. These verses, however, are of inestimable value metrically, since they show, by their Latin equivalents, the two-beat character of the rhetorical verse, just as similar old German poems show, by their far greater length in the Latin portions, the four-beat characters of Germanic sung verse. More interesting are the 11th century metrical versions of the Psalms, in a manuscript in the Bibliothèque Nationale. This manuscript contains only Psalms 50 to 150, but Bouterweg discovered further fragments in a Benedictine office which partly fill up the gaps and point to the existence of a complete metrical version of the Psalter in Old English. Taken all together, however, this Benedictine office is merely a heap of fragments. The translation is, as a rule, good when play is given to love of nature or to feeling, common in Old English poetry. An isolated version exists of Psalm 50 in Kentish dialect, which was formerly supposed to belong to the 8th century, but which is shown, by its language, to be 200 years later. It was not, apparently, one of a series, but was complete in itself, being rounded off at the close by a short hymn-like passage on David's sin and his atonement. A gloomy poem on the grave, for thee was a house built ere thou wast born, etc., written in the margin of a volume of homilies in the Bodleian, and known to all readers of Longfellow and many beside, need not detain us long. It is, probably, of later date than any of the poems already referred to, and shows signs of the coming metrical change. Last, there must be mentioned a poem on the city of Durham, which, though not composed within our period, is the latest in classical rhetorical metre that is known to exist, and is therefore most suitably described in this place. One version was printed by Hicks in his Thesaurus, 1703-05, and another copy occurs at the close of a manuscript of the Historia Ecclesia Dunelmensis, of Simeon of Durham, in the University Library, Cambridge. The poem, which contains 20 long lines, falls in two parts, the first 8 describing the city on the hill, surrounded with steep rocks, girdled by the strong flowing river, and full of many kinds of fish, and environed by forests in whose deep dells dwell countless wild beasts, while the last 12 tell of the wonderful relics preserved there, memorials of Cuthbert and Oswald, Aidan and Eadberg, Eadfrith and Bishop Athelwold, as well as of the famous writers Bede and Boisil, which, amidst the veneration of the faithful, awaited in the minster the doomsday of the Lord. It is this catalogue of saints which enables us to fix the date of the poem, for the translation of their relics to the new cathedral took place in 1104, and the poem follows closely the order of enumeration found in Simeon of Durham's description of that ceremony. Although it is written in a trained, archaistic attempt at West Saxon spelling, yet we catch many clear glimpses of south-eastern 12th century phonology in its faulty attempts at correctness. After 1100, English poetry ceases to exist for nigh 100 years, although fragments remain to bear witness to that popular verse which was to keep in the West Midlands and North some continuity with the old poetry, for the sung rhythm never died out amongst the common folk, and rose ever and anon to such songs as that of the Pearl, to heroic lays of Arthur, Alexander, and Troy, and in our own days has been revived in the rhythm of the mystic Christabel. English prose was wrecked for many 100 years. Centuries elapsed before Alfred had his equal again. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. The Norman Conquest, by A. R. Waller. Chapter 8. The Norman Conquest. The Norman Conquest of England, from a literary point of view, did not begin on the autumn day that saw Harold's levies defeated by Norman archers on the slopes of Senlac. It began with the years which, from his early youth onwards, Edward the Confessor, the grandson of a Norman duke, had spent in exile in Normandy, and with his intimacy with foreigners and its inevitable consequences. The invasion of Norman favourites, which preceded and accompanied his accession to the throne, and their appointments for a time to the chief places in church and state, led to the tightening of the bonds that bound England to the Roman Church, and paved the way for the period of Latin influence that followed the coming of William, Lanfranc, and Anselm. The development of the old vernacular literature was arrested for nearly 150 years after Hastings, and as the preservation of letters depended on ecclesiastics, professed scholars, and monastic chroniclers of foreign extraction, the literature of England for practically a couple of centuries is to be found mainly in Latin. Happily for England, her connection with the continent became intimate at a time when Paris, the mother of wisdom, was about to rise to intellectual dominance over Europe. Of the national vernacular literature of France at the time of the Conquest, little was transplanted to English soil. But in the 2 centuries that followed, the cultivation of romance, aided by matter that had passed through Celtic hands, flourished exceedingly among the Anglo-Norman peoples and became a notable part of English literature. The development of Old English literature, as we have said, was arrested. It was by no means, as some have urged, lifeless before this break in its history, and speculation would be futile as to what might have been its future, had there been no Norman conquest. Where so much has been lost, there is no safety in sweeping generalizations based upon what is left. As a whole, the evidence which we possess shows Old English literature to have been richer than that of any other European nation during the period of its most active life. And, though there was, apparently, throughout Christian Europe a lowering of letters, in which England shared during the gloom and iron and lead of the 10th century, yet the lamps of learning and of literature, though low, were not extinguished in this island. It was the age of Dunstan, a lover of ballads and music and illuminated missals and precious jewels and letters, a learned saint, a dreamer of dreams, a worker in metal, the reformer of Glastonbury, a statesman and teacher who filled all England with light. It was, as we have seen, the age of Elfric, in whose hands Old English prose had been fashioned from the condition in which we find it in the early days of the Chronicle, and in the days of Alfred, into an instrument capable of expressing different kinds of thought in ways of lightness and strength. And it was the age, certainly, of the Battle of Maldon, and of Brunanburh, and possibly of Judith also. Old English poetry had proved itself capable of expressing with notable aptitude and with grave seriousness the nobler views of life. Period of warfare with the Danes follows, during which monasteries like that of Cerne in Dorset are sacked, and literature wanes. But there is evidence that the national spirit, fostered by the beneficent rule of Canute, was strong in England in the days preceding the coming of the Conqueror. And it is but reasonable to assume that this spirit would not have withered away and become a thing of naught had Harold won, instead of lost, the Battle of Hastings. The main stream of its literary expression was dammed at that time, and portions of it were turned into other, and, so far as we can now see, into better, because more varied channels. But when the barriers were gradually broken down, and the stream regained freedom of action, it was not the source that had been vitally altered. This had only been changed in ways that did not greatly modify its main character. But between altered banks and in freshly wrought-out channels, the old waters ran, invigorated by the addition of fresh springs. Into what the folk songs of which we have faint glimmerings were about to develop, Had there not been an interregnum, we know not. But the literary spirit of the people, though they were crushed under their Norman masters, never died out. It had little or no assistance at first from the alien lettered classes, and, when it revived, it was with a difference. There had not been wanting signs of some coming change. Already in pre-Conquest days there had been a tendency to seek some new thing, a growing sense of the existence of wonderful things in the East, of which it was desirable to have some knowledge, had led an unknown Englishman to translate the story of Apollonius of Tyre into English. The marvellous deeds of the lives of the saints had already proved that a taste for listening to stories, if not as yet the capacity to tell them with conscious literary art, grace and skill, was in existence. And in addition to this, we learn from the list of books acquired by Leofric for Exeter Cathedral 16 years only before the Battle of Hastings, that the love for books and learning which had inspired Benedict Biscop and Dunstan had by no means died out. Of some 60 volumes, many were in English, and one is the famous Meisel English Book of many kinds of things wrought in verse, from which we know much of the little that we do know concerning Old English literature. The facility with which Englishmen adopted what Normans had to give was, in some measure, due to the blood relationship that already existed between the two races. Scandinavian seafarers, mated with women of Gaul, had bred a race possessing certain features akin to those of the Teutonic inhabitants of England. It was a race that, becoming French, adapted itself rapidly to its new surroundings, soon forgetting its northern home and tongue, and when it was master of England, further barriers between race and race were soon broken down. The Norman conquest of England differed altogether from the English conquest of Britain. The earlier conquest was a process of colonization and gave the land an almost entirely new population, with entirely new thoughts and ways of looking at things, save in the borderlands of the Celtic fringe. The latter brought a new governing and then a new trading class, and added a fresh strain to the national blood without supplanting the mass of the people. Intermarriage that would begin, naturally enough, among Norman serving men and English women, spread from rank to rank, receiving its ultimate sanction when Anselm crowned Matilda as Henry's queen. Sooner or later the Norman, whether of higher or of lower degree, adopted England as his country, spoke and acted as an Englishman, and before the Great Charter, that is to say 150 years after the Battle of Hastings, when the French homes of Normandy and Anjou had been lost, the mixture of the invading race and the conquered people was approaching completion. The more solid native had been touched with finer fancies and lighter thought. The natural melancholy of the Old English spirit had been wedded to the gaiety of the Norman, and England, in due season, was recognised to be, quote, a well-god land, equene eslonde best, is set in the unende of the world as all in the west. The sea geth him all about, he stond as in an eel, of fun he do the lasse doubt, but it be Thor's guile. Of folk of the silver lond, as me hath the say svile. End quote. In language that irresistibly recalls the fortress built by nature for herself, the happy breed of men, the little world, the precious stone set in the silver sea, the blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England, of Shakespeare. So it came to pass that though, as the immediate result of the conquest, Norman French became the exclusive language of the rich and courtly nobles and ecclesiastics, knights and priests, and Latin the exclusive language of learning, the conduits thus formed tending inevitably to trouble the isolated waters, yet the language, in the country places where the old plain men have rosy faces and the young fair maidens quiet eyes, and among the serfs and the outlaws in the greenwood, and low men generally, was the unforbidden, even if untaught, English of the conquered race. And contrary to the expectation and perhaps the desire of the governing class, it was this language which, in the end, prevailed. The gain to English literature that accrued from the Norman conquest in 3 directions is so great as to be obvious to the most superficial observer. The language was enriched by the naturalization of a Romanic vocabulary. Methods of expression and ideas to be expressed were greatly multiplied by the incursion of Norman methods and ideas, and the cause of scholarship and learning was strengthened by the coming of scholars whose reputation was, or was to be, European, and by the links that were to bind Paris and Oxford. In a less obvious way, it gained by the consequent intercourse with the continent that brought our wandering scholars into connection with the wisdom of the East. It is not to be forgotten, for instance, that for 300 or 400 years, that is to say from about the 9th to about the 12th century, Mohammedism, under the rule of enlightened caliphs in the East and in the West, fostered learning and promoted the study of the liberal arts at a time when many of the Christian kingdoms of Europe were in intellectual darkness. Harun al-Rashid was a contemporary of Al-Cuin, and he and his successors made Baghdad and the cities of Spain centres of knowledge and storehouses of books. The Aristotelian philosophy, which had so commanding an influence over the whole of the religious thought of the West during the Middle Ages, was known prior to the middle of the 13th century, chiefly through Latin translations based upon Arabic versions of Aristotle, and the attachment of the Arabs to the study of mathematics and astronomy is too well known to call for comment. Our own connection with Mohammedan learning during the period of its European predominance is exemplified in the persons of Michael Scott, of Robert the Englishman or Robert de Retinas, who first translated the Koran into Latin, of Daniel of Morley, East Anglian astronomer, scholar of Toledo and importer of books, and of Adelard or Athelard of Bath, who, in many wanderings through eastern and western lands, acquired learning from Greek and Arab, who translated Lucid, and who showed his love of the quest for knowledge in other than purely mathematical ways in his philosophical treatise De Eodem et de Verso, an allegory in which Philocosima, or the lust of the world, disputes with Philosophia for the body and soul of the narrator. The Christian learning of the West received fresh impetus in the middle of the 11th century at the hands of Lanfranc, who made the monastic school at Bec a centre famous for its teaching, and who, when he came to England to work for Church and State, did not forget his earlier care for books and learning. It was under Lanfranc's direction that Osberne the Canterbury monk wrote his lives of earlier English ecclesiastics, of St Dunstan and St Alphege and St Odo, and he gave generously to the building of St Albans, a monastery which, under the abbacy of Lanfranc's well-beloved kinsman Paul, encouraged the spirit of letters in its specially endowed scriptorium, and so led the way to the conversion of annalist into historian illustrated in the person of Matthew Paris. A consideration of the writings of Lanfranc himself falls outside our province. They consist of letters, commentaries and treatises on controversial theology. Prior to his appointment as Archbishop of Canterbury, Lanfranc had been mainly responsible for the refutation of the spiritual views concerning the Eucharist held by Berengarius, who, following the footsteps of John Scotus, Erigena, opposed the doctrine of real presence. Lanfranc's deputation helped largely to strengthen the universal acceptance of the doctrine of transubstantiation throughout the Roman Church, and as the chief officer of the English Church in the years of its renovation under William, his influence could but tend towards placing English religious life and thought, and therefore English religious literature, more in harmony with the religious system of Europe. Lanfranc's successor in the See of Canterbury was his fellow countryman and pupil Anselm, perhaps less of a statesman, but a greater genius, a kindlier-natured and larger-hearted man, and a more profound thinker. As one of the greatest of English churchmen, who fought for the purity and liberty and rights of the English Church, we may claim Anselm as English, and we may rejoice at the place given him in the Paradiso in the company of Bonaventura and John Chrysostom and Peter, the devourer of books. But the consideration of his writings also falls rather to the historian of religious philosophy. Inasmuch, however, as the result of Anselm's fight against kingly tyranny led to the Charter of Henry I, and so prepared the way for the Great Charter that followed a century later, he must be mentioned among those who took part in the making of England. The reflection in English literature of the gradual construction of this new England will be seen more clearly when we have passed through the interval of quiescence that prevailed in vernacular letters after the Conquest. The literature of church and state and scholarship was for those who knew Latin, and the literature that followed the invaders was for those who taught French. The struggle for supremacy between native and alien tongues was fought out, and when the first writers of transition English appear, it is seen that the beaten Romance has modified the conquering Teutonic. The early days appeared to be days of halting steps and curious experiment, and naturally the imitation of foreign models seems greater at first than later, when the naturalization, or rather the blending, is nearer completion. Even the manuscripts of these early days, in their comparatively simple character, show that the vernacular is in the condition of a poor relation. Writers in English were at school under the new masters of the land, whose cycles of romance, including much that was borrowed from the adopted country, and therefore much that was easily assimilated, afforded, both in respect of form and of matter, excellent material for translation for many a year, until in fact the clipped wings had had time to grow again. As before hinted, we do not know the extent of what we lost, and we cannot with any advantage proceed far on the road of aesthetic comparison between old and new. We must be content, therefore, to recognise to the full the gifts of the Norman race, and these were not confined to the making of literary English. For, as an outward and visible sign, still remaining in many places to testify, with the strengthening of our literature, to the change in art that accompanied the change in blood, and that gave expression to the change in thought, there stand the buildings erected throughout the land, as William of Malmesbury said, after a style unknown before. After the axe came the chisel, and this change of tool which helps us to follow the steps that mark the development of Anglo-Norman architecture may symbolise the development of language and letters in England under Anglo-Norman kings, a development that had begun years before the Conqueror had landed, when inflections had been well nigh lopped off and the language had been made more copious by additions to its ornamental vocabulary. The new smiths of song, whether graceless minstrel or aesthetic priest, were able to give more adequate expression to the work of their hands and to branch out into less imitative ways. They were beating out the material in preparation for the coming of Chaucer. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Latin Chroniclers from the 11th to the 13th centuries, Part 1, by W. Lewis Jones. Of all the literary monuments of the remarkable revival of learning which followed the coming of the Normans, and which reached its zenith under Henry II, the greatest alike in bulk and in permanent interest and value is the voluminous mass of Latin chronicles compiled during the 12th and 13th centuries. So ample is the wealth of this chronicle literature, and so full and trustworthy is its presentment of contemporary affairs, that few periods in our history stand out in such clear and minute relief as that of the Norman and Angevin kings. Priceless as these documents are to the modern historian, they are far from being, as a whole, the colourless records which concern the student of political and constitutional movements alone. Many of them may have but little charm or distinction of style, and may appear to be nothing better than laboriously faithful registers of current events. They all, however, after their quality and kind, bear the marks of a common inspiration, and the meanest chronicler of the time felt that, in compiling the annals of his own country, he was working in the tradition of the great historians of antiquity. Some few of the chronicles are real literature, and show that their writers were well aware that history has its muse. While a scholarly delight and an honest pride in their art were common to all the English chroniclers of the Norman and Angevin period, not a few of them found an additional incentive in royal and aristocratic patronage. Much of the activity of the 12th century historians was palpably due to the favour shown to men of letters by the two Henrys, and the personal encouragement of princely nobles like Earl Robert of Gloucester, and courtly ecclesiastics like Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln. Some of the monastic writers enjoyed no such direct patronage, but they were none the less responsive to the demands of the time. They not only felt the impulse of the new learning, they were conscious of living in a great age, and of witnessing the gradual establishment in England of a new and powerful kingdom. Nothing is more significant than the way in which the Anglo-Norman chroniclers, whether native Englishmen or Normans domiciled in England, reflect the united patriotic sentiment which it was the design of Norman statesmanship to foster. Though composed in a foreign tongue, these chronicles are histories of England, and are written from a national English standpoint. It was under Henry I, whose marriage with Matilda seemed to symbolize the permanent union of the two peoples, that a new sense of national self-consciousness began to grow out of the Norman settlement. A shrewd observer of the next generation, Walter Map, tells us that it was Henry who effectually united both peoples in a steadfast concord. It was Henry's reign also that witnessed the transfer of the central seat of Norman power from Normandy to England. William of Malmesbury, himself half Norman, half English, in his account of the Battle of Tinchebray, reminds his readers that it was fought on the same day on which, about 40 years before, William had first landed at Hastings, a fact which the chronicler characteristically takes to prove the wise dispensation of God that Normandy should be subjected to England on the same day that the Norman power had formally arrived to conquer that kingdom. In other words, England now became the predominant partner in the Anglo-Norman kingdom, and the 12th century chroniclers are fully alive to the meaning of the change. As the dreams of a great Anglo-Norman empire began to take shape in the minds of the new rulers of England, and came to be temporarily realized under Henry II, the English historiographers rose to the height of their opportunities with patriotic ardor. No other country produced, during the 12th and 13th centuries, anything to be compared with the English chronicles in variety of interest, wealth of information, and amplitude of range. So wide is their outlook, and so authoritative is their record of events, that, as Stubbs observes, it is from the English chroniclers of this period that much of the German history of the time has to be written. The New England had become conscious of her power and of her growing importance in the international economy of Europe. In literature, the most signal expression of that consciousness is the work of our Latin chroniclers. Thus, however unattractive much of this chronicle literature may be to the ordinary reader, there belongs to all of it the human interest of having been written under the pressure of great events and the stimulus of a glowing national feeling. Even apart from the patriotic incentives, there were other influences at work during the 12th century which made for the study and the writing of history. The Norman settlement in England synchronized with a movement which shook all Western Christendom to its foundations. The Crusades not only profoundly stirred the feelings of Europe, they served indirectly to quicken the imagination and stimulate the curiosity of the Western races as nothing had done for centuries. Intercourse with the East and the mingling together of different tribes in the crusading armies brought about a renaissance of wonder, as far-reaching in some of its effects as the great Renaissance itself. The 12th century is, above all, the age of the birth of modern romance. The institutions of chivalry, the mystic symbolism of the Church, the international currency of popular fabliaux, the importation of Oriental stories of magic and wizardry, all contributed to the fashioning of the fantastic creations of the medieval romances. And of the romantic cycles none came to have so speedy and triumphant a vogue as that which was named, originally in France, the Matter of Britain. This Matter of Britain had its beginning as a formative influence in European literature in the work of an Anglo-Norman writer, who, while professing to draw his information from a suspiciously cryptic source, and frequently giving obvious rein to his own imagination, assumes none the less the gravity and the deliberate manner of an authentic chronicler. Geoffrey of Monmouth, ambitious of supplying what previous writers had failed to tell about the kings of Britain before the coming of the English, wrote a chronicle which had all the charm and novelty of a romance of adventure. King Arthur, as a romantic hero, is Geoffrey's creation. Hence, the most readable Latin chronicle of the 12th century is one that has the least real claim to that title. But the history of the kings of Britain is no more to be ruled out of a place in the chronicle literature of England than it is to be ousted from its assured preeminence as the fountainhead of Arthurian romance. For Geoffrey's legends not only wrought their spell upon innumerable poets and imaginative writers, but continued for generations to disturb the waters of history and to mystify a long line of honest and laborious chroniclers. Geoffrey's history, whatever opinion may be held as to its author's methods and motives, well illustrates in its general style and manner the ambitious designs of the greater Anglo-Norman chroniclers. Those of them who aspire to write history as distinguished from mere contemporary annals, are studious both of literary ornament and of the symmetry and proportion of their narrative. Compiling and borrowing, as Geoffrey professes to do, from previous chroniclers, they all endeavor to impart some new life and color to their materials. They take the great Bede as their native master in the art of historical writing. But for their literary models they look beyond him, and seek, like William of Malmesbury, to season their crude materials with Roman art. Even minor chroniclers, like Richard of Devizes, who confine themselves to the events of their own time, are fond of adorning their pages with classical allusions or quotations. Henry of Huntingdon is even more adventurous, and enlivens his narrative with frequent metrical effusions of his own. Most of them endeavor, according to their ability, to be readable, arming themselves, as Roger of Wendover does, against both the listless hearer and the fastidious reader, by presenting something which each may relish, and so providing for the joint profit and entertainment of all. But far more than their embellishments of style, their fullness and accuracy of detail, and their patriotic motives, what gives life and permanent interest to the Anglo-Norman chronicles is the sense which they convey of intimate relationship with great men and great affairs. Even those chroniclers who do not pretend to write history on the larger scale, and only provide us with what Ralph of Diceto, in describing his own work, calls outlines of histories, imagines historiarum, for the use of some future philosophic historian, even they succeed in conveying to us something, at least, of the animation of the stirring age in which they lived. They describe events of which they themselves were eye-witnesses. They preserve documents to which they had special privilege of access. They record impressions derived from direct contact with great statesmen, warriors, and ecclesiastics. They retail anecdotes gathered from the cloister, the marketplace, and the court. For even the monastic chroniclers were not the mere recluses of the popular imagination. They were, in their way, men of the world, who, though themselves taking no active part in public affairs, lived in close intercourse with public men. The great abbeys, such as those of Malmesbury and of St. Albans, were open houses, constantly visited by the mighty ones of the land. William of Malmesbury tells us how his own monastery was distinguished for its delightful hospitality, where guests, arriving every hour, consumed more than the inmates themselves. Even the most remote of monastic writers, such as William of Newburgh, in his secluded Yorkshire priory, kept in such close touch with contemporary affairs as fully to realize their dramatic significance. For in our times, he writes in the preface to his English history, such great and memorable events have happened that the negligence of us moderns were justly to be reprehended should they fail to be handed down to eternal memory in literary monuments. Other monkish writers, like Matthew Paris in a later generation, enjoyed the royal confidence, and occasionally wrote under royal command. Moreover, not all the chroniclers were monks. Henry of Huntingdon, Roger of Hoveden, Ralph of Diceto, and the author of the chronicle so long wrongly ascribed to Benedict of Peterborough, not to mention writers like Giraldus Cambrensis and Walter Map, who have left behind them records scarcely distinguishable from contemporary chronicles, were all men who lived in intimate association with the court. So much store, indeed, came in time to be set upon the records of the chroniclers that they became standard authorities to which kings and statesmen appealed for confirmation of titles and the determination of constitutional claims. The conditions under which they were composed, and the importance which they once had as documents of state, are alone more than sufficient sanction for the provision made by the Treasury, under the direction of the Master of the Rolls, for the publication of those editions in which they can best be studied by the modern reader. Of the several schools of English medieval history, writes Stubbs, the most ancient, the most fertile, the longest lived, and the most widely spread was the Northumbrian. At its head stands the great name of Bede, the primary authority, and the pattern of most of the Latin historians of our period. The first conspicuous representative of the northern school of chroniclers in the 12th century is Simeon, precentor of the monastery of Durham, and he, like so many historiographers after him, makes Bede the foundation of the early part of his history. His second source of information, covering the period from the death of Bede down to the beginning of the 9th century, was the lost Northumbrian annals known to us through Simeon alone. From the middle of the 9th century down to 1121, he borrows his matter almost entirely from the Chronicle of Florence of Worcester and the first continuator of the latter. The rest of Simeon's narrative, extending to the year 1129, probably represents his own independent work. Little is known of Simeon's life, and it is impossible to determine whether he was the actual compiler or merely the editor of the chronicle which bears his name. His work, however, had a high repute throughout the Middle Ages, and his fame was second only to that of Bede among the writers of the Northumbrian school. Simeon's chronicle was continued down to the close of the reign of Stephen by two priors of Hexham. The elder of the two, Richard, wrote an account of the acts of King Stephen and the Battle of the Standard, which contains much original information. His son, John, brought the narrative down to the year 1154, and is an independent authority of considerable value. Another North Countryman, the canonized Aelred, or Ethelred, a Cistercian monk of Rievaulx, claims a place among the many chroniclers who wrote of the Battle of the Standard. His account is neither so full nor so trustworthy as that of Richard of Hexham, but is somewhat more ambitious, in that it professes to give after the manner of the classical historians the speeches of the rival leaders before the encounter. For a brief period about the middle of the 12th century there was, in Northumbria as elsewhere, a curious break in the activity of the chroniclers. But in the next generation, two writers who worthily uphold the traditions of the northern school appear in William of Newburgh and Roger of Hoveden. William confines himself to his own times, but Roger attempts a comprehensive history of several centuries, and gathering his materials from the best available authorities, gives us what Stubbs calls the full harvest of the labors of the Northumbrian historians. The first Latin chronicler of any importance who belongs to southern England is Florence of Worcester, already mentioned as one of Simeon of Durham's main sources. Florence's work is notable as being the first attempt in England at a universal history, beginning with the creation and embracing within its compass all the nations of the known world. But, as the title of his chronicle, Chronicon ex Chronicis, frankly indicates, Florence is not much more than a laborious compiler from the works of others, and he took as the basis of the early portions of his narrative the universal chronicle of Marianus Scotus, an Irish monk of the 11th century. Marianus, in his turn, is, so far as English history is concerned, only a compiler from Bede and the Old English Chronicle. He brings his record of events down to the year 1082, but it is so fragmentary and perfunctory in its treatment of English affairs as to give Florence abundant opportunities for interpolation and addition. Florence's account of his own times, which closes with the year 1117, possesses much independent value, and was largely drawn upon by subsequent chroniclers. It is less valuable, however, than its continuation by John, another monk of Worcester, from 1117 to 1141. A second continuation, down to 1152, was based mainly upon the work of Henry of Huntingdon. The task of still further extending Florence's chronicle seems to have become a special concern of the monks of St. Edmundsbury, for it is to two inmates of that house that we owe two other additions to it, which continue the record, without a break, down to the very end of the 13th century. Neither Simeon of Durham nor Florence of Worcester can be called a historian in any high sense. Both are, at best, but conscientious annalists, making no effort either to present events in their wider relations of cause and effect, or to adorn their narrative with any studied literary graces. The earlier portions of the chronicle which bears Simeon's name are indeed embellished with frequent poetical quotations, but the work as a whole is as barren of literary ornament as that of Florence. Literature of a somewhat richer color, and history of a higher order, are found in the writings of two of their contemporaries, one, like them, a pure Englishman, the other a Norman born on English soil, Eadmer and Ordericus Vitalis. Eadmer, the follower and intimate friend of Anselm, wrote in his 6 books a history of his own times, down to the year 1122, Historia Novorum in Anglia, which is full of fresh and vivid detail. In his preface, Eadmer justifies the historian who confines himself to a narrative of contemporary events. The difficulty of obtaining an accurate knowledge of the past had convinced him that none deserved better of posterity than he who wrote a faithful record of the happenings of his own lifetime. His immediate purpose, he tells us, is to give an account of the relations of his master Anselm with William II. And Henry I., and especially of the disputes about the investiture. But as he anticipates, his task will oblige him to illustrate at many points the history of England before, during, and after the investiture quarrel. While the main interest of Eadmer's work is ecclesiastical, and in the last 2 books turns largely upon the affairs of the See of Canterbury, it throws much valuable light upon the general political and social conditions of the time. Written with what William of Malmesbury calls a chastened elegance of style, Eadmer's history is distinguished most of all by its design and sense of proportion. Eadmer is almost modern in his deliberate limitation of himself to a period and a special subject upon which he could speak as first-hand authority. His example in this respect was not without its effect upon more than one historiographer of the next generation. Richard of Devizes and the author of the Acts of Stephen are chroniclers who make up for the brevity of their narratives by the graphic force which belongs only to a contemporary record. In addition to his history, Eadmer wrote a Latin life of Anselm, and upon all that concerns the character and the work of that great prelate there is no more trustworthy authority. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Latin Chroniclers from the 11th to the 13th centuries. Part 2. By W. Lewis Jones. Ordericus Vitalis, the son of Norman parents, but born in Shropshire in 1075, was a writer of much more ambitious scope than Eadmer. His voluminous ecclesiastical history, borrowing its title from Bede's great work, extends from the beginning of the Christian era down to the year 1141. It is in 13 books, and represents the labor and observation of some 20 years of the writer's life. It is a characteristic product of the cloister. The Church and all that concerns it are, throughout, uppermost in Orderic's mind, and determine his standpoint and design as a historian. But he had sufficient curiosity and knowledge of the world to gather and place on record a vast amount of information about mundane affairs. Taken over to Normandy to be educated at the early age of 10, he spent his life as a monk of Saint-Evroul, but he was not without opportunities of travel, and he paid at least one visit to England for the express purpose of collecting material for his history. Although he is often inaccurate in his chronology and confusing in the arrangement of his matter, Orderic is one of our standard historical authorities for the Norman period. He is especially valuable for the information he gives as to the condition of Normandy itself during the 11th and part of the 12th century, and his history deals even more with continental than with English affairs. Yet he always prides himself upon his English birth. He even called himself an Englishman, and could, in Freeman's words, at once admire the greatness of the conqueror and sympathize with the wrongs of his victims. Orderic's very defects of arrangement and order as a chronicler were the result of a curiosity and a range of interest which add much to the value of his work as a minute and varied contemporary record. He tells us much that is not found elsewhere about the social conditions of his time, about the monastic profession, and even about the occupations, tastes, pastimes, and personal appearance of prominent men. His style is, in many places, highly rhetorical. Of it, as a whole, an English reader, writes Dean Church, may best form an idea by combining the biblical pedantry and doggerel of a Fifth Monarchy pamphlet of the 17th century with the classical pedantry of the most extravagant burlesque of Dr. Johnson's English. Contemporary with Eadmer and Orderic, William of Malmesbury is a much greater historian, and to the literary student a far more attractive writer than either. Milton's opinion that, both for style and judgment, William is by far the best writer of all the 12th century chroniclers still holds good. William, as many incidental confessions in his history show, had high ambitions as an author, and aspired to restore to the historian's art the dignity and the splendor with which it had been invested by the illustrious Bede. His design is to tell artistically yet critically all that is known about his country's history from the first coming of the English, and especially, as he informs us in his preface, to fill up the chasm of 223 years after Bede, which Eadmer had left altogether unnoticed in his Historia Novorum. William's chronicle is in 2 parts. The first, divided into 5 books, is called A History of the Kings of England, and extends from AD 449 to 1127. The second part, entitled Historia Novella, or Modern History, is in 3 books, and brings the narrative down to the year 1142. These histories represent but a small portion of William's entire literary work, for he was one of the most prolific writers of his time. His other productions include a history of the prelates of England, a life of St. Wulfstan, and a history of the Church of Glastonbury. William of Malmesbury possessed many of the highest qualifications of a historian. He had learning, industry, judgment, and a wide knowledge of the world. He was, for his day, a considerable traveller, and was, both by temperament and training, a discriminating as well as an inquisitive student of life and character. He is thus singularly free from the prejudices and the narrow standards of the cloister. Although he himself claims that his mixed blood is a guarantee of his impartiality. Footnote. In the preface to the 3rd book of his history, William says that the blood of the 2 peoples flows in his veins, and that he is therefore qualified to steer a middle course between racial partisans. End of footnote. He has not escaped the suspicion, among modern critics, of having been something of a time-server. He had, however, a thoroughly disinterested love of history as a study and as an art, and the task of writing the history of England presented itself to him as a patriotic duty, all the more clearly incumbent upon him because of the criminal indolence of those who might have continued the work of Bede. Bede, then, is William's greatest exemplar, and the fount of his inspiration. Bede, with whom was buried almost all knowledge of history down to our own times, and whose praises William protests that he has neither the abilities nor the eloquence adequately to blazon. For materials of the earlier portions of his history, William states that he searched far and wide, and while he borrowed from nearly every known work of his time, he evidently draws upon other sources which have not been identified. But he by no means borrows indiscriminately. He sifts and selects his material, and cautions his readers against accepting the testimony of his authorities too implicitly. That he was not, however, so very much in advance of his time is shown by the fact that he, in company with more credulous chroniclers, gravely records marvels and seemingly supernatural occurrences as authentic historical events. The evidence of a respectable eyewitness is, in most of these cases, sufficient warrant for unquestioning belief. Anecdotes also of every kind seem to have had a peculiar charm for William, and, at the end of his third book, he quaintly excuses his fondness for including them in his history by saying that, if I am not too partial to myself, a variety of anecdote cannot be displeasing to any one, unless he be morose enough to rival the superciliousness of Cato. To the modern reader, who looks for literary entertainment as much as for authentic history, William's ingenuous habits of reminiscence, of quotation, of anecdotal digression, and of sententious comment add much to the personal charm and vivacity of his narrative. He is at his best, however, when he brings all his powers of rhetoric and his faculty of pictorial writing to bear upon the description of some great event or stirring public movement. His graphic account of the First Crusade, for example, has about it a spaciousness and a wealth of colour which all but rival the glowing periods of Gibbon. This ardent love not only inspired the continental provinces, but even all who had heard the name of Christ, whether in the most distant islands or savage countries. The Welshman left his hunting, the Scot his fellowship with vermin, the Dane his drinking party, the Norwegian his raw fish. Lands were deserted of their husbandmen, houses of their inhabitants, even whole cities migrated. There was no regard to relationship, affection to their country was held in little esteem. God alone was placed before their eyes. Whatever was stored in granaries, or hoarded in chambers, to answer the hopes of the avaricious husbandman, or the covetousness of the miser, all was deserted. They hungered and thirsted after Jerusalem alone. Even this brief passage serves to show that William was a writer who could make the dry bones of history live, and who had an artist's instinct for the salient and significant features of the panorama of events which the historian has to depict upon his canvas. The muse of history needs, for her highest service, the aid of the imagination, and William of Malmesbury's preeminence among the 12th century chroniclers is due to the art which enabled him to give a picturesque setting to his narrative without any sacrifice of accuracy in circumstantial detail. For he still holds his place among historians as a high authority, not quite so impartial, perhaps, as he professes to be in his judgments of individuals, but singularly clear and trustworthy in his presentment of events. William, after all, wrote under the direct patronage of a great noble, and it was only natural that he should have paid some deference to the wishes and interests of Earl Robert of Gloucester. Yet even in the Historia Novella, written at Robert's request to describe the struggle between King Stephen and the Empress Maud, in which Robert himself played a prominent part, the substantial truth of William's narrative remains unassailed. Of the early 12th century chroniclers, Henry of Huntingdon enjoyed, for generations, a popular repute second only to that of William of Malmesbury. Modern criticism, however, has largely destroyed Henry's claims to rank as a first-rate historical authority, and in neither style, accuracy, nor fullness of detail is he worthy of any serious comparison with William. Henry himself appears to have rated his powers at quite as high a value as William's, for he prefaces his chronicle with a floridly rhetorical and ambitious disquisition upon the prerogatives of history. But he possessed neither the learning nor the patient industry of William, and his studied endeavours after rhetorical ornament only served to accentuate his pretentiousness by the side of his great monastic compeer. Henry was a secular clerk, who lived under the patronage first of Robert Blode, Bishop of Lincoln, and afterwards of his successor, Alexander of Blois. It was, as he tells us, by command of Alexander that he wrote his History of the English, and he probably compiled the greater part of it between 1125 and 1130. The work was dedicated to Alexander, and the prefatory letter reads, characteristically, with an invocation in verse both of the divine blessing and of the approbation of his episcopal patron. The entire history, frequently revised and extended, ends with the year 1154. Its earlier portions are borrowed, with many embellishments, from Bede and the Old English Chronicle. In many places Henry simply translates from the Old English Annals, and among his translations is a metrical version, though much curtailed, of the famous song on the Battle of Brunanburg. Henry prided himself on his accomplishments in verse, and his history is decorated with many poetical passages. Of his work as a whole, the best that can be said is that it shows some sense of design and of proportion in its execution. He treats of the history of England up to his time as dividing itself naturally into the 4 periods of the Roman, the Saxon, the Danish, and the Norman occupations. It is when he comes to deal with the Norman dominion, and especially with the events of his own time, that he is most disappointing. At the beginning of the 7th book he states that, after having so far relied upon either ancient writers or common report, he is about to deal with events which have passed under his own observation, or have been told to him by eyewitnesses. Neither in the 7th nor in the 8th book do we find much to justify the expectation thus raised. Henry was a facile writer, but a perfunctory historian. He was ambitious but not laborious, literary but not exact, intelligent but not penetrating. He formed large projects, but was too indolent to execute them satisfactorily. Henry's rhetorical pages are brought to an appropriate close with a glowing peroration, in verse, celebrating the accession of King Henry II. What appears to have been at one time intended to stand as the 8th book of the history is a treatise on the contempt of the world, a letter addressed to a friend named Walter upon the fortunes of the bishops and the illustrious men of his age. This work, both the title and motive of which remind us of more imposing literary achievements by greater men, contains many vivid portraits of Henry of Huntingdon's famous contemporaries. A chronicler who is as great an authority for the reign of which he treats as either William of Malmesbury or Henry of Huntingdon is the anonymous author of the Acts of Stephen, Gesta Stephani. Not even William himself surpasses this writer in accuracy and vividness of detail. He is a palpable partisan of Stephen, and has been supposed by some to have been the king's confessor. Nothing, however, better illustrates the general trustworthiness and impartiality of the 12th century chroniclers than a comparison of the narrative of this historian with those of William of Malmesbury and Henry of Huntingdon. The Gesta Stephani covers much the same ground as the Historia Novella of William, yet though the 2 works were composed from opposite standpoints, they differ little in their presentment of the essential facts of the history of the time. William of Malmesbury claimed, as we have seen, the patronage of Robert, Earl of Gloucester; Henry of Huntingdon that of Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln. The favour of both these magnates, and if we are to trust the evidence of a manuscript preserved at Bern, that of King Stephen himself, was invoked by the chronicler who enjoys the dubious distinction of having been among British writers the greatest disturber of the waters of history. Could he have foreseen the influence which he was destined to exercise over the poets of England, Geoffrey of Monmouth would doubtless have been quite content with the prospect of forfeiting the confidence of critical historians. Indeed, it is difficult to believe, on any supposition, that the history of the kings of Britain was written as a serious contribution to authentic history. Geoffrey's manner only too obviously betrays him. Just as William of Malmesbury is anxious to fill up the chasm between Bede and Eardmore, so Geoffrey professes to explore and map out a still more obscure period, namely that of the kings who dwelt in Britain before the incarnation of Christ, and especially of Arthur and the many others who succeeded him after the incarnation. It so happened that a document was placed in his hands which set forth the doings of them all in due succession and order from Brute, the first king of the Britons, onward to Cadwallader, the son of Cadwallo, all told in stories of exceeding beauty. This document was a certain most ancient book in the British tongue, which was supplied to him by Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford. No other contemporary chronicler seems to have had access to this mysterious book, and no amount of subsequent research has been able to discover it. Geoffrey himself evidently looked upon its contents as his own exclusive secret, for in the epilogue to his history he expressly warns William of Malmesbury and Henry of Huntingdon, who could write competently enough about the kings of the English, not to meddle with the kings of the Britons, inasmuch as they have not the book in the British speech, which Walter brought over from Brittany. All this affectation of mystery, however, does not prevent Geoffrey from openly commending his work to the favourable notice of the two great men whose confidence and encouragement William and Henry respectively enjoyed. The main body of his history is dedicated to Earl Robert of Gloucester, while the seventh book, consisting of the famous prophecies of Merlin, is prefaced by an almost fulsomely laudatory letter addressed to Alexander of Lincoln. Geoffrey was thus determined to lose nothing of the prestige and credit to be derived from aristocratic patronage, and his dedications only confirm the assumption that he imitates the practices and assumes the pose of an authentic chronicler with the deliberate purpose of mystifying his readers. For Geoffrey's history is, on the last analysis, a prose romance, and, in its Arthurian portions in particular, a palpable excursion in fiction. One need not believe that the entire work is, in the words of William of Newburgh, a tissue of impudent and shameless lies. Even the reference to the British book cannot altogether be regarded as a ruse for the deception of the ingenuous reader. Geoffrey doubtless drew upon some documents, possibly Welsh, which have since been lost. He borrowed all he could from Bede and Nennius. He probably borrowed more from floating British traditions. What is even more certain is that he invented a great deal. It is impossible to read the later books of the history without feeling that Geoffrey, when he had embarked upon the history of Merlin and of Arthur, was fully conscious of his opportunities of romantic dilatation. Arthur was a British prince, capable of being exalted into a heroic figure who should overshadow both Alexander and Charlemagne. These two potentates were already the titular heroes of profitably worked romantic cycles. Why should Britain not have its romantic matter as well as Rome and France? Read in the light of the general literary history of its time, and of its immediate and immense popularity, Geoffrey's history can be adequately explained only as the response of a British writer keenly observant of the literary tendencies of the day to the growing demand for romance. How well he succeeded in his design appears from William of Newburgh's complaint that he had made the little finger of his Arthur stouter than the back of Alexander the Great. The history of the kings of Britain was complete in the form now known to us by 1148 at the latest, but there is evidence that it existed in some form as early as 1139. A letter from Henry of Huntingdon, addressed to one Warrenus, otherwise unknown, and prefixed to the Chronicle of Robert de Mont, gives an abstract of a big book by Geoffrey Arthur, which Henry discovered in 1139 at the Abbey of Bec in Normandy. Henry himself had long been anxious to know something about the kings of the Britons, and, to his amazement, he found, at Bec, a written record of their deeds, including the history of Arthur, whose death the Britons deny, and still continue to look for his return. Henry's letter contains no mention of Merlin, but whether then incorporated in the history or not, the prophecies must have been written before 1139, for Ordricus Vitalis quotes from them in the 12th book, chapter 47, of his history, which was composed in 1136 or 1137. By the year 1152, Geoffrey's work seems to have been well known, and to have won him favour in high places, as he was then consecrated Bishop of St. Asaph. He died in 1155. The fame of his history had spread even before his death, for Wace, and probably Geoffrey Gaimar, had begun to translate it into Anglo-Norman verse before 1155. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Latin Chroniclers from the 11th to the 13th centuries, Part 3, by W. Lewis Jones. In England, a long line of chroniclers, in both prose and verse, from Layamon and Robert of Gloucester down to Grafton and Holinshed, accepted Geoffrey in all good faith as a revealer of the marvellous current of forgotten things, while a host of poets, great and small, have been constantly haunted by his fables. 200 years after his death, his repute was such that, on the strength of his use of the Brutus legend, Chaucer gave him a high place in his House of Fame. With Homer and Statius, Dares and Dictys, and Guido de Colonna, English Gofride stands on an iron pedestal, busy for to bear up Troje. In a later age, both Spenser and Drayton sang his praises, while even Wordsworth could not withhold a tribute to the British record long concealed, where we read of Spenser's fairy themes, and those that Milton loved in youthful years, the sage enchanter Merlin's subtle schemes, the feats of Arthur and his knightly peers. But Geoffrey has exacted still greater homage from the poets. Lear and Cymbeline and Sabrina, virgin daughter of Locrine, are names that link his memory forever with the two supreme poetical geniuses of England. Here, indeed, is a distinction which the greatest of chroniclers might have coveted, and it is enough to mark the history of the kings of Britain as the most significant literary product of the 12th century. Geoffrey, however, succeeded in deluding so many honest chroniclers who followed him that, in modern times, he has been altogether proscribed from the company of sober historians. Even before the 12th century was out, his credit had come to be gravely questioned. Giraldus Cambrensis, who had himself no mean gift for the artistic manipulation of the legendary and the marvellous, is one of Geoffrey's severest detractors. According to Gerald, a certain Welshman named Melier was reported to have an extraordinary familiarity with unclean spirits, and they never responded to his call in greater numbers than when Geoffrey's book was placed on his bosom. Gerald, as is well known, had a strong sense of humour, and probably all he means to imply is that Geoffrey had overreached himself in the art of romance. It is otherwise with William of Newburgh. He regarded Geoffrey as one who had deliberately and flagrantly profaned the sacred functions of the historian, and devotes the entire preface of his chronicle to a vehement denunciation of Geoffrey's motives and to an exposure of his fabrications. This severe preface has contributed as much as anything to the high repute in which William of Newburgh is held as a critical historian. Freeman's description of him as the father of historical criticism has often been repeated, but scarcely seems deserved when we compare his actual achievement with that of his greater namesake of Malmesbury. For William of Newburgh belongs to that group of modest chroniclers who are content with treating a limited period, and describe mainly the events of their own lifetime. His history extends from the Conquest to the year 1198. But the narrative down to the time of Stephen is so compressed as to make the work, in effect, an account of the reigns of Stephen and Henry II. For the latter reign there are few better authorities. His work, as a whole, forms the best single commentary upon the history of the 12th century left us by any writer of his day. For William's chronicle is no mere bare record of events, but an ordered and critical presentment of the affairs of his time, with due regard to their cause and effect. His remoteness from the court and the metropolis doubtless enabled William of Newburgh to maintain an attitude of impartiality impossible to chroniclers thrown into close contact with the greater actors in the drama of contemporary events. At any rate, the work of no 12th century chronicler is marked by a more transparent honesty of purpose, by greater independence of judgment, or by more acute estimates of men and their motives. William writes in a clear, straightforward style. Less studious of artistic effect and literary ornament than his namesake of Malmesbury, he is inspired by a similar, if not a greater, desire for accuracy. Like his predecessor, he venerates the memory and the example of Bede, whose wisdom and integrity none can doubt, and following that historian's pious motives, he hopes that his own labours will form some contribution, however scanty, to the treasure house of the Lord. William of Newburgh was a contemporary of the brilliant galaxy of scholars who flourished in the full light of the encouragement given to learning and letters at the court of Henry II. But living in the comparative seclusion of his monastery, he is not quite of them, and may be regarded rather as a continuator of the honourable traditions of the historical school of the North. In particular, he is one of the most trustworthy authorities for a period of some 20 years, after the turn of the 12th century, of which we have scarcely any contemporary record. For the English history of the years 1153 to 4, and especially for the foreign policy of the early years of Henry II's reign, our best contemporary authority is a chronicler who lived and wrote in Normandy, Robert de Mont, or, as he calls himself, Robert of Torigny. He compiled a comprehensive record of events from the close of the first Christian century down to 1186, and is indebted for much of his account of purely English affairs to Eardmer and Henry of Huntingdon. The troubles of King Stephen's reign appear to have had a paralyzing effect upon the chroniclers in England, and it is not until the height of Henry II's power that they begin once more to give us a full and vivid account of contemporary affairs. The historian's art flourished anew in the warmth of the general enthusiasm for learning which made the England of Henry's time the paradise of scholars. In palace and abbey, in the full glare and bustle of the court no less than in the bookish atmosphere of the monastic cell, men were infected by a common ardour of intellectual enterprise and literary achievement. In close touch with the court were men like Gilbert Folliot and Richard Fitzneal, Ralph of Diceto, who was Dean of St. Paul's during Fitzneal's episcopate, and Ranner of de Glanville, whose name is associated with one of the earliest and most valuable treatises on the laws and customs of England, though the real author of it was, more probably, his nephew Hubert Walter. Giraldus Cambrensis and Walter Map, Gervase of Tilbury and Peter of Blois. In remoter haunts, though having frequent opportunities of intercourse with men of action and affairs, were Gervase of Canterbury and Nigel Whirraker, John of Salisbury and Richard of Devizes, Benedict of Peterborough and William of Newburgh and Roger of Hoveden. Altogether, there was in the country, as Stubbs says, such supply of writers and readers as would be found nowhere else in Europe, except in the University of Paris itself. Several of these names are of the first importance in the list of our Latin chroniclers. That of Benedict of Peterborough is associated with the most authoritative chronicle of the reign of Henry II, but only, as is now known, on the strength of the fact that one of the extant manuscripts of the work was transcribed under his order. Benedict, however, was by no means a mere director of other men's literary labours, for he is known to have either written or edited accounts of the Passion and the miracles of Becket. The author of the chronicle so long ascribed to him still remains undiscovered. Begun in 1172, the work bears in the main all the marks of a contemporary narrative, and includes several important documents. Stubbs holds that the internal evidence is sufficient to prove not only that the chronicle was not by Benedict, but that it is not the work of a monastic writer at all. It has not even in its most disjointed portion the disorderly form, the disproportionate details, the unimportant memoranda, the generally undigested character of monastic annals. It displays no propension to monastic institutions, or to those principles and persons that were especially favored by monks. The author did not even trouble himself to compose an original account of Becket's martyrdom. Whatever positive indications are to be found point to a member of the king's court rather than to a monk, or even a secular churchman. Stubbs' conjecture that the chronicle may have been the work of Richard Fitz-Neal, and is a transcript of that writer's lost Tricolumnis, merely altered from its inconvenient tripartite shape, has not found much acceptance among scholars. Fitz-Neal, who was Treasurer of England from 1168 to 98, and Bishop of London from 1189 to 98, is best known as the author of the famous Dialogus de Scaccario, or Dialogue of the Exchequer. That work, written in the form of a dialogue in 2 books, between the master and the pupil, is one of the chief sources of our knowledge of constitutional principles and practice in England before the Great Charter. It stands out as a unique book in the history of medieval England, perhaps in the history of medieval Europe. The chronicle ascribed to Benedict forms, with some slight alterations and additions, one of the most substantial portions of the ambitious historical compilation attempted by Roger of Hoveden. The chroniclers generally had little scruple about thus transcribing and embodying in their own works the writings of their predecessors. It was, indeed, held among the monastic annalists to be a perfectly legitimate, not to say a necessary, practice. Thus Matthew Paris, the greatest monastic historian of the 13th century, makes the compilations of 2 of his predecessors at St. Albans the nucleus of those parts of his Chronica Majora which deals with events before his own time. Roger of Hoveden not only borrowed the so-called Benedict Chronicle almost in its entirety, but made use of everything that he could find from the hands of the northern chronicles. In the first part of his work, extending from 732 to 1148, he copies from a Durham compilation, based upon the narratives of Simeon and of Henry of Huntingdon, which is known as the Historia Post Bedam. His main source from 1148 down to 1169 is the Chronicle of Melrose. The third part, extending to the year 1192, is substantially Benedict of Peterborough, illustrated by several new documents. The final portion, ending with the year 1201, is Roger's own work. Roger was a man of affairs, and had exceptional opportunities for watching the development of public events. He was at one time in attendance upon Henry II in France. He subsequently held public office as Justice Itinerant of the Forests. It is disappointing, however, to find in Roger's chronicle few of the intimate personal revelations which might be expected in the narrative of one who had such opportunities of intercourse with the leading men of his time. Roger makes up to some extent for this reticence by the compass of his narrative, for the later portions of his chronicle include not only a survey of English affairs during the reign of Henry II and Richard I, but a fairly comprehensive history of Europe during the same period. Well illustrated as the reigns of Henry II and Richard are, says Stubbs, one side of their character would be imperfectly known, and some of the crises of their policies would be almost inexplicable without Ralph of Diceto. Ralph was another chronicler whose public life and position brought him into close contact with the great men of his time, and gave him access to the best sources of information. He was for many years Archdeacon of Middlesex, and from the year 1180 until his death, about 1202, held the deanery of St. Paul's. Diceto appears to have been an artificial Latin name adopted by Ralph to signify his association with some place, probably French, which had no proper Latin name of its own. His chief work is entitled Imagines Historiarum, or Outlines of Histories, extending from the year 1148 down to 1202. Robert de Monte's Chronicle forms the basis of his narrative down to 1172. From that year begin his own original memoranda, which are of especial value as contemporary records from 1183 onwards. Ralph is one of the most sober and straightforward of the chroniclers, and is little given to gossip or rhetorical decoration. His work is somewhat deficient in orderly arrangement, and its chronology is not always to be relied upon. Ralph, however, had much of the insight of the historian who seeks to analyze and to account for, as well as to record, public events and movements, and he was a shrewd judge of character and motive. His chronicle is illustrated by many important contemporary documents to which his position gave him special means of access. Of the several other chroniclers who wrote during the latter part of the 12th and the opening years of the 13th century, only a passing mention need be made. Gervase of Canterbury, who died about 1210, is chiefly remembered as an ecclesiastical historian, and as one of the standard authorities on the contemporary history of the see to which he belonged. One of his works, entitled Gesta Regum, which is of some value as illustrating the reign of John, perpetuates the Brutus legend to which Geoffrey of Monmouth had given so startling a currency. A more important authority for King John's reign is Ralph, abbot of the Cistercian abbey of Cogswell, whose Chronicon Anglicanum (1066 to 1223) contains, among other things, a full and well-informed account of Richard I's crusade. That crusade has been described by several chroniclers, but by none more graphically than by a monkish writer whose history of King Richard I is one of the briefest of the many contemporary narratives penned in the 12th century. Its author, Richard of Devizes, has, however, stamped upon his modest essay in history the impress of a personality which is altogether absent from many more ambitious productions. His work has a real literary interest, on account both of the author's fondness for classical quotations and rhetorical ornament, and of the vivid and picturesque force of his narrative. In a flowery letter of dedication addressed to Robert, prior of the Church of Winchester, Richard states that he has deliberately chosen a limited period for himself, leaving a more comprehensive survey of events to those who produce greater works. My narrative, he says, is for the living, and he writes with a dramatic instinct and an eye to pictorial effect not unworthy of a modern journalist. No chronicle gives us a more vivid picture of the general social condition of England in Coeur de Lion's time, or of the pageant of events in which the king took paramount part. The persecution of the Jews in particular are described with a terrible faithfulness which reflects the author's own avowed hatred of the race. Social life in England at the end of the 12th century, and especially the internal life and economy of the monasteries, are portrayed with intimate knowledge in the celebrated chronicle of Jocelyn of Brakelond. Jocelyn has had the good fortune, denied to the more ambitious chroniclers of great affairs of state, to engage the attention of a brilliant modern writer, and will continue to be known through Carlyle's past and present to thousands of readers who will never have the curiosity to read his actual Latin record. Quite apart, however, from the adventitious importance it has thus gained, Jocelyn's account of the deeds of Abbot Sampson and his community at St. Edmundsbury is of unique historical value for the light it throws upon the organization of monastic institutions and of their relations to the social and industrial life of the common people. The life and habits of a different section of society have been illustrated in an almost equally vivid way by several of the scholars who flourished in and around the court of Henry II. John of Salisbury and Peter of Blois, Gervase of Tilbury and Nigel Whittaker, and above all Walter Map and Gerald of Wales, have left behind them documents which bear, in some respects, even more of the very form and pressure of the time than the chronicles themselves. The Polycraticus of John of Salisbury, the letters of Peter of Blois, the Otia Imperialia of J.W.H, and the poems of Nigel Whittaker throw a flood of light upon the studies and the pastimes, the intrigues and the scandals, the humours and the passions of those who dwelt in the high places of both state and church. Of all these writers, none has contrived to blend information and entertainment more successfully than Giraldus Cambrensis. A scholar trained at Paris, an insatiably curious student of men and books and every form of odd lore, a fighter and an intriguer to his finger-tips, an inveterate gossip, yet a man capable of high ideals and far-reaching schemes of public policy, the intimate friend of kings and statesmen, popes and prelates, yet withal a passionate lover of his own native little Wales, Gerald is one of the most romantic figures in all medieval literature. The most stirring episode in his life was the struggle in which he engaged for the honour of Wales, and is still deservedly beloved among his countrymen as the devoted champion of one of the most creditable of lost causes and impossible loyalties. But his enduring title to fame rests upon the writings which, alike for brilliancy of style and for variety of interest, remain unsurpassed among the Anglo-Norman literature of the 12th and 13th centuries. A greater renown, however, in literary history generally has been enjoyed by Gerald's friend, and probably fellow countryman, Walter Map. Were it possible to prove to demonstration Map's authorship of the great Arthurian romances so commonly associated with his name, there could be no question about his claim to rank as the greatest literary genius who appeared in England before Chaucer. But the claim made on behalf of Map to the authorship of these imaginative works rests on very slender evidence. Even the authenticity of his equally celebrated Goliardic poems is open to grave question. The De Nugis Curialium, or Book of Courtiers' Trifles, is undoubtedly his. It was probably composed by instalments, and forms a sort of commonplace book in which Map seems to have jotted down from time to time both shrewd reflections upon men and things, and pleasant anecdotes to divert the vacant mind. Of the strictly historical portions of the work, the most valuable are the accounts, in the first book, of some of the heretical sects which had sprung up in the 12th century, and the reflections, which take up the whole of the 5th book, upon the character and achievements of the Anglo-Norman kings. The 4th book includes, in company with some lively tales, the celebrated letter, well known to the wife of Bath's 5th husband, from Valerius to Rufinus, upon the folly of marrying a wife. The whole work is a medley of such diverse and curious ingredients, satire, gossip, fairy lore, folk tales, and snatches of serious history, as to make us easily believe that its author was, as Gerald hints, one of the most versatile and witty talkers in the court circles of that eager and inquisitive age. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Latin Chroniclers from the 11th to the 13th centuries, Part 4, by W. Lewis Jones. The 13th century is, emphatically, the golden age of the monastic historians. At their head stands Matthew Paris, the greatest of all our medieval chroniclers, but his work only represents the crowning literary achievement of an enthusiasm and an industry that inspired every considerable monastery in the land. The annals, most of them nameless, of Burton, of Winchester, of Waverley, of Dunstable, of Osney, of Worcester, all testify to the assiduity of monkish scribes in compiling, revising, and adding to the stores of historical material accumulated in their respective houses. Invaluable, however, as these chronicles are to the student of political and social history, they possess little interest as literature. But at the powerful monastery of St. Albans there arose a school of historians as brilliant as that which had, in the north, closed with Roger of Hoveden. This school produced in Matthew Paris a writer who, both in his conception of the historian's art and in the force and picturesqueness of his style, surpasses all the chroniclers of the 12th century. The historians of St. Albans possessed exceptional advantages. The wealth of the abbey, its accommodation and equipment as an ideal home of learning, its position on Watling Street, and its proximity to the capital, marked it out as the chief center of monastic culture in the 13th century, and its inmates kept up a constant intercourse with the great men of the day as they passed through it on their way to and from London and the provinces. Nowhere else, perhaps, in the kingdom could a historian of contemporary events pursue his task at that time under more favorable conditions. Moreover, in no other abbey does the writing of history appear to have been so carefully organized as at St. Albans. Abbot Simon, who died in 1183, established in the monastery a regular office of historiographer. The first occupant of this office, whose complete work has come down to us, was Roger of Wendover. But his chronicle is based upon materials of which an ample wealth already existed in the abbey. The actual nucleus of the early part of Roger's Flowers of History is supposed to have been the compilation of John de Sella, who was abbot of St. Albans from 1195 to 1214. John's work extended down to the year 1188, and was revised and continued by Roger down to 1235, the year before his death. Roger claims in his preface to have selected from the books of Catholic writers worthy of credit, just as flowers of various colors are gathered from various fields. Hence he called his work Flores Historiarum, a title appropriated in the 14th century to a long compilation by various hands. Begun at St. Albans and completed at Westminster, it was based upon the chronicle of Matthew Paris and continued to the year 1326. The work was long ascribed to one Matthew of Westminster, but it is now known that no actual chronicler of that name ever existed. Roger of Wendover's work is, however, now valued not so much for what he culled from previous writers as for its full and lively narrative of contemporary events from 1216 to 1235. Although in accuracy and range and in subtlety and shrewdness of insight he falls far short of his great successor as historiographer of St. Albans, Roger largely anticipates him in the fearless candor of his personal and moral judgments. Matthew Paris became historiographer of St. Albans upon the death of Roger of Wendover in 1236, and proceeded in his famous Chronica Majora to revise and continue the work of his predecessor. Matthew Paris's own narrative is an extraordinarily comprehensive and masterly survey of both English and continental history during almost an entire quarter of a century. We know little of the details of the historian's own life. He became a monk of St. Albans in 1217, and tradition ascribes to him not only a high repute for scholarship, but the possession of varied gifts as an artist. The most notable incident in his career was his employment by the Pope, in 1248, on a mission of reform to the Benedictine monks of Holm, in Norway, which kept him away from England for some 18 months. He lived throughout in close intimacy with the court, and notwithstanding his plain-spokenness, enjoyed a share of royal favor. He died in 1259. Courtier and scholar, monk and man of the world, Matthew Paris was, both by training and position, exceptionally well qualified to undertake a history of his own time. Moreover, he had the instinct, the temper, and the judgment of the born historian. He took immense pain in the collection and the verification of his facts, and appears to have been in constant communication with a host of correspondents both at home and abroad. Indeed, his work reads like a stately journal of contemporary European events, where everything is marshalled in due order and proportion by a master editorial hand. Great events and small follow each other in quick though orderly succession. just as in some modern review of the world's work, Simon de Montfort's preparations for his crusade, a dispute between the scholars and citizens of Oxford, the death of Llywelyn, Prince of Wales, the Pope's dealings with foreign clerks in England, a great storm, the decapitation of certain robbers, war in Flanders, the burning of heretics by the Milanese, the eruption of the Tartars. Such is a brief selection of topics culled at random from a few consecutive pages of Matthew's Chronicle. But he is much more than a mere recorder of events. He is a fearless critic and censor of public men and their doings. A thoroughly patriotic Englishman, he is severe upon all misgovernment, openly rebuking the king, denouncing the greed and rapacity of the nobles, protesting indignantly against the extortionate exactions of the Pope. He is not indeed altogether free from the professional bias of his class, and in nothing is this more apparent than in his obviously prejudiced references to the mendicant orders. But his criticisms as a whole are animated by a transparently honest fervor of moral indignation and by a patriotic jealousy for the honor of England. The Pope's emissaries are harpies and bloodsuckers, plunderers, who do not merely shear but skin the sheep. For his complacent acquiescence in the deeds of the papal legates, the king is denounced as having become to the clergy as it were the stalk of a reed, on which those who lean in confidence are wounded by the fragments. The king's own extortionate demands for money from the clergy are no less boldly condemned, while his foolishness and extravagance are constantly censured. These outspoken animadversions did not, however, blind Henry to Matthew's skill as a writer, and the chronicler relates how, during the celebration of the feast of Edward the Confessor, in 1247, the sovereign himself bade him take a seat near the throne and write a full account of the proceedings, so that the facts might stand accurately recorded forever. Matthew was indeed a ready and a picturesque writer. Though frequently prolix and rhetorical, he is never tedious or irrelevant. His narrative, as a rule, is wonderfully direct, clear, and nervous, while his instinct for order and literary effect is such as to give to his chronicle, as a whole, a unity and a sustained interest which belong to the work of no other English medieval historian. Matthew Paris quite overshadows every other chronicler of the time of Henry III. But much of the history of Henry's reign would remain obscure were Paris's chronicle not supplemented by the monumental work of Henry of Bracton, or Breton, on the laws of England. Bracton scarcely belongs to the chroniclers, but his writings throw sufficient light upon the social conditions of his time to entitle him to stand side by side with Matthew Paris as a contributor to the English history of the 13th century. Following in the footsteps of Ranulph de Glanville or Hubert Walter, Henry II's great justiciar, Henry of Bracton compiled, sometime between 1250 and 1258, an elaborate treatise on the laws and customs of England. Bracton was one of the many ecclesiastics who held high judicial office under Henry III. He was, in turn, a justice in eyre, a judge of the King's Court, a Devonshire rector, and archdeacon of Barnstaple. In addition to his legal treatise, he left behind him a notebook containing some 2,000 cases taken from the plea rolls of his time, with comments which, to all appearance, came from Bracton's hand or from Bracton's head. Indebted though he was for the form and method of this great book to such foreign works as those of the celebrated Italian lawyer Azzo of Bologna, Bracton's work is, in substance, thoroughly English, and is a laborious exposition, illustrated by some hundreds of decisions, of the approved practice of the King's Court in England. Bracton died in 1268, leaving his work unfinished, although he appears to have been adding to and annotating it to the very last. But even as it stands, his treatise is not only the most authoritative English law book of his time, but in design and matter the crown and flower of English medieval jurisprudence. It both marks and makes a critical moment in the history of law, and therefore in the essential history of the English people. The art of the historian proper, however, gradually began to decline after the death of Matthew Paris. Among the chroniclers who take us down to the 14th century, there are few names worthy of a place in a history of literature. Prominent among them are Matthew's own followers at St. Albans, William Rishanger and John of Troclove. Nicholas Trivett, or Trevet, a Dominican friar, whose works are of considerable historical importance for the reign of Edward I and of additional literary interest in connection with Chaucer's Man of Law's Tale, Walter of Hemingber, a canon of the Yorkshire Priory of Gisborne, who not unworthily continues the work of the Northern School, John the Taster or Texter, a monk of St. Edmundsbury, who adds to a compilation from previous chroniclers what seems to be an original narrative for the years 1258 to 65, and Thomas Wykes, a monk of Osney, whose chronicle extends down to 1289, and is an authority of the first importance for the whole history of the campaign of Lewes and Evesham, and the events immediately preceding and following them. But these and other writers are largely subdued to the monastic atmosphere in which they work, and possess few of the traits of character and style which interest us in the personality of the greater chroniclers. The impulse of the revival of learning had been spent, and neither in literary distinction nor in accuracy and wealth of information are the chroniclers who wrote during the 100 years after Matthew Paris's death worthy of comparison with their predecessors of the 12th and early 13th centuries. The best of them are those who, by their industry at least, endeavored down to the end of the 14th century to retain for St. Albans as a historical school the supreme repute which had been so signally established by Matthew Paris. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Chapter 10, English Scholars of Paris and Franciscans of Oxford, Part 1, by J.W. Sandys. Latin Literature of England, from John of Salisbury to Richard of Bury. The University of Paris owed its origin to the Cathedral School of Notre Dame. It was not until the time of William of Champeaux, died 1121, that this school began to rival the scholastic fame of Chartres. Early in the 13th century, the schools of Paris were connected with three important churches. On les Îles de la Cité there was the Cathedral of Notre Dame. To the south of the Seine, on rising ground near the site of the present Pantheon, was the collegiate church of Sainte Geneviève, and to the east of the walls south of the river, the church of Canons Regular at the Abbey of Saint Victor. The schools of Notre Dame and of Sainte Geneviève were successively the scenes of the ever-memorable lectures of a famous pupil of William of Champeaux, the eloquent, brilliant, vain, impulsive, and self-confident disputant Abelard, died 1142. The fame of his teaching made Paris the resort of large numbers of scholars, whose presence led to its becoming the home of the many masters by whom the university was ultimately founded. The earliest trace of this university has been discovered in the passage where Matthew Paris states that his own preceptor, an abbot of St. Albans, had, as a student in Paris, been admitted into the Fellowship of the Elect Masters, circa 1170. In 1136, when John of Salisbury went to Paris, the university was not yet in existence. The first recorded town and gown riot, that of 1200, led to the grant of a charter to the resident body of masters. The approximate date of the first statutes, 10 years later, marks the earliest recognition of the university as a legally constituted corporation, a veritable universitas, and about 10 years later still, the Masters of Arts were first organized into 4 nations, namely the French, the Normans, the Picards, and the English, this last including the Germans and all who came from the north and the east of Europe. In the 13th century, Paris was still the center of European culture. It is sufficient to cite as proof a passage from the English encyclopedist Bartholomew, who flourished in the middle of that century. Quote, "Even as Athens shone of old, as the mother of liberal arts and the nurse of philosophers, so, in our day, Paris has raised the standard of learning and civilization, not only in France, but all the rest of Europe. And as the mother of wisdom, she welcomes guests from all parts of the world, supplies all their wants, and submits them to her pacific rule." End quote. The Carnival riot of 1229 led to the withdrawal of the resident masters and scholars for 2 years. Meanwhile, many of them accepted the invitation of Henry III, and thus reinforced the rising universities of Oxford and Cambridge. The first important representative of England in the schools of Paris was John of Salisbury. He began by becoming a pupil of Abelard, who had returned to the scene of his early triumphs, and at the age of 57 was now lecturing on the hill of Sainte Geneviève. That illustrious and admirable teacher was discoursing, as of old, on logic, and at his feet John of Salisbury acquired the first rudiments of dialectics, greedily seizing all that fell from his lips. But his brilliant instructor was once more opposed, and once more withdrew from Paris, and the pupil passed into the school of Master Alberic and Robert of Milan. The first was, in questions, acute and expansive; the second, in responses, brief and lucid, and, if anyone could have combined the merits of both, he would have been unrivaled in debate. Having thus studied logic for 2 years, 1136 to 38, in Paris, John of Salisbury spent 3 years, probably the latter part of 1138 and a large part of 1139 and 1140, working at grammar, or the scholarly study of Latin literature. The place is not named, but it has, rightly, been identified as the School of Chartres. In that school, the sound and healthy tradition of Bernard of Chartres was still maintained by his pupils. By John of Salisbury's time, Bernard had been succeeded as Chancellor of the Cathedral School by Gilbert de la Porree. John of Salisbury learnt rhetoric from Richard Levake, who was familiar with almost every branch of learning, whose knowledge was even greater than his eloquence, who had more truth than vanity, more virtue than show. He had already attended, with less profit, the somewhat meagre lectures of Bernard's younger brother, Theodoric, who is, nevertheless, described as a most studious investigator of the arts. This description was confirmed in 1888, when he was identified as the author of 2 large volumes containing a comprehensive survey of the liberal arts, written in a bold and clear hand, which may now be seen in the public library of the cathedral town. It may be added that it was between 1134 and 1150, during the time when Theodoric was successively master of the school and chancellor, that the south doorway of the west front of the cathedral was adorned with figures of the 7 arts, each of them associated with the ancient representative of that art. For example, grammar with Priscian, dialectic with Aristotle, and rhetoric with Cicero. It was probably early in 1141 that John returned to Paris. For a short time he attended not only the lectures of Gilbert, who had lately ceased to be Chancellor of Chartres, but also those of Robert Pullen, the future cardinal, who had taught at Oxford in 1133. Socially, he saw much of Adam du Petit-Pont, who owed his surname to the school that he had set up on the little bridge between the Ile de la Cité and the Quartier Latin. John of Salisbury's student life in Paris and Chartres, and again in Paris, probably extended from early in 1136 to late in 1145. In the spring of 1148, he was present at the Council of Reims. It was there that he was introduced by Bernard of Clairvaux to Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, an introduction that had an important effect on his literary and ecclesiastical career. About 1150, he returned to England and resided mainly at the court of Canterbury, engaged on secretarial and diplomatic work, which frequently took him to the court of Rome. On the most celebrated of these visits, during the winter of 1155 to 56, his friend the English Pope, Hadrian IV, sent Henry II his written authority to extend his rule over Ireland, together with an emerald ring in token of his right. It was probably John of Salisbury's eager interest in the privileges of the Church while he was still in the service of Theobald that led to his soon falling into disfavor with the king. During the enforced leisure of 1159, he revised and completed two of his most extensive works, finishing the Polycratus shortly before and the Metalogicus immediately after the death of Hadrian IV, 31 August 1159. Both of these were dedicated to Becket, the warlike chancellor, with whose aid Henry II was then fulminating at the siege of Toulouse. When Becket became archbishop in 1162, John of Salisbury entered his service, and soon afterwards composed a life of Archbishop Anselm with a view to the canonization, which was not conceded until 3 centuries later. On the king's return, early in 1163, John of Salisbury found it safest to leave the country, staying for 6 or 7 years with Peter de la Selle, then abbot of Reims, under whose roof he wrote the Historia Pontificalis. His exile, like that of Becket, lasted till late in 1170. On the fatal 29th of December, he was at Canterbury with the archbishop, who unhappily disregarded the counsels of moderation suggested by his devoted friend. They entered the cathedral together. In the face of the murderous attack on the archbishop's person, John of Salisbury seems to have fled at first, but to have soon returned to the post of peril. He was probably present at the end. He was certainly believed by his friend Peter to have been sprinkled with the precious blood of the blessed martyr. He immediately urged the inclusion of his master's name in the calendar of martyrs, wrote his life, and loyally served his successor. In 1176, his devotion to the memory of St. Thomas and his friendship with the Archbishop of Sens led to John of Salisbury being made Bishop of Chartres. For the last 4 years of his life, he was the most prominent personage in the place where he had spent 3 of the most successful years of his youth. In the necrology of his cathedral church, he is described as Vir magna religionis, totiusca scientiae, redis illustratus. His letters give abundant proof of his wide influence as a sagacious counselor, an able politician, and a zealous ecclesiastic. They were collected and edited by himself soon after 1170. Of the 326 comprised in the modern editions, some were written after the above date, and some by other writers. His Entheticus, an elegiac poem of no less than 1,852 lines, was apparently intended as an introduction to Polycraticus, which is now preceded by a short set of verses bearing the same title as the above poem. In both of these poems, which are written in a strong and solid, but not particularly elegant style, Becket is warmly eulogized. He is the king's right hand, the embodiment of all excellence, the refuge of the oppressed, the light of the church, the glory of the nation. The Polycraticus is a work in 8 books. The primary title has led to its being regarded as a statesman's handbook. The alternative title, De Nugis Curialium et Vestiges Philosophorum, is suggestive of a satire on the vanities of courtiers, followed by a set treatise on morals, but the latter half deals with the principles of government and with matters of philosophy and learning, interspersed with many digressions. It is, in fact, an encyclopedia of miscellanies, reflecting the cultivated thought of the middle of the 12th century. It includes an interesting chapter on Aristotle and a satirical account of the scholastic controversies of the age. The Metallogicus, in 4 books, contains a defense of the method and use of logic, vindicating the claims of grammar, and pleading for an intelligent study of logic. It includes an analysis of the whole series of Aristotle's treatises on that subject, being, in fact, the earliest work in the Middle Ages in which every part of the organon is turned to account. The Historia Pontificalis is only preserved in an incomplete form in a single manuscript at Bern. It was not printed until 1886 and was not identified as the work of John of Salisbury until 1873. It gives an account of the ecclesiastical history of the years 1148 to 1152, but is really as much a satire as a history. In his attitude towards the ancient classics, John of Salisbury is far from regarding Aristotle as infallible. He is opposed to Plato, though he is fully conscious of Plato's greatness. His favorite author is Cicero, and the purity of his own Latin prose has been justly praised. Caesar and Tacitus he knows solely by name, but in all the literature accessible to him, he is obviously the best-read scholar of his time. A humanist 2 centuries in advance of his age, he is eager to give the widest possible interpretation to whatsoever things were written aforetime for our learning. In his day, the first period in the medieval study of logic was drawing towards its close, and with the degenerate type of the professional dialectician, he has no sympathy. The earliest of all the medieval theories on the nature and the functions of the state is due to John of Salisbury. He is the first of modern writers on the philosophy of politics, and he founds his own theory on the records of the Old Testament and on the annals of the ancient Roman Empire. As a representative of literature and learning, Peter of Blois is only a pale reflection of John of Salisbury. Born at Blois, he was probably educated at Tours. He learnt and taught at Bologna and Paris, settled in England about 1175 as secretary to Richard of Dover, Archbishop of Canterbury, and was successively Archdeacon of Bath, circa 1177, and of London, circa 1204. He was repeatedly entrusted with diplomatic duties by Henry II, and the letters ascribed to him purport to have been originally collected at the request of the king. But some of them, for example, those on the capture of Damietta in 1219, could not possibly have been written during the life of the king, who died in 1189, or during that of Peter of Blois, who died in or before 1212. Peter of Blois, on his appointment as secretary to the archbishop in 1175, obviously made a diligent study of the letters of John of Salisbury, who had edited his letters soon after 1170, while Peter did not begin to edit his own until 1181, the year after John of Salisbury's death. Many of Peter's letters are enriched with quotations from the classics, but most of those quotations are borrowed from John of Salisbury. Thus, in a letter to the Archdeacon of Nantes, we have a list of ancient grammarians and a second list of ancient historians. Both of these are borrowed from John of Salisbury. But while John of Salisbury modestly refers his readers to Tacitus, without professing to have read that author, Peter of Blois pretends to have frequently looked into Tacitus an author never mentioned by such well-informed contemporaries as Giraldus Cambrensis and Ralph of Deceto. Criticized for his constant quotations, he defends a manner of composition which places him like a dwarf on the shoulders of giants. But this very comparison is tacitly taken from John of Salisbury, who honestly quotes it from Bernard of Chartres. It is improbable that Peter was ever an actual pupil of the scholar to whom he owed so much of his borrowed erudition, but curiously enough, he held preferment at Chartres and also at Salisbury. His brief sermons call for no comment. Of his few poems, the longest deals with the sacraments in 26 chapters of rhyming hexameters, while 2 others, written in a different meter, have for their themes the life of the clergy and the conflict between the flesh and the spirit. Walter Map, who was born about 1137 on the marches of Wales, and accordingly called England his mother, and the Welsh his fellow countrymen, studied in Paris from about 1154 to 1160. He returned to England before 1162, was frequently one of the king's itinerant judges, and after holding other preferment, was appointed Archdeacon of Oxford in 1197. About 1209, when Giraldus published the 2nd edition of his Conquest of Ireland, Walter Map was no longer living. Map was the author of an entertaining miscellany in Latin prose, De Nugis Curialium, a work in a far lighter vein than that of John of Salisbury, who had adopted this as an alternative title of his Polycraticus. But even in this lighter vein, Map has often a grave moral purpose. Stories of the follies and crimes of courts, and a lament over the fall of Jerusalem, are here followed by an account of the origin of the Carthusians, the Templars, and the Hospitallers, with reflections on their growing corruption, together with notices of heretics and of hermits. In the 2nd book, we have anecdotes of the Welsh, with a collection of fairy tales. In the 3rd, a series of highly romantic stories. In the 4th, the Epistle of Valerius dissuading from marriage the philosopher Rufinus, sometimes erroneously ascribed to St. Jerome. And in the 5th, an invaluable sketch of the history of the English court, from William Rufus to Henry II. Walter Map's courtly jests are mentioned by Giraldus Cambrensis, who, in his latest work, describes Map as a person of distinction, endued with literary skill and with the wit of a courtier, and as having spent his youth, and more than his youth, in reading and writing poetry. Giraldus sends his friend a set of Latin elegiacs, with a present of a walking stick, and he has, fortunately, preserved the 12 lines of his friend's reply in the same meter. This reply is almost the only certainly genuine product of Map's muse that has survived. Of his poems against the Cistercian monks, only a single line is left: Lancia Longini, Grex albus ordo nefandus. His notorious antipathy to the Cistercian order has led to his being regarded as the author of another poem entitled Discipulus Golae Episcopi de Grisis Monarchis. The worldly, and worse than worldly, Bishop Golias is the theme of other poems, in accentual rhyming meters, ascribed to Map, notably the Apocalypse, the Confession, and the Metamorphoses of Golias. The Apocalypse is first assigned to him in a Bodleian manuscript of the 14th century. Here, there is no attempt to dramatize the character of Golias. We have simply an apocalyptic vision of the corruption of the Church, set forth in 110 rhyming quatrains of accentual dactyls in lines of the type omnis a clericus fluit enormitas. In the accentual trochaics of the Confession, the bishop is dramatically represented as remembering, quote, the tavern that he has never scorned, nor ever will scorn, until the angels sing his requiem." Then follow the 4 lines, which are better known and more misunderstood than any in the poem. "Meum est propositum in taberna mori, vinum sit appositum morientis ori, ut dicent cum venerant angelorum cori, Deus sit propitius, huic patitori." These lines, with part of the subsequent context, were at an early date extracted from their setting and made into a drinking song. But it cannot be too clearly stated that they were originally meant for a dramatic representation of the character of the degenerate bishop. It is a mistake to regard them as reflecting in any way on the habits of the reputed author, who has been erroneously described as the jovial archdeacon and the Anacreon of his age. Giraldus, in the very same work in which he lauds the literary skill and the wit of his friend, quotes for reprobation, and not for imitation, a series of calumnious passages, including the above lines, with their immediately previous context. He is clearly quite innocent of ascribing these lines to his friend. The whole of the confession is also preserved in the celebrated 13th century Munich manuscript of the Carmina Burana, formerly belonging to the Benedictine monastery of Benediktboren in the Bavarian highlands. It forms part of the vast number of anonymous Latin rhymes known from 1227 onwards by the name of Goliardi. The character of Bishop Golias may possibly have assumed dramatic form in the age of Walter Map, but the name was certainly 3 centuries older. As early as the time of Gautier, Archbishop of Sens, died 923, a sentence of condemnation is passed on the Clerici Ribaldi Maximi qui vulgo dicantur de familia Golai. Map is credited in a certain manuscript with the authorship of the original Latin of the great prose romance of Lancelot du Lac, including the Quest of the Holy Grail and the Death of Arthur. But no such Latin original has yet been found. A version of the Quest in French prose is assigned to, quote, Maestras Walter Map, end quote, and is described as, quote, written by him for the love of his lord King Henry, who caused it to be translated from Latin into French, end quote. In certain manuscripts, all the 4 parts of the romance of Lancelot are ascribed to Map. The Huet du Rateland, circa 1185, a near neighbor and a contemporary of Map, after describing in his E Pomedon a tournament which is also an incident in Lancelot, excuses his romance writing in the words, quote, I am not the only man who knows the art of lying. Walter Map knows well his part of it, end quote. Such is the evidence, slight as it is, for ascribing to Map any share in the great cycle of romance surveyed in other chapters. We have already seen that there is very little reason for accepting him as the author of any part of the large body of accentual Latin poetry which passes under his name. A century before the time of Map, Godfrey, a native of Cambrai and prior of St. Swithin's, Winchester, died 1107, had written Latin epigrams after the manner of Martial. He is, in fact, repeatedly quoted as Martial by Gower. The 238 ordinary epigrams of his first book are followed by 19 others, which have a historic interest insofar as they refer to royal or ecclesiastical persons of the day. The Anglo-Norman poet Reginald, a monk of St. Augustine's, Canterbury, flourished 1112, wrote a lengthy poem in leonine hexameters on the life of the Syrian hermit St. Malchus. In the next half-century, Lawrence, the Benedictine monk who became prior and bishop of Durham, died 1154, composed a popular summary of scripture history in 9 books of elegiac verse. Henry of Huntingdon, died 1155, has preserved in the 11th book of his Historia Anglorum the Latin epigrams, and other minor poems that he had learnt to compose as a pupil of the monks of Ramsey. A little later, Hilarius, who is supposed to have been an Englishman and was a pupil of Abelard about 1125, wrote in France 3 Latin plays on sacred themes, the earliest of their kind. The Raising of Lazarus and the Image of St. Nicholas are partly written in French, the story of Daniel in Latin only. He was also the author of 12 interesting sets of rhyming lyrics in Latin, interspersed with a few lines of French, the most graceful poem in the series being addressed to an English maiden bearing the name of Rose. About the same time, the Cistercian monk Henry of Saltrey, flourished 1150, wrote a Latin prose version of the legend of the Purgatory of St. Patrick. A Life of Becket, now only known through the Icelandic Thomas Saga, was written by Robert of Cricklade, Chancellor of Oxford, 1159, and Prior of St. Friedzweids, who dedicated to Henry II his 9 books of Flores from the natural history of the elder Pliny. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. English Scholars of Paris and Franciscans of Oxford, Part 2, by J.W.H. One of Map's younger contemporaries, Gervase, the author of Otia Imperialia, a native of Tilbury on the coast of Essex, was brought up in Rome. He lectured on law at Bologna, and probably died in England. The above work was written about 1211 to amuse the leisure hours of the German Emperor, Otto IV. It is a miscellaneous collection of legendary tales and superstitions. The theme of the first 3 books and many of the quotations are borrowed, without acknowledgment, from the Historia Scholastica of that omnivorous compiler Petrus Comestor. The 3rd book tells us of werewolves and lamias, and barnacle geese and other marvels, and also of the enchantments ascribed to Virgil at Naples. Another of Map's contemporaries, Nigel Whittaker, precentor of Christ Church, Canterbury, died 1200, was the witty author of the Speculum Stultorum, a long elegiac poem on the adventures of the donkey Burnellus or Brunellus, a diminutive of brown, just as donkey is a diminutive of dun. The name is borrowed from the scholastic logic of the day, in which it represents any particular horse or ass, as opposed to the abstract idea of either of those animals. The author himself explains that the ass of his satire is a monk who, discontented with his condition, wants to get rid of his old stump of a tail, and obtain a new and longer appendage by becoming a prior or an abbot. Brunellus, then, finding his tail too short, consults Galen on his malady, and is, ultimately, sent off to Salerno with a satirical prescription, which he is to bring back in glass bottles, typical of the vanity and frailty of all human things. On his way there and back he is attacked by merchants and monks and mastiffs, and is thus robbed of all his scanty goods, and half of his diminutive tail. Ashamed to return home, and having an immense capacity for patient labor, he resolves on becoming a member of the English school in the University of Paris. Then follows a satire on the idleness and extravagance of some of the English students at the seat of learning. After spending 7 years in studying the liberal arts, and thus completing his education, he finds on leaving Paris that he has even forgotten the name of the place. However, he succeeds in recalling 1 syllable, but that is enough, for he has learned in his time that the part may stand for the whole. Passing from the liberal arts to theology, the hero of the story tries all the monastic orders in their turn, and ends in resolving to found an order of his own. Meeting Galen once more, he begins discussing the state of the church and the general condition of society, and urges Galen to join his new order, when suddenly his old master, Bernard, appears on the scene, and compels him to return to his first allegiance as an ordinary monk. Chaucer, in the Nun's Priest's Tale, recalls one of the stories he had Rat in down Burnal the Asse. The Architrenius, or arch-mourner, of the Norman satirist Jean de Hauteville, flourished 1184, who was born near Rouen and passed part of his life in England, has only a slight connection with our present subject. The pilgrim of that satire pays a visit to Paris, and describes the hardships of the students and the fruitlessness of their studies. He afterwards arrives at the Hill of Presumption, which is the haunt of all manner of monks and ecclesiastics, as well as the great scholastic doctors and professors. The 7 liberal arts are elaborately described in the Anti-Claudianus of the universal doctor Alain de Lille, 1114 to 1203. This fine poem, and the mingled prose and verse of the De Planctu Naturae, were familiar to Chaucer. Alain probably passed some time in England with the Cistercians at Waverley in Surrey, 1128, and he is the reputed author of a commentary on the prophecies of Merlin. Alain's contemporary, Geoffrey de Vinsauf, flourished 1200, who was educated at St. Frede's, Oxford, and travelled in France and Italy, dedicated to Innocent III his Poetria Nova, an art of poetry founded partly on Horace, and recommending the ancient metres in preference to the modern rhymes, with examples of the various kinds of composition. In the same period, Alexander Neckham of St. Albans distinguished himself in Paris in 1180, and late in life became abbot of Cirencester. He is the author of an amusing treatise, De Naturis Rerum, with many anecdotes of animals, and with an attack on the method of teaching logic in the University of Paris. In his lengthy elegiac poem, De Laudibus Divinae Sapientiae, he traverses much of the same ground. He further describes the chief seats of learning in his day, summing up in a single couplet the 4 faculties in the University of Paris, the Paradisus Deliciarum. Hic florent artes, celestis pagina regnat, stant leges, lucet ius, medicina viget. Joannes de Garlandia, who studied at Oxford and Paris, 1204, was an Englishman by birth, but regarded France as the land of his adoption. His 2 principal poems, De Mysteriis and De Triumphis Ecclesiae, are earlier than 1252. His Ars Rhythmica quotes whole poems as examples of the rules of rhythm. His prose works include 3 vocabularies, one of which, with its interlinear French glosses and its reference to the tricks played by Parisian glovers on inexperienced students, was clearly written for use in the University of Paris. Later in the same century, a chaplain of Eleanor of Provence, Queen of Henry III, named John Hoveden, died 1275, wrote a number of poems in rhyming quatrains. The longest of these consists of nearly 4,000 lines of meditation on the life of Christ. This was translated into French. His most popular poem, that beginning with the line Philomela, praevia temporis amoini, was translated into German and Spanish, and, about 1460, into English. Latin verse was one of the early amusements of the keen and active Norman Welshman Giraldus Cambrensis, who was born at the castle of Manorbier, which he dutifully describes as the sweetest spot in Wales. The grandson on his mother's side of Nest, the Helen of Wales, he celebrated the exploits of her heroic descendants, the Geraldines, in one of his earliest works, The Conquest of Ireland. He had himself inherited some of Nest's beauty. He tells us that, in his youthful days, an abbot of the Cistercian order once said to him in the presence of Baldwin, then Bishop of Worcester, "Is it possible that youth, which is so fair, can ever die?" He received his early education from two of the chaplains of his uncle, the Bishop of St. David's. After continuing his studies at St. Peter's Abbey, Gloucester, he paid 3 visits to Paris, spending 3 periods of several years in its schools, and giving special attention to rhetoric. We have his own authority for the fact that, when his lecturers desired to point out a model scholar, they mentioned Gerald the Welshman. As Archdeacon of Brecon, 1175 to 1203, he was an ardent reformer of ecclesiastical abuses in his native land, and his great disappointment in life was that he never became, like his uncle, Bishop of St. David's. On the first of several occasions when he was thus disappointed, he returned to Paris, and there studied for 3 years, besides lecturing with great success on canon law, 1177 to 80. Visits to Ireland followed in 1183 and 1185, when he was in attendance on Prince John. After the prince's return, Gerald stayed till Easter, 1186, collecting materials for his 2 works on Ireland. The topography was completed in 1188. In the following year he resolved on reciting it publicly at Oxford, where the most learned and famous of the English clergy were then to be found. He read one of the 3 divisions of the work on each of 3 successive days. On the first, he informs us, he received and entertained at his lodgings all the poor of the town. On the next, all the doctors of the different faculties, and such of their pupils as were of fame and note. And on the third, the rest of the scholars, with the soldiers and the townsmen. He complacently assures us that it was a costly and noble act, a revival of the bygone ages of poetry. And, he proudly adds, neither present nor past time could furnish any record of such a solemnity having ever taken place in England. Meanwhile, in 1188, Baldwin, Archbishop of Canterbury, had been sent to Wales to preach the coming crusade. Riding in full armor at the head of the procession, with the white cross gleaming on his breastplate, he was accompanied by Ranulph de Glanville, Chief Justiciar of England, and attended by a young man of slender figure, delicate features, and beetling eyebrows, a man of learning and wit, and with no small share of self-conceit, the leader of the clergy of St. David's, the scion of the blood royal of Wales. The archbishop's exhortations produced little effect on the common people, until he prompted Gerald to take up the preaching. At Haverford, Gerald discoursed in Latin and also in French. Although the crowd understood neither language, they were moved to tears by the magic of his eloquence, and no less than 200 joined the standard of the cross. It was pleasantly remarked soon afterwards that if Gerald had only discoursed in Welsh, not a single soldier would have failed to follow that banner. 3,000 recruits were enrolled. The archbishop and the chief justiciar had taken the cross at Radnor, and both of them kept their vow and died in 1190 in the course of the crusade. Gerald, meanwhile, had been appointed to write its history in Latin prose, and the archbishop's nephew, Joseph of Exeter, to write it in verse. Joseph had already composed an epic on the Trojan War, England's solitary Latin epic, which was long attributed to Cornelius Nepos, notwithstanding its dedication to the Archbishop of Canterbury. He celebrated the crusade in his Antioches, now represented by a solitary fragment on the Flos Regum Arturus. Gerald, however, neither went on the crusade nor wrote its history. He paid his fine, and he stayed at home to help the king to keep the peace in his native land, and to write the itinerary and the description of Wales. When the bishopric of St. David's once more fell vacant, Gerald struggled for 5 years to win the prize of his ambition, paying 3 visits to Rome in 1199, 1201, and 1203, without success. But he was considered by himself and his fellow countrymen to have waged a glorious contest. Many and great wars, said the Prince of Powys, have we Welshmen waged with England, but none so great and fierce as his, who fought the king and the archbishop, and withstood the might of the whole clergy and people of England, for the honour of Wales. He had already declined 2 other bishoprics in Wales and 4 in Ireland. When the see of St. David's was again vacant, in 1214, he was passed over. He probably died in 1223, and was buried in the precincts of the cathedral church, for whose independence he had fought so long. The dismantled tomb, which is shown as his, probably belongs to a later time. He deserves to be commemorated in that cathedral by the couplet which he placed above his archidiaconal stall, and also enshrined in one of his epitaphs. Vive Deo, tibi mors requies, tibi vita labori. Vive Deo, mors est vivere, vita mori. The first volume of the Rolls edition of Giraldus includes 2 autobiographies and 2 lists of his writings. Only the most important need here be noticed. The earliest of his works is the Topography of Ireland. The first book gives an account of its physical features and its birds and beasts. The second is devoted to the marvels of the country, and the third to the early history, followed by a description of the manners, dress, and condition of the inhabitants. One of the manuscripts in the British Museum has in the margin many curious colored drawings of the birds and beasts described by the author. It is to this work that we owe almost all our knowledge of medieval Ireland. It was followed by the Conquest of Ireland, a narrative of the events of 1169 to 85. This is marked by a simpler style and a more sober judgment than the topography, and is, in fact, a historical monograph of considerable value. But there is much bias and some unfairness, and an air of unreality is produced by the Irish chiefs who have Greek patronymics and harangue their troops with quotations from Ovid and Caesar. Towards the close, the author cites the ominous Irish prophecy that scarcely before the day of judgment will Ireland be wholly subdued by the English. The itinerary of Wales takes us on a tour of 1 month in the south and only 8 days in the north. Apart from its topographical and ecclesiastical interest, it introduces us to Gerald as a student of languages. He tells us of a priest who, in his boyhood, paid a visit to Fairyland and learned the language, which proved to be akin to Greek, and he gives us 1 or 2 specimens in the words for salt and water, adding the equivalents in Welsh, English, Irish, German, and French. It was this passage that once prompted Freeman to call Gerald the father of comparative philology. In his own Latin, Gerald has no hesitation in using vera for war and knipulus for penknife. At Cardiff, we incidentally learn that Henry II understood English but could not speak it. In the south, our attention is drawn to the vestiges of Roman splendor at Caerleon on Usk and to the old Roman walls at Carmarthen. The companion volume, called The Description of Wales, appeared in 2 editions, 1194, 1215. The author patriotically ascribes to his fellow countrymen a keenness of intellect that enables them to excel in whatever study they pursue. He extols their set speeches and their songs. He also quotes examples of alliteration in Latin and Welsh. The following are the specimens he selects from the English of his day. God is togedere gamen and wisdom. It is good to be merry and wise. Ne halt nocht al sor I said, ne al sorje atwite. It boots not to tell every woe, nor upbraid every sorrow. Betere is red than a rap, and liste than a leather strength. Better is counsel than haste, and tact than vicious strength. Elsewhere he tells the story of the English woman who, with her mistress, had for a complete year attended daily mass, at which the priest had, besides the oft-repeated Oremus, always used the introit Rorate coeli de super. On finding that her mistress had, nevertheless, been disappointed in her desires, she indignantly said to the priest, Rorise se rorie, ne virse nan. Your rories and ories are all to no purpose. He also quotes the phrase, God holde thee, kuning, God save thee, king, and the refrain of a love song, Svete lemman, din are, sweet mistress, thy favor. He notes that the language of North Wales is purer than that of the south, that the language of Cornwall and Brittany closely resembles Welsh, that the language of North Wales is purer than that of the south, that the language of the south of England, especially Devonshire, is purer than that of the north, and that the English works of Bede and King Alfred were all written in the southern idiom. He also tells his readers how Wales may be conquered, how it should be governed, and how it is to hold its own. The Gemma Ecclesiastica was its author's favorite work. It may perhaps be described as a lengthy archidiaconal charge of an exceptionally learned and lively type. It certainly presents us with a vivid picture of the state of morality and learning in Wales, illustrated by not a few stories of ignorance of Latin among the inferior clergy. Thus a priest once interpreted St. John ante portam Latinam to mean that St. John ante first portam brought Latinam, the Latin language, into England. This ignorance, which even extended to some of the higher clergy, is here and elsewhere attributed to the excessive study of law and logic. The book of his Acts and Deeds, in the midst of much that is purely personal, tells the story of the holy hermit who prayed that he might attain to the mystery of the Latin language. He was granted the gift of the Latin tongue without that of the Latin syntax, but he successfully overcame all difficulties of moods and tenses by always using the present infinitive. Gerald once asked this hermit to pray for him that he might understand the scriptures. The hermit warmly grasped his hand and gravely added, "Say not understand, but keep." It is a vain thing to understand the word of God and not to keep it. The work on the instruction of a prince, completed after the death of King John in 1216, is divided into 3 books. The first, on the duties of the ideal prince, is enriched with many quotations, the virtue of patience being illustrated by 9 and the modesty of princes by 13. The second and third include a history of the life and times of Henry II. The main interest lies in the sketches of the characters of the royal family. Gerald here tells the story of the finding of King Arthur's body at Glastonbury in a coffin bearing the inscription, "Here lies buried the famous King Arthur, with Guinevere, his second wife, in the Isle of Avalon." His other works include a life of Geoffrey Plantagenet, Archbishop of York, and several lives of saints, partly suggested by his stay at Lincoln in 1196-8. His collection of extracts from his own works was, naturally, compiled later in life. Among his epistles is one urging Richard I to befriend men of letters, without whom all his glory would soon pass away. His latest work, The Mirror of the Church, depicts the principal monastic orders of the time in violent language that, not unnaturally, led the monastic copyists to neglect transcribing, and thus preserving, the author's writings. The only manuscript of this particular work that has survived suffered severely in a fire in the Cottonian library, but the sketch of the state of learning with which it opens had happily already been partly transcribed by Anthony Wood. In the last book, Gerald adds a description of the churches in Rome, and closes his writings with an impressive picture of the Day of Doom. To the end of his life, Gerald remained true to his early devotion to literature, and he hopefully looked forward to the appreciation of posterity. Freeman, in estimating the historical value of his writings, justly characterizes him as vain, garrulous, and careless as to minute accuracy, but as also one of the most learned men of a learned age. One who, whatever we may say as to the soundness of his judgment, came behind few in the sharpness of his wits. One who looked with a keen, if not an impartial eye on all the events and controversies of his own time. Among the English students at Paris, we may briefly mention Michael Scott, who probably before 1209 learned Arabic at Palermo, where he lived at the brilliant court of Frederick II, to whom he dedicated 3 of his earliest works. Leaving Palermo for Toledo about 1209, He there completed a Latin rendering of 2 Arabic abstracts of Aristotle's History of Animals. In 1223 he returned to Palermo. He was highly esteemed as a physician and an astrologer, and his reputed skill in magic has been celebrated by Dante, Boccaccio, and Sir Walter Scott. He is described by Roger Bacon as introducing to the scholars of the West certain of the physical and metaphysical works of Aristotle, with the commentators on the same. He may have visited Bologna and Paris for this purpose about 1232. He probably died before 1235, and tradition places his burial, as well as his birth, in the lowlands of Scotland. There is no evidence that Michael Scott was ever a student at Oxford. Like Cardinal Curson of Kedleston, died 1218, and Alexander of Hales, died 1245, and the able mathematician Johannes de Sacro Bosco, probably of Holywood in Dumfriesshire, died 1252, he owed his sole allegiance to Paris. Stephen Langton, died 1228, who similarly studied in Paris only, was restored to England by his consecration as Archbishop of Canterbury. His successor, Edmund of Abingdon, died 1240, owed his first allegiance to Oxford, and his second to Paris. We have seen that the University of Paris originated in the Cathedral School of Notre Dame. The education of Europe might have long remained in the hands of the secular clergy, but for the rise of the new orders of the Franciscans and the Dominicans in the second decade of the 13th century. The old monastic orders had made their home in solitary places, far removed from the world, while the aim of the Franciscan order was not to withdraw to the lonely valleys and mountains, but to work in the densely crowded towns. Bernardus Valles, Montes Benedictus amabat, Oppida Franciscus. The order of the Franciscans was founded at Assisi in 1210, that of the Dominicans at Toulouse in 1215, and at an early date both orders resolved on establishing themselves in the great seats of education. The Dominicans fixed their headquarters at Bologna and Paris, 1217, besides settling at Oxford, 1221, and Cambridge, 1274, while the Franciscans settled at Oxford and Cambridge in 1224 and at Paris in 1230. When once these orders had been founded, all the great schoolmen were either Franciscans or Dominicans. Intellectually, the dogmatic Dominicans were mainly characterized by a conservative orthodoxy, while the emotional Franciscans were less opposed to novel forms of opinion. In Paris, the greatest Dominican teachers were Albertus Magnus, 1193 to 1280, and his favorite pupil, the great Thomas Aquinas, circa 1225 to 1274, who brought scholasticism to its highest development by harmonizing Aristotelianism with the doctrines of the Church. The angelic doctor was the foremost of the intellectual sons of St. Dominic, the saint who, in Dante's phrase, "For wisdom was on earth a splendor of cherubic light." Meanwhile, St. Francis, who was all seraphic in ardor, and felt no sympathy whatsoever for the intellectual and academic world, nevertheless counted among his followers men of academic, and even more than academic, renown. Foremost of these were Alexander of Hales, Roger Bacon, Duns Scotus, and William of Ockham. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. English Scholars of Paris and Franciscans of Oxford, Part 3, by J.W. Sandys. Alexander of Hales, a native of Gloucestershire, studied in Paris at a time when the physics and metaphysics were not yet translated into Latin, and also later when their study had been expressly prohibited. 1215. This prohibition lasted until the dispersion of the university in 1229. and although he may have been lecturer to the Franciscans at an earlier date, it was not until the return of the university in 1231 that he actually joined the order. As one of the leading teachers in Paris, he had a distinguished career. In his scholastic teaching, he was an exponent of realism. He was entrusted by Innocent IV with the duty of preparing a comprehensive Summa Theologiae, and the ponderous work, which remained unfinished at his death in 1245, was completed by his pupils 7 years later. In its general plan, it follows the method of Peter Lombard, being one of the earliest comments on the Master of the Sentences. It was examined and approved by 70 divines, and the author became known as the irrefragable doctor. But a still greater Franciscan, Roger Bacon, who describes the vast work as tanquam pondus unius equi, declares that it was behind the times in matters of natural science, and was already being neglected even by members of the author's own order. The manuscript of Alexander's Exposition of the Apocalypse in the Cambridge University Library includes a portrait of the author, who is represented as reverently kneeling in the habit of a Franciscan friar. St. Francis himself regarded with suspicion the learning of his age. He preferred to have his followers poor in heart and understanding, as well as in their dress and their other belongings. Perfect poverty was, however, obviously incompatible with the purchase of books. A provincial minister of the order, who happened to possess books of considerable value, was not allowed to retain them. In the same spirit, on hearing that a great doctor in Paris had entered the order, St. Francis said to his followers, "I am afraid, my sons, that such doctors will be the destruction of my vineyard." The preaching of the Franciscans among the common people owed its force less to their learning than to their practical experience. Their care for the sick, and even for the leper, gave a new impulse to medical and physical and experimental science, and they gradually devoted themselves to a more scientific study of theology. In their schools, the student was expected to take notes and to reproduce them in the form of a lecture, and this practice, combined with the disputation between the teacher and the learner, brought into play readiness, memory, and invention. Speculative theology was, in their hands, modified by the hard facts of practical life. Their sermons, however, not unfrequently appealed to the imagination and the feelings, and did not disdain either the sparkling anecdote or the pleasantly didactic allegory. In September 1224, 2 years before the death of the founder, a little band of 9 Franciscans was ferried across the Channel by the monks of Fécamp, and found a welcome at the Priory of Canterbury. Some of them pressed forward to London, where they were received by the Dominicans, while 2 of them went to Oxford. The Dominicans had already settled there in 1221, when the Church of St. Edward had been assigned them in the Jewry, in the very heart of the town, and a school of theology had been opened under Robert Bacon. For about a week the 2 Franciscans ate in the refectory and slept in the dormitory of the Dominicans. Then they hired a house near St. Ebb's in the southwest quarter, whence they soon moved to a marshy plot of ground outside the walls. Part of that plot was known as Paradise. In 1245 they were followed by the Dominicans, who left the centre of the town for a suburban spot whose memory is now preserved in the name of Blackfriars Road. In olden days the Trill Mill stream flowed past the Greyfriars Mill and beneath the Preacher's Bridge until it reached the 2 mills of the Blackfriars. It was probably a migration from Paris that had, meanwhile, made Oxford a studium generale, or a publicly recognized place of studious resort. In 1167, John of Salisbury, then in exile owing to his devotion to the cause of Becket, sent a letter to Peter the Writer, stating that the votaries of Mercury were so depressed that France, the mildest and most civilized of nations, had expelled her alien scholars. And either in 1165 or in 1169, at a time when many masters and scholars beneficed in England were studying in Paris, Henry II required all clerks who possessed revenues in England to return within 3 months. It has been reasonably assumed that many of the students thus expelled or recalled from Paris migrated to Oxford. But the earliest certain reference to the schools of Oxford belongs to 1189, when all the doctors in the different faculties, and their more distinguished pupils, and the rest of the scholars, were, as we have seen, entertained by Giraldus Cambrensis on the 2nd and 3rd days of his memorable recitation. The Franciscan friars of 1224 were well received by the university, and in those early times were on excellent terms with the secular clergy. They were men of cheerful temper, and possessed the courtesy and charm that comes from sympathy. From Eccleston's account of the coming of the Friars Minor, we learn that, as Oxford was the principal place of study in England, where the whole body, or universitas, of scholars was wont to congregate, Friar Agnellus, the provincial head of the order, caused a school of sufficiently decent appearance to be built on the site where the friars had settled, and induced Robert Grosseteste of holy memory to lecture to them there. Under him they made extraordinary progress in sermons, as well as in subtle moral themes suitable for preaching, and continued to do so until he was transferred by divine providence from the lecturer's chair to the episcopal see. He was already interested in them about 1225, and it was possibly before 1231 that he was appointed their lecturer. He was then more than 50 years of age, not a friar but a secular priest, and one of the most influential men in Oxford. To the friars he was much more than a lecturer. He was their sympathetic friend and adviser, and after he had become Bishop of Lincoln in 1235, he repeatedly commended the zeal, piety, and usefulness of their order. About 1238 he wrote in praise of them to Gregory IX. Your Holiness may be assured that in England inestimable benefits have been produced by the friars. They illuminate the whole land by their preaching and learning. Grosseteste, a native of Stradbroke in Suffolk, was educated at Oxford. It is often stated that he also studied in Paris, but of this there is no contemporary evidence. It is true that, as Bishop of Lincoln, he writes to the regents in theology at Oxford, recommending them to abide by the system of lecturing adopted by the regents in theology in Paris, but he says nothing of Paris in connection with his own education. While he was still at Oxford, he held an office corresponding to that of the chancellor in Paris, but he was not allowed by the then Bishop of Lincoln to assume any higher title than that of Magister Scholarum. At Oxford he prepared commentaries on some of the logical treatises of Aristotle and on the physics, and the translation of the Ethics, which appeared about 1244, was known under his name. He himself produced a Latin rendering of the middle recension of the Epistles of Ignatius, beside commenting on Dionysius the Areopagite, and causing a translation to be made of the testaments of the 12 patriarchs, the Greek manuscript of which, now in the Cambridge Library, had been brought from Athens by his archdeacon John of Basingstoke. In his Compendium Scientiarum he classified all the departments of knowledge recognized in his day. The printed list of his works extends over 25 quarto pages. It includes treatises on theology, essays on philosophy, a practical work on husbandry. Perhaps the most interesting of his work is a poem in 1757 lines in praise of the Virgin and Son, an exquisite allegory called the Château d'Amour, originally written in Romance, for those who had ni lecture ni clergie, and soon translated from French into Latin, and ultimately into English. Robert de Bruyne, in his translation of the Manuel des Péchés, tells us of the bishop's love for the music of the harp. In the opinion of Luard, the editor of his letters, probably no one has had a greater influence upon English thought and English literature for the 2 centuries that followed his age. Wycliffe ranks him even above Aristotle, and Gower calls him the Grete Clerk. Apart from his important position as a patriot, a reformer and a statesman, and as a friend of Simon de Montfort, he gave, in the words of his latest biographer, F.S. Stevenson, a powerful impulse to almost every department of intellectual activity, revived the study of neglected languages, and grasped the central idea of the unity of knowledge. One of the earliest leaders of thought in Oxford, a promoter of Greek learning, and an interpreter of Aristotle, he went far beyond his master in the experimental knowledge of the physical sciences. Roger Bacon lauds his knowledge of science, and he is probably referring to Grosseteste when he says that no lectures on optics have as yet been given in Paris or anywhere else among the Latins, except twice at Oxford. Matthew Paris, who resented his zeal for the reform of the monasteries, generously pays the following tribute to his memory. Thus the saintly Bishop of Lincoln passed away from the exile of this world, which he never loved. He had been the rebuker of pope and king, the corrector of bishops, the reformer of monks, the director of priests, the instructor of clerks, the patron of scholars, the preacher of the people, the careful student of the scriptures, the hammer and the contemner of the Romans. At the table of bodily food he was liberal, courteous, and affable. At the table of spiritual food, devout, tearful, and penitent. As a prelate, sedulous, venerable, and never weary in well-doing. Grosseteste's friend Adam Marsh, who had been educated under him at Oxford, and had entered the priesthood, joined the Franciscan order shortly after 1226. The first 4 lecturers to the Franciscans in Oxford, beginning with Grosseteste, were seculars. The first Franciscan to hold that office was Adam Marsh, who was probably appointed for the year 1247-8. Provision was then made for a regular succession of teachers, and soon there were 50 Franciscan lectureships in various parts of England. Out of love for Adam Marsh, Grosseteste left his library to the Oxford Franciscans. Like Grosseteste, he is a friend and adviser to Simon de Montfort, and faithfully tells him that he who can rule his own temper is better than he who storms a city. The king and the Archbishop of Canterbury urged his appointment as Bishop of Ely, but Rome decided in favor of Hugo de Balsham, 1257, the future founder of Peterhouse, 1284. In his letters, Marsh's style is less classical than that of Grosseteste, but the attainments of both of these lecturers to the Oxford Franciscans are warmly eulogized by their pupil Roger Bacon. He mentions them in good company immediately after Solomon, Aristotle, and Avicenna, describing both of them as perfect in divine and human wisdom. On the death of Alexander of Hales, 1245, Grosseteste was afraid that Adam Marsh would be captured by Paris to fill the vacant chair. His letters, his only surviving work, give him no special claim to those scholastic qualities of clearness and precision that were possibly indicated in his traditional title of Doctor Illustris. Roger Bacon, a native of Ilchester, was the most brilliant representative of the Franciscan order in Oxford. He there attended the lectures of Edmund Rich of Abingdon, who had studied in Paris, who could preach in French, and who was possibly himself the French translator of his principal Latin work, the Speculum Ecclesiae. Rich was the first in Roger Bacon's day to expound the Sophistici Elenchi at Oxford. It was probably under the influence of Grosseteste and Marsh that Bacon entered the Franciscan order, a society which, doubtless, had its attractions for his studious temperament. He is said to have been ordained in 1233. Before 1245 he left Oxford for Paris. He there distinguished himself as a teacher, but he had little sympathy with the scholasticism of the day, and he accordingly returned to England about 1250. In the order of St. Francis there was room for freedom of thought, no less than for mystic devotion. But some 7 years later, so soon as the party of the mystics was represented in the new general of that body, Bacon fell under suspicion for his liberal opinions, and, by command of the seraphic Bonaventura, was sent to Paris, and there kept in strict seclusion for 10 years, 1257-67. He probably owed his partial release to the goodwill of Clement IV., who had heard of the studies of the Franciscan friar before his own elevation to the papal see, and by a letter written at Viterbo on 22nd of June, 1266, drew him from his obscurity and neglect by pressing him for an account of his researches. Thereupon, in the wonderfully brief space of some 18 months, the grateful and enthusiastic student wrote 3 memorable works, the Opus Maius, the Opus Minus, and the Opus Tertium, 1267. These were followed by his Compendium Studii Philosophiae, 1271-2, and by a Greek grammar of uncertain date. In his compendium he had attacked the clergy and the monastic orders and the scholastic pedants of the day, and by a chapter of the Franciscans held in Paris in 1278 he was, on these and doubtless other grounds, condemned for certain suspected novelties of opinion. Accordingly he was once more placed under restraint, but he had again been released before writing his Compendium Studii Theologiae, 1292. At Oxford he died, and was buried among the Friars Minor, probably in 1294. Before entering the order he had written nothing on science, and after his admission he came under the rule that no friar should be permitted the use of writing materials or enjoy the liberty of publishing his work without the previous approval of his superiors. The penalty was the confiscation of the work, with many days of fasting on bread and water. He had only written a few chapters on various subjects at the request of his friends. Possibly he is here referring to the pages on the secret works of nature and art, on Greek fire, on gunpowder, and on the properties of the magnet, on which he had discoursed in letters addressed either to William of Auvergne, died 1248, or to John of Basingstoke, died 1252. He was surrounded with difficulties. He found philosophy and theology neglected in the interests of civil law, and despised under the delusion that the world knew enough of them already. He had spent 40 years in the study of the sciences and languages, and during the first 20 years, specially devoted by him to the attainment of fuller knowledge, possibly before joining a mendicant order, he had expended large sums on his learned pursuits. None would now lend him any money to meet the expense of preparing his works for the Pope, and he could not persuade any one that there was the slightest use in science. Thankful, however, for the Pope's interest in his studies, he set to work with enthusiasm and delight, though he was strictly bound by the vow of poverty, and had now nothing of his own to spend on his literary and scientific labors. His principal works, beginning with the 3 prepared for the Pope, are as follows. The Opus Maius, which remained unknown until its publication by Samuel Jebb in 1733, it has since been recognized as the Encyclopédie and the Organon of the 13th century. It is divided into 7 parts. 1. The course of human ignorance. 2. The connection between philosophy and theology. 3. The study of language. 4. Mathematical science. 5. Physics, especially optics. 6. Experimental science. And 7. Moral philosophy. The part on language was preserved in an imperfect form. That on moral philosophy was omitted in Jebb's edition. The Opus Minus was first published by John Sharon Brewer in 1859, with portions of the Opus Tertium and the Compendium Studii Philosophiae. It was written partly to elucidate certain points in the Opus Maius, partly to meet the risk of the earlier treatise failing to reach its destination. It enters more fully into an examination of the schoolmen. It exposes the pretensions of the Franciscan Alexander of Hales and of an unnamed Dominican. It recapitulates the passages in the previous work which the author deems specially important, and discusses the 6 great errors that stand in the way of the studies of Latin Christendom, namely 1. The subjection of theology to philosophy, 2. The general ignorance of science, 3. Implicit trust in the dicta of the earlier schoolmen, 4. Exaggerated respect for the lecturers on the sentences in comparison with the expounders of the text of the Scriptures, 5. Mistakes in the Vulgate. 6. Errors in the spiritual interpretation of Scripture due to ignorance of Hebrew, Greek, Latin, archaeology, and natural history, and those due to misunderstanding of the hidden meaning of the Word of God. After a break, there next follows a comparison between the opinions of French and English naturalists on the elementary principles of matter, and after a second break, an account of the various metals. Only a fragment, equivalent to some 80 pages of print, has been preserved in a single manuscript in the Bodleian. The Opus Tertium, though written later, is intended to serve as an introduction to the two previous works. In the first 20 chapters we have an account of the writer's personal history, his opinions on education, and on the impediments thrown in its way by the ignorance, prejudice, contempt, carelessness, and indifference of his contemporaries. He next reverts to points that had been either omitted or inadequately explained in his earlier writings. After a digression on vacuum, motion, and space, he dwells on the utility of mathematics, geography, chronology, and geometry, adding remarks on accents and aspirates, and on punctuation, meter, and rhythm. A subsequent defense of mathematics, with an excursus on the reform of the calendar, leads to a discourse on chanting and on preaching. The above 3 works, even in their incomplete form, fill as many as 1,344 pages of print. It was these 3 that were completed in the brief interval of 18 months. The Compendium Studii Philosophiae, imperfectly preserved in a single manuscript in the British Museum, begins with reflections on the beauty and utility of wisdom. The impediments to its progress are subsequently considered, and the causes of human error investigated. The author criticizes the current Latin grammars and lexicons, and urges the importance of the study of Hebrew, adding as many as 13 reasons for the study of Greek, followed by an introduction to Greek grammar. The above is only the beginning of an encyclopedic work on logic, mathematics, physics, metaphysics, and ethics. The part on physics is alone preserved, and extracts from that part have been printed. The Greek grammar may be conveniently placed after the above compendium and before the next. The author's knowledge of Greek was mainly derived from the Greeks of his own day, probably from some of the Greek teachers invited to England by Grosseteste. He invariably adopts the late Byzantine pronunciation, and in his general treatment of grammar he follows the Byzantine tradition. This work was first published by the Cambridge University Press in 1902. The Compendium Studii Theologiae, Bacon's latest work, deals with causes of error, and also with logic and grammar in reference to theology. The above parts are extant in an imperfect form, and only extracts from them have been printed from a manuscript in the British Museum. A 5th part, on optics, is preserved in a nearly complete condition in the same library. Roger Bacon was the earliest of the natural philosophers of Western Europe. In opposition to the physicists of Paris, he urged that inquiry should begin with the simplest objects of science, and rise gradually to the higher and higher, every observation being controlled by experiment. In science he was at least a century in advance of his time, and in spite of the long and bitter persecutions that he endured, he was full of hope for the future. He has been described by Diderot as one of the most surprising geniuses that nature had ever produced, and one of the most unfortunate of men. He left no disciple. His unknown grave among the tombs of the Friars Minor was marked by no monument. A tower, traditionally known as Friar Bacon's study, stood until 1779 on the old Grand Pont, the present Folly Bridge, of Oxford. The fact that he had revived the study of mathematics was recorded by an anonymous writer about 1370. A long passage in his Opus Maius on the distance between the extreme east and west of the habitable globe, inserted, without mention of its source, in the Imago Mundi of Pierre d'Ailly, was thence quoted by Columbus in 1498 as one of the authorities that had prompted him to venture on his great voyages of discovery. Meanwhile, in popular repute, Friar Bacon was regarded only as an alchemist and a necromancer. During the 3 centuries subsequent to his death, only 4 of his minor works, those on alchemy, on the power of art and nature, and on the cure of old age, were published in 1485 to 1590. Like Virgil, he was reputed to have used a glass perspective of wondrous power, and, like others in advance of their times, such as Gerbert of Aurillac, Albertus Magnus, and Grosseteste, to have constructed a brazen head that possessed the faculty of speech. The popular legend was embodied in the famous history of Friar Bacon, in Green's Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay, circa 1587, and in Terillot's satire of 1604. At Frankfurt, the parts of the Opus Maius dealing with mathematics and optics were published in 1614, but 120 years passed before a large portion of the remainder was published in England, 1733, and the same interval of time preceded the first appearance of the Opera Inedita, 1859. The 7th part of the Opus Maius, that on moral philosophy, was not printed until 1897. But the rehabilitation of Roger Bacon, begun by Brewer in 1859, had happily meanwhile been independently completed by Émile Charles in 1861. Friar Bacon is associated in legend with Friar Bungay, or Thomas de Bungay, in Suffolk, who exemplifies the close connection between the Franciscan order and the eastern counties. Bungay lectured to the Franciscans at Oxford and afterwards at Cambridge, where he was placed at the head of the Franciscan convent. As head of the order in England, he was succeeded, circa 1275, by John Peckham, who had studied at Paris under Bonaventura, had joined the Franciscans at Oxford, and was Archbishop of Canterbury from 1279 to 1292. At Oxford, a number of grammatical, logical, philosophical, and theological doctrines taught by the Dominicans, and already condemned by the Dominican Archbishop Robert Kilwarby, 1276, a master of arts of Paris, famous as a commentator on Priscian, were condemned once more by the Franciscan Archbishop Peckham, 1284. Thomas Aquinas had held, with Aristotle, that the individualizing principle was not form but matter, an opinion which was regarded as inconsistent with the medieval theory of the future state. This opinion, disapproved by Kilwarby, was attacked in 1284 by William de la Mare, probably an Englishman, possibly an Oxonian, certainly a Franciscan. Both of them may have owed something to Roger Bacon. They were certainly among the precursors of the type of realism represented by Duns Scotus, the Doctor Subtilis. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. English Scholars of Paris and Franciscans of Oxford, Part 4, by J.W. Sandys. John Duns Scotus was a Franciscan in Oxford in 1300. There is no satisfactory evidence as to the place of his birth. A note in a catalogue at Assisi, 1381, simply describes him as de provincia Hiberniae. At Oxford he lectured on the sentences. Late in 1304 he was called to incept as D.D. in Paris, where he probably taught until 1307. Among the scholars from Oxford who attended his lectures was John Cannon, flourished 1329, a commentator on Peter Lombard and on Aristotle's Physics. Duns Scotus died in 1308 at Cologne, where his tomb in the Franciscan church bears the inscription Scotia me genuit, Anglia me suscepit, Gallia me doctuit, Colonia me tenet. The works ascribed to his pen fill 12-folio volumes in the edition printed at Lyon in 1639. At Oxford, Paris, and Cologne, he constantly opposed the teaching of Thomas Aquinas, thus founding the philosophical and theological school of the Scotists. but he was stronger in the criticism of the opinions of others than in the construction of a system of his own. While the aim of Aquinas is to bring faith into harmony with reason, Duns Scotus has less confidence in the power of reason. He accordingly enlarges the number of doctrines already recognized as capable of being apprehended by faith alone. In the philosophy, his devotion to Aristotle is less exclusive than that of Aquinas, and he adopts many Platonic and Neoplatonic conceptions. All created things, he holds, have, besides their form, some species of matter. Not matter, but form, is the individualizing principle. The generic and specific characters are modified by the individual peculiarity, by the haexietas, or thisness of the thing. The universal essence is distinct from the individual peculiarity, but does not exist apart from it. With the great Dominicans, Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas, the Franciscan Duns Scotus agrees in assuming a threefold existence of the universal. It is before all things, as form in the divine mind, in things, as their essence, quidditas, and after things, as the concept formed by mental abstraction. He claims for the individual a real existence, and he accordingly condemns nominalism. But even in the ranks of the realists, the extravagant realism of Duns Scotus was followed by a reaction led by Wycliffe, who, for England at least, is at once the last of the schoolmen and the first of the reformers. Later reformers, such as Tyndale, 1530, were joined by the humanists in opposing the subtleties of Scotus. The influence of scholasticism in England ended with 1535, when the idol of the schools was dragged from his pedestal at Oxford and Cambridge, and when one of Thomas Cromwell's commissioners wrote to his master from Oxford, "We have set Duns in Bocardo, and have utterly banished him Oxford forever, with all his blind glosses. At New College we found all the great Quadrant Court full of the leaves of Duns, and the wind blowing them into every corner." The teaching of Thomas Aquinas was opposed not only by the Franciscan realist Duns Scotus, but also by another Franciscan, the great nominalist William of Ockham. Born circa 1280 in the little village of that name in Surrey, he became a B.D. of Oxford, and incepted as D.D. in Paris, where he had a strong influence over the opponent of the papacy, Marsilio of Padua. He was probably present at the chapter of Perugia, 1322, and he certainly took a prominent part in the struggle against Pope John the 22nd. He was imprisoned at Avignon for 17 weeks in 1327, but escaped to Italy and joined the Emperor Louis of Bavaria in 1328, accompanying him in 1330 to Bavaria, where he stayed for the greater part of the remainder of his life, as an inmate of the Franciscan convent at Munich. Died 1349. He was known to fame as the Invincible Doctor. The philosophical and theological writings of his earlier career included commentaries on the logical treatises of Aristotle and Porphyry, a treatise on logic, the Caius College manuscript of which concludes with a rude portrait of the author, as well as Questiones on the physics of Aristotle and on the sentences of Peter Lombard. The first book of his Questions on the latter having been probably completed before he left Oxford. In the edition of 1495, his work on the sentences is followed by his Centilogium Theologicum. The political writings of the last 18 years of his life include the Opus Nonaginta Dierum, circa 1330-3, and the dialogue between the master and the disciple on the power of the emperor and the pope, 1333-43. The philosophical school which he founded is nearly indifferent to the doctrines of the Church, but does not deny the Church's authority. While Scotus had reduced the number of doctrines demonstrable by pure reason, Ockham declared that such doctrines only existed as articles of faith. He opposes the real existence of universals, founding his negation of realism on his favorite principle that entities must not be unnecessarily multiplied. Realism, which had been shaken, more than 2 centuries before, by Roscellinus, was, to all appearance, shattered by William of Ockham, who is the last of the great schoolmen. An intermediate position between the realism of Duns Scotus and the nominalism of William of Ockham was assumed by a pupil of the former and a fellow student of the latter named Walter Burley, who studied at Paris and taught at Oxford. He was the first in modern times who attempted to write a history of ancient philosophy. He knew no Greek, but he nevertheless wrote 130 treatises on Aristotle alone, dedicating his commentary on the ethics and politics to Richard of Bury. Among the opponents of the mendicant orders at Oxford about 1321 was a scholar of Paris and Oxford and a precursor of Wycliffe named John Baconthorpe, died 1346, a man of exceedingly diminutive stature, who is known as the Resolute Doctor and as the great glory of the Carmelites. A voluminous writer of theological and scholastic treatises, including commentaries on Aristotle, he was long regarded as the prince of the Averroists, and nearly 3 centuries after his death his works were still studied in Padua. Scholasticism survived in the person of Thomas Bradwardine, who was consecrated Archbishop of Canterbury shortly before his death in 1349. Educated at Merton College, Oxford, he expanded his college lectures on theology into a treatise that gained him the title of Doctor Profundus. He is respectfully mentioned by Chaucer in company with St. Augustine and Boethius. But I ne can not bulte it to the bren, as can the holy Doctor Augustine, or Boese, or the Bishop of Bradwardine. In the favourable opinion of his editor, Sir Henry Savile, 1618, he derived his philosophy from Aristotle and Plato. His pages abound with quotations from Seneca, Ptolemy, Boethius, and Cassiodorus, but there is reason to believe that all his learning was gleaned from the library of his friend Richard of Bury, to whom he was chaplain in 1335. Richard of Bury was the son of Sir Richard Ongerville. Born within sight of the Benedictine abbey of Bury St. Edmunds, he is sometimes said to have subsequently entered the Benedictine convent at Durham. In the meantime, he had certainly distinguished himself in philosophy and theology at Oxford. From his academic studies, he was called to be the tutor to Prince Edward, the future King Edward III. The literary interests with which he inspired the prince may well have led to Edward's patronage of Chaucer and of Froissart. In 1330 and 1333 he was sent as envoy to the Pope at Avignon, and it was in recognition of these diplomatic services that he was made Dean of Wells and Bishop of Durham. He lives in literature as the author of the Philobiblon, which was completed on his 58th birthday, 24th of January, 1345, and in the same year, on 14th of April, at his manor of Auckland, Dominus Ricardus de Bury migravit ad Dominum. In 7 of the 35 manuscripts of the Philobiblon it is ascribed to Robert Holcott the Dominican, died 1349, but the evidence is inconclusive, and the style of Holcott's Moralitates is different from that of the Philobiblon. Holcott, who was one of the bishop's chaplains, may well have acted as his amanuensis during the last year of his life, and have thus been wrongly credited with having composed or compiled the work. The distinctly autobiographical character of the volume is in favour of its having been written by Richard of Bury himself. The author of the Philobiblon is more of a bibliophile than a scholar. He has only the slightest knowledge of Greek, but he is fully conscious of the debt of the language of Rome to that of Greece, and he longs to remedy the prevailing ignorance by supplying students with grammars of Greek as well as Hebrew. His library is not limited to works on theology. He places liberal studies above the study of law, and sanctions the reading of the poets. His love of letters breathes in every page of his works. He prefers manuscripts to money, and even slender pamphlets to pampered palfreys. He confesses with a charming candour, "We are reported to burn with such a desire for books, and especially old ones, that it was more easy for any man to gain our favour by means of books than by means of money. But justice," he hastens to assure us, suffered no detriment. In inditing this passage, he doubtless remembered that an abbot of St. Albans once ingratiated himself with the future Bishop of Durham by presenting him with 4 volumes from the Abbey Library, besides selling him 30 volumes from the same collection, including a large folio manuscript of the works of John of Salisbury, which is now in the British Museum. In the old monastic libraries, Richard of Bury, like Boccaccio at Monte Cassino, not unfrequently lighted on manuscripts lying in a wretched state of neglect, murium foetibus cooperti et vermium morsibus terebrati. But in those of the new mendicant orders he often found heaped up, amid the utmost poverty, the utmost riches of wisdom. He looks back with regret on the ages when the monks used to copy manuscripts between the hours of prayer. He also presents us with a vivid picture of his own eagerness in collecting books with the aid of the Stazionarii and Librarii of France, Germany, and Italy. For some of his purchases he sends to Rome, while he dwells with rapture on his visits to Paris, the paradise of the world, where the days seemed ever few for the greatness of our love. There are the delightful libraries, more aromatic than stores of spicery. There the verdant pleasure gardens of all varieties of volumes. He adds that, in his own manners, he always employed a large number of copyists, as well as binders and illuminators, and he pays an eloquent tribute to his beloved books. Truth, that triumphs over all things, seems to endure more usefully and to fructify with greater profit in books. The meaning of the voice perishes with the sound. Truth latent in the mind is only a hidden wisdom, a buried treasure, but truth that shines forth from books is eager to manifest itself to all our senses. It commends itself to the sight when it is read, to the hearing when it is heard, and even to the touch when it suffers itself to be transcribed, bound, corrected, and preserved. What pleasantness of teaching there is in books, how easy, how secret! How safely and how frankly do we disclose to books our human poverty of mind. They are masters who instruct us without rod or ferule. If you approach them, they are not asleep. If you inquire of them, they do not withdraw themselves. They never chide when you make mistakes. They never laugh if you are ignorant. Towards the close, he confides to us the fact that he had long cherished the fixed resolve of founding in perpetual charity a hall in the revered University of Oxford, the chief nursing mother of all liberal arts, and of endowing it with the necessary revenues for the maintenance of a number of scholars, and moreover to furnish the hall with the treasures of our books. He gives rules for the management of the library, rules founded in part on those adopted in Paris for the library of the Sorbonne. He contemplated the permanent endowment of the Benedictine house of Durham College in the University of Oxford, and bequeathed to that college the precious volumes he had collected at Bishop Auckland. The ancient monastic house was dissolved, and Trinity College rose on its ruins, but the library built to contain the bishop's books still remains, though the books are lost, and even the catalogue has vanished. His tomb in Durham Cathedral, marked by a fair marble stone, whereon his own image was most curiously and artificially engraven in brass, has been unfortunately destroyed. But he lives in literature as the author of the Philobiblon, his sole surviving memorial. One who was inspired with the same love of books has justly said of the author, "His fame will never die." Like the early humanists of Italy, he was one of the new literary fraternity of Europe, men who foresaw the possibilities of learning and were eager to encourage it. On the first of his missions to the Pope at Avignon, he had met Petrarch, who describes him as vir ardentis ingenii, nec literarum inscius. He adds that he had absolutely failed to interest the Englishmen in determining the site of the ancient Thule. But they were kindred spirits at heart. For in the same vein as Richard of Bury, Petrarch tells his brother that he cannot be sated with books, that in comparison with books, even gold and silver, gems and purple, marble halls and richly caparisoned steeds, only afford a superficial delight. And finally he urges that brother to find trusty men to search for manuscripts in Italy, even as he himself had sent like messages to his friends in Spain and France and England. In the course of this brief survey, we have noticed, during the early part of the 12th century, the revival of intellectual interests in the age of Abélard, which resulted in the birth of the University of Paris. We have watched the first faint traces of the spirit of humanism in the days when John of Salisbury was studying Latin literature in the classic calm of Chartres. 2 centuries later, Richard of Bury marks for England the time of transition between the scholastic era and the revival of learning. The Oxford of his day was still the beautiful city, spreading her gardens to the moonlight, and whispering from her towers the last enchantments of the Middle Age. Then flashed a yellow gleam across the world. Few, if any, in our western islands thought to themselves, "The sun is rising," though in another land, the land of Petrarch, moonlight had already faded away. The sun had risen. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Early Transition English, Part 1, by J.W.H. Atkins. The description which suggests itself for the century from 1150 to 1250, so far as native literature is concerned, is that of the early transition period. It marks the first great advance from the old to the new, though another period of progress was necessary to bring about in its fullness the dawn of literary English. The changes of the period were many and far-reaching. In politics and social affairs, we see a gradual welding together of the various elements of the nation, accompanied by a slow evolution of the idea of individual liberty. In linguistic matters, we find not only profit and loss in details of the vocabulary, together with the innovation in the direction of a simpler syntax, but also a modification of actual pronunciation, the effect of the work of 2 centuries on Old English speech sounds. In scribal methods, again, a transition is visible. Manuscripts were no longer written in the Celtic characters of pre-Conquest times, but in the modification of the Latin alphabet practiced by French scribes. And these changes find their counterpart in literary history, in changes of material, changes of form, changes of literary temper. Anselm and his school had displayed to English writers a new realm of theological writings. Anglo-Norman secular littérateurs had further enlarged the field for literary adventurers, and since the tentative efforts resulting from these innovations took, for the most part, the form of their models, radical changes in verse form soon became palpable. The literary temper began to betray signs of a desire for freedom. Earlier limitations were no longer capable of satisfying the new impulses. Legend and romance led on the imagination. The motives of love and mysticism began lightly touching the literary work of the time to finer issues. And such was the advance in artistic ideals, especially during the latter part of the period, that it may fairly be regarded as a fresh illustration of the saying of Ruskin that "the root of all art is struck in the 13th century." The first half of the period, 1150 to 1200, may be roughly described as a stage of timid experiment; the second half, 1200 to 1250, as one of experiment still, but of a bolder and less uncertain kind. But before dealing with such literary material as survives, a word may be said as to the submerged section of popular poetry. It is true that little can be said definitely concerning this popular verse, though Layamon refers to the making of folk songs, and both William of Malmesbury and Henry of Huntingdon mention some with which their age was familiar. The ancient epic material must certainly, however, have lived on. Such things as the legends of Wieland and Offa, the story of Wade and his boat Gingolo, must long have been cherished by the people at large. This period was also the seed time of some of the later Middle English sagas. The stories of Horn and Havelock were silently changing their Danish coloring and drawing new life from English soil. The traditions of Guy of Warwick and Bevis of Hampton were becoming something more than local. The ancient figure of Woden was being slowly metamorphosed into the attractive Robin Hood. It was, in short, the rough-hewing stage of later monuments. With regard to the actual literary remains of the earlier period, a rough division may be made on the basis of the main influences, native and foreign, visible in those works. The Here prophecy, circa 1190, scarcely falls within the range of a literary survey, though it is interesting from both linguistic and historical standpoints. Among those works primarily reminiscent of earlier times, the Old English homilies are naturally prominent. Some of them are merely 12th century transcriptions of the work of Alfred. In others, foreign influences are seen. But even then the mold into which the material is run is the same. The earlier method of conveying religious instruction to English parishioners by means of the homily is still retained. The proverbs of Alfred are also strongly reminiscent of earlier native tradition embodied not only in the Old English gnomic verses, but also in the proverb dialogues of Solomon and Markov, Adrianus and Rhetias, and in the sententious utterances in which Old English writers so frequently indulged. This Middle English collection of proverbs is preserved in 3 manuscripts of the 13th century, but these versions are obviously recensions of an earlier form, dating from the second half of the preceding century. The actual connection of the proverbs with Alfred himself must be accepted with some reserve. His fame as a proverb maker is implied in the later Owl and Nightingale, and is even more explicitly maintained elsewhere. Eluredus in proverbiis ita enituit, ut nemo post illum amplius. But no collection of Alfredian proverbs is known to have existed in Old English, and since some of the sayings occur in the later collection known by the name of Hending, it may well have been that the use of the West Saxon king's name in this collection was nothing more than a patriotic device for adding to popular sayings the authority of a great name. It is noteworthy that the matter of the proverbs is curiously mixed. There is, first, the shrewd philosophy of popular origin. Then there are religious elements. Christ's will is to be followed. The soldier must fight that the church may have rest, while monastic scorn possibly lurks in the sections which deal with woman and marriage. And thirdly, there are utterances similar to those in Old English didactic works like A Father's Instruction, where definite precepts as to conduct are laid down. Footnote: e.g., if thou dost harbor sorrow, let not thine arrow know it. Whisper it but to thy saddle-bow, and ride abroad with song. End of footnote. The metrical form of the proverbs is no less interesting. The verse is of the earlier alliterative type, but it shows precisely the same symptoms of change as that of certain 10th and 11th century poems. The caesura is preserved, but the long line is broken in two. The laws of purely alliterative verse were no longer followed. An attempt is rather made to place words in the order of thought. There are occasional appearances of the leonine rhyme and assonance, characteristic of 10th and 11th century work, but at best the structure is irregular. In section 22 an attempt has apparently been made, possibly by a later scribe, to smooth out irregularities and to approximate the short couplet in rhyme and rhythm. The reforming hand of the adapter, as in other Middle English poems, is also seen elsewhere. But these details apart, the work belongs entirely in both form and spirit to the earlier period. Alongside these survivals of an earlier day, there were not wanting signs of a new regime. In the Canute Song, circa 1167, for instance, can be seen the popular verse striving in the direction of foreign style. The song is of rude workmanship, but the effect aimed at is not an alliterative one. Rhyme and assonance are present, and the line, as compared with earlier examples, will be seen to reveal definite attempts at hammering out a regular rhythm. In the Cantus Beati Godrici, before 1170, is visible a similar groping after the new style. The matter dealt with is interesting as anticipating, in some sort, the virgin cult of the early 13th century. The writer, Godrich, was an Englishman who, first a merchant, became subsequently a recluse, connected with Carlyle, and latterly with Durham. 3 small fragmentary poems have been handed down connected with his name, one of them, it is alleged, having been committed to him by the Virgin Mary as he knelt before the altar. The fragment beginning Sainte Marie Virgine is the best of the 3. The rhythm, the rhymes, and also the strophic form were clearly suggested by Latin verse, but the diction is almost entirely of native origin. In Pater Noster, a work which appeared about the same date, or later, in the south, may be seen a definite advance in carrying out the new artistic notions. It is a poem of some 300 lines, embodying a lengthy paraphrase of the Lord's Prayer, each sentence of the prayer affording a text for homiletic treatment. The work is notable as being the earliest example of the consistent use of the short rhyming couplet in English. The underlying influence is clearly that of some French or Latin model. The diction is native, but it is used with Latin simplicity. The lack of verbal ornament marks a striking departure from the earlier English manner. By far the most important and interesting work of this period, however, is the Poema Morale. It is interesting in itself, interesting also in the influence it exercised upon later writers, and its popularity is fairly established by the 7 manuscripts which survive, though it might also be added that the most recently discovered of these copies, being apparently due to a different original from that of the others, affords additional proof that the work was widely known. The writer opens his sermon poem in a subjective vein. He laments his years, his ill-spent life, and exhorts his readers to pass their days wisely. He alludes to the terrors of the Last Judgment. Hell is depicted in all the colors of the medieval fancy, and the joys of heaven are touched with corresponding charm. And so the reader is alternately intimidated and allured into keeping the narrow way. All this, of course, is well-worn material. The Old English work Bedomesdae had handled a similar theme. The terrors and glories of the hereafter had inspired many earlier English pens, and the poet, in fact, specifically states that part of his descriptions were drawn from books. Cf. line 224. But his treatment of the subject has much that is new. It shows real feeling, though there are also the usual conventionalities. The poem contains ripe wisdom and sage advice. If the description of hell is characteristically material, heaven, on the other hand, is spiritually conceived. The verse form is also interesting. Here, for the first time in English, is found the 14er line, the catalectic tetrameter of Latin poets. The iambic movement of that line is adapted with wonderful facility to the native word form, accent displacement is not abnormally frequent, and the lines run in couplets linked by end rhyme. The old heroic utterance is exchanged for the paler abstractions of the Latin schools, and the loss of color is heightened by the absence of metaphor with its suggestion of energy. A corresponding gain is, however, derived from the more natural order of words, and, in general, the merits of the poem are perhaps best recognized by comparing its workmanship with that of the songs of Godrich, and by noting the advances made upon Old English forms in the direction of later verse. Mention has already been made of the presence of foreign influences in certain of the 12th century homilies. Correspondences with the homiletic work of Radulfus Ardens of Aquitaine, circa 1100, and of Bernard of Clairvaux (1090 1153) point to the employment of late Latin originals. Certain quotations in these homilies are also taken from Horace and Ovid, an exceptional proceeding in Old English works, though common in writings of the 11th and 12th centuries. And thus the inference is clear that here Alfred is not the sole or even the main influence, but that this is rather supplied by those French writers whose religious works became known in England after the Conquest. The influence of the same Norman school of theology is, moreover, visible in the old Kentish sermons, 1150 to 1200. They are in reality translations of French texts, and signs of this origin are preserved in the diction employed, in the use of such words as apieride, couenable, and others. The latter half of the 12th century was a period of experiment and of conflicting elements. It was a stage necessarily unproductive, but of great importance notwithstanding in the work of development. Older native traditions lived on, but access had been obtained to continental learning, and while themes were being borrowed from Norman writers as a consequence of study of other French works, the rhyming couplet and the septenarius had by this time been adopted, and an alien system of versification based on the regular recurrence of accent seemed in a fair way of being assimilated. With the attainment of a certain amount of proficiency in the technique of the new style, the embargo on literary effort was, in some degree, removed, and the literature for the first half of the 13th century forthwith responded to contemporary influences. The age became once more articulate, and the four chief works of the time are eloquent witnesses of the impulses which were abroad. The Ormulum is representative of purely religious tradition, while the Ancrene Riole points to an increased interest in the religious life of women, and also in part to new mystical tendencies. Layamon's Brut, with his hoard of legendary fancy, is clearly the outcome of an impulse fresh to English soil, while the Owl and Nightingale is the herald of the love theme in England. It must be conceded, in the first place, that the general literary tone of the first half of the 13th century was determined by the prevailing power of the Church and the monastery. The intellectual atmosphere of England was mainly cleric, as opposed to the laic independence which existed across the Channel, and this difference is suggested by the respective traits of contemporary Gothic architecture in England and in France. From the 11th to the 13th centuries, the power of the Pope, so far as Western Europe was concerned, was at its height. National enthusiasms, aroused by the Crusades, played unconsciously into the papal hands, and during this time more than one pope deposed a ruling monarch and then disposed of his dominions. Theology was the main study at the newly founded universities of Paris and Oxford. It dominated all learning, and whereas the Church generally had attained the zenith of its power, its influence in England was visible in the strong personalities of Lanfranc and Anselm, while the religious revival under Henry I and the coming of the friars at a later date were ample evidence of the spirit of devotion which was abroad. But literature was not destined to remain a religious monotone. Other and subtler influences were to modify its character. The 12th century Renaissance was a period of popular awakening, and the vigorous young nations found scope for their activities in attempting to cast off the fetters which had bound them in the past. As the imperial power declined, individual countries wrested their freedom, and in England, by 1215, clear ideas had been formulated as to the rights of the individual citizens. This groping for political freedom found its intellectual counterpart in France not only in the appearance of secular littérateurs, but also in that school of laic architects which proceeded to modify French Gothic style. In England it appeared in a deliberate tendency to reject the religious themes which had been all but compulsory, and to revert to that which was elemental in man. Fancy, in the shape of legend, was among these ineradicable elements, long despised by erudition and condemned by religion, and it was because the Arthurian legend offered satisfaction to some of the inmost cravings of the human heart, while it led the way to loftier ideals, that, when revealed, it succeeded in coloring much of the subsequent literature. The Brut of Layamon is, therefore, a silent witness to a literary revolt in which the claims of legend and fancy were advanced anew for recognition in a field where religion had held the monopoly. And this spirit of revolt was further reinforced by the general assertion of another side of elemental man, viz., that connected with the passion of love. France in the 11th and 12th centuries had been swept by a wave of popular love poetry, which brought in its wake the music of the troubadours. Germany in the 12th century produced the Minnesingers. The contemporary poets of Italy were also love poets, and at a slightly later date Portugal, too, possessed many of the kind. This general inspiration, originating in France and passing over the frontiers on the lips of the troubadours, for in each country the original form of the popular poetry was one and the same, was destined to touch English soil soon after 1200. Though it failed for some time to secularize English poetry, it imparted a note of passion to much of the religious work, and further, in the Owl and Nightingale, religious traditions were boldly confronted with new-born ideas, and the case for love was established beyond all dispute. The religious writings of the time may be divided into 4 sections, according to the aims which they severally have in view. The purport of the first is to teach biblical history, the second to exhort to holier living, the third is connected with the religious life of women, and the last with the virgin cult and mysticism. Of the several attempts at scriptural exposition, the Ormulum is the most considerable. The power of literary appeal displayed in this work is, intrinsically, of the smallest. Its matter is not attractive, its movement is prodigiously monotonous, its very correctness is tiresome, and yet it has an interest of its own, for, in its way, it helps to fill in the details of the literary picture of the time. It was probably written in the first decade of the 13th century in the northeast Midlands. Its author, Orm, was a member of an Augustine monastery in that district, and in response to the wishes of his brother Walter, he undertook to turn into English paraphrases all the Gospels for the ecclesiastical year as arranged in the Mass book, and to add to each paraphrase an exposition for English readers. The work, as projected, entailed the treatment of 243 passages of Scripture. The result, as extant, embodies only 1/8 of the plan, 30 paraphrases with the corresponding homilies. In his translation of the scriptural text, Orm faithfully followed his original. For the matter of the homiletic sections, he drew mainly on the commentaries and homilies of Bede, though occasionally he appears to have consulted the homiletic work of Gregory, as well as the writings of Josephus and Isidore. It has been usual to point to the works of Augustine and Alfred as among the sources, but definite reasons have been advanced for discountenancing this view. Traces of originality on the part of Orm are few and far between. Encouraged by the spirit of his originals, he occasionally essays short flights of fancy, and instances of such ventures possibly occur in lines 3710, 8019, 9390. In a work so entirely dependent on earlier material, it is not strange to find that the theology was already out of date. Orm is orthodox, but it is the orthodoxy of Bede. Of later developments, such as the 13th century mysticism, he has not a sign. He combats heresies such as the Ebionite, line 18,577, and the Sabellian, line 18,625, which had disturbed the days of Bede, but had since been laid to rest. In his introduction appear Augustinian ideas concerning original sin, but of the propitiation theory as set forth by Anselm there is no mention. His dogma and his erudition are alike pre-Conquest, and in this sense Orm may be said to stand outside his age, and to represent merely a continuation of Old English thought. Again, he is only following the methods of the earlier schools in his allegorical interpretation. He is amazingly subtle and frequently puerile in the vast significance which he gives to individual words, even to individual letters. Personal names and place names furnish him with texts for small sermons, and the frequently indulged desire to extract hidden meanings from the most unpromising material leads to such an accumulation of strained conceits as would have made the work a veritable gold mine for 17th-century intellect. Most illuminating as to this fanciful treatment is his handling of the name of Jesus, line 4302. Of the human and personal element the work contains but little. The simple modesty of the author's nature is revealed when he fears his limitations and his inadequacy for the task. Otherwise the passionless temperament of the monk is felt in every line, as the work ambles along innocent of all poetic exaltation, and given over completely to pious moralizings. He shows a great regard for scholarly exactitude, but this in excess becomes mere pedantry, and indeed his scruples often cause him to linger needlessly over trifles in the text, and to indulge in aimless repetitions which prove exhausting. As a monument of industry, the work is beyond all praise. Its peculiar orthography, carefully sustained through 10,000 long lines, is the joy of the philologist, though aesthetically it is open to grave objection. By his method of doubling every consonant immediately following a short vowel, Orm furnishes most valuable evidence regarding vowel length at a critical period of the language. It is doubtful whether he was well advised in choosing verse of any kind as the form of his ponderous work, but it must, at least, be conceded that the verse which he did adopt, the iambic septenarius, was not the least suitable for the purpose he had in view. It was the simplest of Latin metres, and Orm's mechanical handling certainly evolves no great complexities. He allows himself no licenses. The line invariably consists of 15 syllables, and is devoid of either rhyming or alliterative ornament. The former might possibly, in the author's opinion, have tended to detract from the severity of the theme. The latter must have appeared too vigorous for the tone desired. Except for his versification, Orm, as compared with Old English writers, appears to have forgotten nothing, to have learned nothing. Equally blind to the uses of Romance vocabulary, and conservative in thought, Orm is but a relic of the past, in an age fast hurrying on to new forms and new ideas. Other attempts at teaching biblical history are to be found in the Genesis and Exodus poems, and in the shorter poems called The Passion of Our Lord and The Woman of Samaria. In the Genesis and Exodus poems may be seen a renewal of the earlier method of telling Bible stories in Londe Specie and Wolde Smale. They are probably by one and the same author, who wrote about 1250 in the southeastern Midlands. Their theme comprises Israelitish history down to the death of Moses, but the poet did not write from the biblical text. His work is founded almost wholly on the Historia Scholastica of Petrus Comestor, although the first 600 lines appear to be drawn from some other source, while in lines 78 and following a reminiscence of Philip the Town's Compute is found. The poet's aim is to tell a plain story, and it is the simple human items upon which he concentrates. He avoids all show of moralizing, and consistently passes by the quotations with which his original was abundantly fortified. In each the earlier epic style has given way to the more businesslike methods of the rhyming chronicle, and both works are written in a short rhyming couplet of excellent workmanship. They are of considerable importance in the history of English prosody, since in them the principles upon which that prosody is based clearly emerge. The line is based upon feet rather than accents, and studied variations in the arrangement of the feet produce melody of inconceivable variety in the accentual system with its unlicensed particles. The other two poems deal with New Testament history. The Passion is a sketch of the life of Christ, with details added concerning the later persecutions under Nero and Domitian. It is, confessedly, a set-off to current narratives of Charlemagne and the Usurper. The Woman of Samaria deals with the episode of Christ's meeting with the woman at the well, and, as in the previous poem, the suitable septenarius is employed. The corresponding section of hortatory writings is of mixed character. It comprises both verse and prose, and its effects are produced in diverse manners. Sometimes it is by satire, in which prevailing vices are specifically arraigned, elsewhere by stock devices for terrifying evil-doers, or again the method may be the less aggressive one of allegorical teaching. All these writings have but one aim, that of inculcating holier living. Beginning with the satires, we have in Von Holy Kirche is under water, a short poem in septenars, in which the evils of simony within the church and the general hatred of the church without are lamented. Sinners Beware, a more ambitious effort in 6-line stanzas, AAB, is directed against the age generally, though worldly priests, a rapacious soldiery, cheating chapmen, and haughty ladies are the types directly aimed at. And again, in a Lutel Sauce sermon, a poem in septenars, bad brewers and bakers, priests' wives, and illicit lovers, like Malkin and Jenkin, are railed against. While thus assailing the vices of certain types and classes, the writers frequently follow up their indictment with the argument of terror, after the fashion of the Poema Morale. Material for thundering of this sort lay ready to hand in medieval compositions connected with the subjects of doomsday, death, and hell, such as the Old English Bedomesdae, the address of the soul to the body, and the vision of St. Paul. In the poem called Doomsday, and in the work on Serving Christ, the first of these themes is logically pursued. The clearest use of the address motive appears in the poem Death, the sequence of ideas observed in the address being here preserved, while in addition the theme is slightly developed. Other reminiscences of the same motive also appear in the fragmentary Signs of Death and in Sinners Beware, lines 331 and following. Of the vision of St. Paul, traces are clearly seen in the 11 Pains of Hell. The depicting of hell was a favorite medieval exercise, and the vision is found in several languages. The archangel Michael is represented as conducting St. Paul into the gloomy abode, and Dante's journey under Virgil's guidance is merely a variation of this theme. The vision can be traced in the 12th century homily In Diebus Dominicis, where Sabbath breakers are warned. In the 11 Pains of Hell, a poem in rhyming couplets, the treatment is modified by the addition of the popular address element. A lost soul describes the place of torment for St. Paul's benefit, whereas in The Vision the description proceeds from the apostle himself. Besides satire and arguments of terror, allegory was employed for the same didactic end, notably in the Bestiary, Anbispel, a parable, and Soulless Worde, each of which was based on a Latin original. The Bestiary is founded on the Latin Physiologus of one Ted Baldus, though earlier specimens had appeared in Old English and Anglo-French. Of the 13 animals dealt with, 12 are taken from the work of Ted Baldus, the section relating to the dove from Neckham's De Naturis Rerum, 156. The method of teaching is venerable but effective. The habits of animals are made to symbolize spiritual truth. The work does not, however, represent much originality, though the metrical form is a blending of old and new. Its 6-syllable couplet is derived either from the Latin hexameters of the original or from Philip the Town's couplet, with which it is identical. But the treatment is far from regular. Alliteration, rhyme, and assonance are promiscuously used, and syllabic equivalence is but imperfectly apprehended. Occasionally delightful movements are obtained, such as exist in Al is man, so ist his elm, wulde je nu listen, all din hiese sinne stellen, or he becometh Christen. Antus he neveth him this man, dan he niemeth to kirke, or he it bedenken kan, hiese egen wären mirke. But the whole seems to point to artistic inconsistencies rather than whimsical handling, though the work is interesting as showing English verse in the process of making. The second work, An Bispel, is a free translation of Anselm's De similitudine inter Deum et quem libet regem suos judicantem. This prose parable relates and explains God's dealings with mankind under the simile of a feast held by a king, to which are invited, by means of 5 messengers, both friend and foe. The English adapter adds certain details, notably the incident of the 5 messengers, who are intended to represent the 5 codes of law. The Soulless Worlde, a more pretentious allegory of much the same date, is based upon a Latin prose work of Hugo de Saint-Victor, the elements of which were suggested by St. Matthew 24:43. Wit, judgment, is lord of a castle, the soul of man. His wife, will, is capricious, and the servants, the 5 senses, are hard to govern. He therefore needs the assistance of his 4 daughters, the 4 cardinal virtues, prudence, strength, temperance, and righteousness. But the good behavior of his household is ultimately assured by the appearance of 2 messengers, Fear, messenger of death, who paints the terrors of hell, and Love of life, who describes the joys of heaven. The writer shows some originality in his treatment, and the allegory in his hands becomes rather more coherent and convincing. His characters are more developed, and certain dramatic touches are added here and there. The same motive appears in a short contemporaneous poem called Will and Wit. Other didactic methods which call for brief mention are those in which the joys of heaven are persuasively described, as for instance in the poems Long Life and The Duty of Christians, or in which the dialogue form is used for the first time, as in Vices and Virtues, circa 1200. A soul's confession of its sins, with reason's description of the virtues. The third section of the religious writings of this period is wholly concerned with the religious life of women. The 12th century, the golden age of monasticism, witnessed also an increased sympathy with convent life, and this is evident not only from the letters of Aelred, but also from the increasing frequency with which legacies were left to convent communities, and from the founding of such an order as that of St. Gilbert of Sempringham. Before the Conquest, religious women had been by no means a negligible quantity. The revival of interest in their cause, at this later date, was part of that impulse which had inspired, on the continent, the mystical writers St. Hildegard of Bingen, St. Elisabeth of Schönau, and the philanthropic zeal of the noble Hedwig. In the 13th century, the convent of Helfta in Saxony was the center of these tendencies, and though it cannot be said with certainty that England produced any women writers, yet the attention to practical religion and mystical thought, which had been the subjects of zeal abroad, are tolerably well represented in the writings for women in England. Harley Maidenhead and the Lives of the Saints are connected with this movement by the incitement they furnish to convent life. The former, an alliterative prose homily, is based on the text of Psalm 45:10, but the methods of the writer are entirely wanting in that gentle grace and persuasion which are found elsewhere. He sets forth his arguments in a coarse, repellent manner. Where others dwell on the beauty of cloistered affection, he derides rather gracelessly the troubles of the married state. And if these troubles are related with something like humour, it is of a grim kind, and easily slides into odious invective. Maidenly ideals are exalted in more becoming fashion in the Lives of the Saints, which appeared about the same date. They consist of 3 rhythmical alliterative prose lives of St. Margaret, St. Catherine, and St. Juliana, based on Latin originals. Saintly legends had revived in England in the early 13th century, and were already taking the place of the homily in the services of the Church. With the later multiplying of themes, a distinct falling off in point of style became visible. Of the 3 lives, that of St. Catherine is in some respects the most attractive. As compared with its original, the character of the saint becomes somewhat softened and refined in the English version. She has lost something of that impulsiveness, that hardy, revengeful spirit which earlier writers had regarded as not inconsistent with the Christian profession. The English adapter also shows some idea of the art of story-telling in removing certain superfluous details. But in all 3 works sufficient horrors remain to perpetuate the terrors of an earlier age, and in general the saintly heroines are more remarkable for stern, undaunted courage of the Judith type than for the milder charms of later ideals. Their aim, however, is clear: to glorify the idea of the virgin life. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Early Transition English, Part 2. By J.W.H. Atkins. Besides these, there are certain works in which definite instruction as to the secluded life is given for the guidance of those who had already entered upon that career. Early in the 13th century, the Latin Rule of St. Bennet, 516, was adapted for the nuns of Windney. The version is clearly based on some masculine text, for occasional masculine forms are inadvertently retained in the feminine version. A chapter is also added concerning the priests admitted to a convent. 62. The aim of the Ancren Riule, Anchoress's Rule, is of a similar kind, but this is a work which, owing to its greater originality, its personal charm, and its complete sympathy with all that was good in contemporary literature, stands apart by itself as the greatest prose work of the time, and as one of the most interesting of the whole Middle English period. It may, in the first place, be assumed that the English version is the original one, though French and Latin forms are found, and that it appeared in the south of England in the first quarter of the century. The question of authorship is still unsolved. Richard Poore, Bishop of Salisbury, 1217-29, and founder of its cathedral, is credited with it, and Tarrant in Dorsetshire is regarded as the site of the anchor-hold. The aim of the work is to provide ghostly counsel for 3 anchoresses, i.e., religious women, who after a period of training within a nunnery dedicated themselves to a secluded life outside. These recluses often lived in a slight dwelling attached to a church, and such may have been the conditions of these 3 pious sisters. The work incidentally throws much light upon the life within an anchor-hold, upon the duties of the inmates, the out-sisters and maids, and their sundry difficulties, whether of a business, domestic, or spiritual kind. The admonition imparted was not without precedent. As early as 709, Altham, in his De Laudibus Virginitatis, had depicted the glories of the celibate life, and about 1131-61 a letter, De Vita Eremitica, was written by Aelred of Rievaulx to his sister, dealing with similar matters. Since this latter work is quoted in the Ancren Riule, while the general arrangement of both is the same, there can be little doubt of a certain degree of indebtedness. The treatise opens with a preface which summarizes the contents. Sections 1 and 8 refer to external matters, to religious ceremonies and domestic affairs. Sections 2 to 7 to the inward life. The work has much that is medieval commonplace, an abundance of well-digested learning, borrowings from Anselm and Augustine, Bernard and Gregory, and illustrations which reveal a considerable acquaintance with animal and plant lore. The author also betrays those learned tendencies which gloried in subtle distinctions. There is the ancient delight in allegorical teaching. Biblical names are made to reveal hidden truths. A play upon words can suggest a precept. And alongside of all this, which is severely pedantic, there is much that is quaint and picturesque. Traces are not wanting of a vein of mysticism. Courtly motives occasionally receive a spiritual adaptation, and here and there are touches of those romantic conceptions which were elsewhere engaged in softening the severity of religious verse. The writer then is possessed of the learning of the age, its methods of teaching, its mystical and romantic tendencies. And yet these facts are far from altogether explaining the charm of the work, its power of appeal to modern readers. The charm lies rather in the writer's individuality, in his gentle refinement and lovable nature. The keynote of the whole work seems to be struck in that part of the preface where the sisters, belonging as they did to no order of nuns, are instructed to claim for themselves the order of St. James. The work is animated by the pure religion and undefiled of that apostle, and is instinct with lofty morality and infinite tenderness. The writer's instructions as to ceremonies and observances are broad-minded and reasonable. His remarks on love reveal the sweetness and light which dwelt in his soul. The prose style from the historical standpoint is of very great merit. The ancient fetters are not quite discarded. There is still constraint and a want of suppleness, but there are also signs that the limping gait is acquiring freedom. The style, moreover, is earnest, fresh, and touched with the charm of the sentiment it clothes. Above all, it is naive. The writer occasionally reaches the heart, while provoking a smile. Closely connected with this woman literature are those works which belong to the virgin cult, and those which are touched with erotic mysticism. This section is the outcome of those chivalrous ideals which had dawned in the 12th century, to soften the harshness of earlier heroics and to refine the relation between the sexes. These new ideals colored the atmosphere of court life, and the exaltation of woman in its courtly sense found a counterpart in the revived virgin cult, just as knightly wooing suggested the image of the wistful soul striving for union with the divine. This erotic mysticism, which was to appear again in Crashaw, Herbert, and Vaughan, was merely a phase of those allegorical tendencies of which Dante was the culmination. The pious soul, yearning for a closer walk with God, now expressed its longings in the language of earthly passion, just as earlier mystics had tried to interpret the divine nature by the use of more commonplace allegory. And this development was encouraged by the mysticism of Hugo de Saint-Victor, which influenced both Paris and Oxford, while elsewhere on the continent a school of nuns were producing works laden with passion and breathing an intense emotion. The virgin cult is represented in the first place by the prose love song of Owlivia, a fairly close translation of the poem Oratio ad Sanctam Mariam of Archbishop Marbot of Reims, 1035 to 1138, and by On God Oraison of Owlivia, a good orison of Our Lady, a poem in rhyming couplets for which no Latin original has yet been found, though it contains suggestions of the work of Anselm. Other examples of the kind are found in The 5 Joys of the Virgin, a poem in 8-line stanzas, a song to the Virgin, with Latin insertions, a prayer to Our Lady, a sinner's repentance in interesting 4-line stanzas, a prayer to the Virgin in similar form. Another side of the virgin cult is represented by the Middle English versions of the Compassio Mariae and the Assumptio Mariae, which appeared about the middle of the century. The former is a West Midland translation of a Latin hymn, and the work is artistically interesting as illustrating how metrical innovation was made. The 6-line strophe and the rhyming formula are taken over from the original, though this identity of form prevents a literal rendering. The treatment is otherwise not without originality. Alliterative ornament is added, and use is made of a popular piece of medieval fancy, namely the comparison of Christ's birth to a sunbeam passing through glass and leaving it unstained. Assumptio Mariae rests on a venerable legend of the Ascension of Mary. It is of Eastern origin, but is found in Latin, German, and French versions. The English version is written in short couplets, and appears to be of an eclectic kind. The episode of unbelieving Thomas is taken from a Latin version. Otherwise, the poem is strongly reminiscent of Wace's Vie de la Vierge Marie. Erotic mysticism is best represented by the Louveron of Thomas de Hales, a delightful lyric in 8-line stanzas, written in the earlier portion of the reign of Henry III, and probably before 1240, judging from the allusion in lines 97 following. The writer was a native of Hales, Gloucester, who after a career at Paris and Oxford attained considerable distinction as a scholar. The main theme of the work is the perfect love which abides with Christ, and the joy and peace of mystic union with him. The poem is full of lofty devotion and passionate yearning. Its deep seriousness is conveyed through a medium tender and refined, and it is, in short, one of the most attractive and impassioned works of the time, as the following extracts suggest. Mede her thu micht beholde, this worldes luve nis bute ores, and is beset so vele wolde, fikkel and wrakkel and wok and les. Theos sinus that her weren bolde, beoth agliden, so windes bless. Under molde he liggeth kolde, and followeth, so doth medewe gress. Where is Paris and Helene, that weren so bricht and faire on bleo, Amaras, Tristram, Antidene, Isoude, and alle theo. Hector with his sharpe mane, and Caesar, riche of worldes feo, heo beoth igliden ut of the reine, so the chef is of the Cleo. The 3 prose prayers, the Woong of Ure Lauret, on Love Song of Ure Lorde, and on Uraison of Ure Lorde, belong to the same category as the Louveron. They are written in alliterative prose, which aimed at obtaining the emphatic movement of Old English verse, and is most effective in recitation, though the absence of metrical rules brings about a looser structure. All 3 prayers consist of passionate entreaties for closer communion with Christ, and the personal feeling revealed in them illustrates the use of the love motive in the service of religion. But to interpret the love terminology literally, and to connect these prayers solely with the devotions of nuns, as one critic suggests, seems to involve a misapprehension of their tone, for it infuses into their being an earthliness quite out of keeping with their rarefied sentiment. Further, these works have some points in common, occasionally literal agreement with the Ancren Riole and Hali Maidenhead, but in all probability it is in the works of Anselm and Hugo de Saint-Victor that the sources must be sought, in which case all these English works are distinct and separate borrowings from the same Latin originals. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Early Transition English, Part 3, by J.W.H. Atkins. We come now to that section of the literature of the period which represents a revolt against established religious themes. It has been seen that religious writers occasionally made use of the motives of legend and love, and from this it might be inferred that these were the directions into which the general taste was inclining. At all events, These are the lines along which the literary revolt began to develop. Layamon, in the first instance, setting forth in the vernacular legendary material which came to hand. Layamon's Brut, written early in the 13th century, has come down in two manuscripts, A text and B text, belonging respectively to the first and second halves of the 13th century. The later version has numerous scribal alterations. There are many omissions of words and passages, the spelling is slightly modernized, rhyming variants are introduced, and foreign substitutes take the place of obsolescent native words. The author reveals his identity in the opening lines. He is Layamon, a priest of Ernley, Arley Regis, Worcester, on the right bank of the Severn, where he was wont to read books, i.e., the services of the church. Layamon's ambitious purpose was to tell the story of Britain from the time of the flood. He is, however, content to begin with the story of Troy and the arrival of Brutus, and to end with the death of Cadwaladr, 689 A.D. As regards his sources, he mentions the English Book of Bede, the Latin books of St. Albin and St. Austin, by which he probably meant the Latin version of Bede's Ecclesiastical History, and thirdly, the Brut of the French clerk Wace. Of the first two authorities, however, it is curious to note he makes not the slightest use. The account of Gregory and the English captives at Rome, lines 29,445 and following, which is often quoted in support of his indebtedness to Bede, in reality proves his entire independence, for glaring discrepancies occur between the respective narratives. Elsewhere in the Brut, Bede is directly contradicted, and, in fact, Layamon's assertion of indebtedness, as far as Bede is concerned, can be nothing more than a conventional recognition of a venerable work which dealt with a kindred subject. Convention, rather than fact, also lay behind his statement that he had consulted works in 3 different languages. His debt to Wace, however, is beyond all doubt. Innumerable details are common to both works, and moreover it is clear that it is Wace's work rather than Wace's original, Geoffrey of Monmouth's History of the Kings of Britain, that has been laid under contribution. In the first place, Wace and Layamon have certain details in common which are lacking in the work of Geoffrey. In the matter of omissions, Wace and Layamon frequently agree as opposed to Geoffrey, while again they often agree in differing from the Latin narrative in regard to place and personal names. But if Wace's Brut forms the groundwork of Layamon's work, in the latter there are numerous details not accounted for by the original, which have generally been attributed to Celtic, i.e. Welsh influences. Many of these details, however, have recently been shown to be non-Welsh. The name of Argont, the elf queen, as well as that of Modred, for instance, point to other than Welsh territory. The traits added to the character of Arthur are in direct opposition to what is known of Welsh tradition. The elements of the Arthurian saga, relating to the Round Table, are known to have been treated as spurious by Welsh writers. Tysilio, in his Brut, for instance, passes them over. Therefore the explanation of this additional matter in Layamon, as compared with Wace, must be sought for in other than Welsh material. Hitherto, when Wace's Brut has been mentioned, it has been tacitly assumed that the printed version of that work was meant, rather than one of those numerous versions which either remain in manuscript or have since disappeared. One manuscript, Ed. 32,125, British Museum, however, will be found to explain certain name forms, concerning which Layamon is in conflict with the printed Wace. And other later works, such as the Anglo-French Brut, 13th or 14th century, and the English metrical Mort d'Arthur, both of which are based on unprinted versions of Wace, contain material which is present in Layamon, namely details connected with the stories of Lear, Merlin, and Arthur. Therefore it seems possible that Layamon, like the authors of the later works, used one of the variant texts. Further, the general nature of Layamon's additions appears to be Breton or Norman. The names Argant and Delgan, for instance, are derived through Norman media. The fight between Arthur and Frollo is found in the Roman des Français, 1204, of André de Coutances. But Layamon seems to stand in yet closer relation to Gaymar's Rhyming Chronicle, so far as that book can be judged from the related Münchner Brut. An explanation of the Carrick-Kinrick confusion, for instance, would be obtained by this assumption. The representation of Cerdic and Kinrick in Layamon as one and the same person might conceivably be due not to the account in the Old English Chronicle, but to some such foreign version as is found in Gaymar, lines 819 and following. To Gaymar, moreover, may probably be attributed several details of Layamon's style, his tendency to employ forms of direct speech, his discursiveness, his appeals to the gods, and his protestations as to the truth of his narrative. It is possible that one of the later versions of Wace may have embodied details taken from Gaymar. Warren's Chroniques et Histoires, 15th century, seems a compilation of this kind, and it is not impossible that Layamon's original may have been a similarly compiled work, with, it should be added, elements taken from contemporary Tristram and Lancelot poems. In any case, the English Brut is not based on the printed Brut of Wace, but on one of the later versions, of which certain manuscripts remain, and of which other traces can be found. This particular version had probably been supplemented by Breton material introduced through some Norman medium, and since this supplementary portion is reminiscent of Gaymar, there is reason for supposing that the particular version may have been mainly a compilation of the earlier works of Wace and Gaymar. This view as to sources must modify in some degree the estimate to be formed of Layamon's artistic merits, and must discount the value of some of the additions formerly ascribed to his imagination or research. It will also account for certain matters of style already mentioned. But when these items have been removed, there still remains much that is Layamon's own, sufficient to raise his work far above the rank of a mere translation. The poet's English individuality may be said to pervade the whole. It appears in the reminiscences of English popular legend perceived in Weigar, the maker of Arthur's corslet, and in the Sea of Lomond, the Atterliche Pole, where Nycteris bathe. His English temperament appears in the fondness he betrays for maxims and proverbs, which afford relief from the mere business of the narrative. The poet is still in possession of the ancient vocabulary, with its hosts of synonyms, though the earlier parallelisms, which retarded the movement, are conspicuously absent. His most resonant lines, like those of his literary ancestors, deal with the conflict of warriors, or with that of the elements. In such passages as those which describe the storm that overtook Ursula, 274, or the wrestling match between Corineus and the giant, 179, he attains the true epic note, while his words gather strength from their alliterative setting. His verse is a compromise between the old and the new. With the Old English line still ringing in his ears, he attempts to regulate the rhythm, and occasionally to adorn his verse with rhyme or assonance. His device of simile was, no doubt, caught from his original, for many of the images introduced are colored by the Norman love of the chase, as when a fox hunt is introduced to depict the hunted condition of Childeric, 452, or the pursuit of a wild crane by hawks in the fenland to describe the chase after Colgrim, 422. The poet, in general, handles his borrowings with accuracy, but he has limitations, perhaps shows impatience as a scholar. Apart from a totally uncritical attitude, a venial sin in that age, he betrays at times a certain ignorance on historical and geographical points. But such anachronisms and irregularities are of little importance in a work of this kind, and do not detract from its literary merits. Other verbal errors suggest that the work of translation was to Layamon not devoid of difficulty. Where Wace indulges in technical terminology, as in his nautical description of Arthur's departure from Southampton, Layamon here and elsewhere solves his linguistic difficulties by a process of frank omission. The interest which the Brut possesses for modern readers arises in part from the fact that much of its material is closely bound up with later English literature. Apart from the Arthurian legend, here appear for the first time in English the story of Lear and Cynbelin, Cloten and Arviragus. But the main interest centers round the Arthurian section, with its haunting story of a wondrous birth, heroic deeds, and a mysterious end. The Grey King appears in a garment of chivalry. As compared with the Arthur of Geoffrey's narrative, his figure has grown in knightliness and splendor. He is endowed with the added traits of noble generosity and heightened sensibility. He has advanced in courtesy. He is the defender of Christianity. He is a lover of law and order. And Layamon's narrative is also interesting historically. It is the work of the first writer of any magnitude in Middle English, and standing at the entrance to that period, he may be said to look before and after. He retains much of Old English tradition. In addition, he is the first to make extensive use of French material. And lastly, in the place of a fast vanishing native mythology, he endows his countrymen with a new legendary store in which lay concealed the seeds of later chivalry. The Owl and Nightingale, which represents another line of literary revolt, has come down in two manuscripts, one dating from the first, the other from the second half of the 13th century. Of the two manuscripts, the earlier, Cotton manuscript, is the more trustworthy. The scribe of the other has frequently omitted unimportant monosyllabic words, regardless of scansion, besides having altered inflectional endings and made sundry substitutions in the matter of diction. Such alterations are clearly revealed in rhyming positions. The authorship is a matter of conjecture. Nicholas of Guilford, a cleric of Portisham, Dorset, who is mentioned thrice in the poem, is supposed by some to have been the writer, but the objections to this view are that the allusions are all in the third person, and that lavish praise is showered on his name. On the other hand, since the poem aims incidentally at urging the claims of Nicholas to clerical preferment, the end may have justified the means, and may account for the unstinted praise, as well as the anonymous character of the work. But the name of John of Guildford must also be mentioned. He is known to have written some verse about this period, and since the common appellation implies a connection between the two, it may have been that he was the advocate of Nicholas's cause. On internal and external evidence, the poem may approximately be dated 1220. The benediction pronounced upon King Henry, lines 1091-2, clearly refers to Henry II, but the borrowings from Neckham make an earlier date than 1200 impossible. The mention of a papal mission to Scotland, line 1095, may refer to the visit of Vivian in 1174, or to that of Cardinal Guala in 1218. The poem was probably written before the year 1227, for at that date the regency ceased, and with Henry III reigning, the benediction would be ambiguous, not to say ominous. As regards sources, no direct original has been found. The poem embodies the spirit as well as the structure of certain old French models, without being a copy of any one. There are certain details, however, which appear to have been definitely borrowed, and of these the most interesting is the Nightingale episode, lines 1049-62. It is narrated at length in Marie de Francis Les Lostiques, circa 1170, as une aventure dont les Bretons firent un lait, and before the close of the century it appeared in a bolder form in Neckham's De Naturis Rerum. Its subsequent popularity is attested by its frequent reappearances in both French and English. The episode, as it appears in The Owl and Nightingale, is due partly to Marie de France, partly to Neckham. There are further details in the poem which are reminiscent of Neckham's De Naturis Rerum, while the description of the barbarous North, lines 999 and following, is possibly based on a similar description in Alfred's translation of Orosius. The structure of the poem is of a composite kind. The main elements are drawn from the Old French débat, but there is also a proverbial element as well as bestiary details, which, though slight in amount, give a coloring to the whole. Of the various kinds of the Old French débat, it is the Tenson in particular upon which the poem is modelled, for that poem, unlike the Jeu parti, has no deliberate choice of sides. Each opponent undertakes the defense of his nature and kind. And in addition to the general structure, the poet has borrowed further ideas from this same genre, namely, the appointment of judge, suggested by the challenger and commented upon by his opponent, the absence of the promised verdict, the use of certain conventional figures of the Old French débat, such as le jaloux, cf. lines 1075 and following, la mal mariée, cf. lines 1520 and following, and the adoption of love as the theme of the whole. The proverbial element is derived from the lips of the people, and of the 16 maxims, 11 are connected with the name of Alfred. In representing his disputants as members of the bird world, and in interpreting their habits to shadow forth his truth, the poet has adopted the methods of the bestiary. His use of the motive is, however, so far untraditional in that the nightingale, unlike the owl, did not appear in the ancient Physiologus. The main significance of the poem has been subjected to much misconception. Its ultimate intention, as already stated, seems to have been to suggest to English readers a new type of poetry. To the medieval mind, the poetic associations of the nightingale were invariably those of love. According to her own description, her song was one of Skentinge, amusement, and its aim was to teach the nobility of faithful love. She is, however, induced to emphasize, lines 1347 to 1450, the didactic side of her singing, in order to meet more successfully her dour opponent, but the emphasis is merely a passado in a bout of dialectics, and further, no inconsistency is involved with her own statement, and soth it is of love ich singe, when mention is made of the ignorance of the barbarous North concerning those love songs, or of the wantonness at times induced by her passionate music. Her dignified defense of love, lines 1378 and following, moreover, finds a counterpart in many products of the contemporary school of love poetry. The owl, on the other hand, unmistakably represents a poet of the religious type. Her doleful notes and the essentially didactic character of her songs, her special chants at Christmas, and her duties of bestowing comfort are all in keeping with her own description of herself, when she says, Ich wisse men mit mine songe, dat hi ne sune hi nowicht longe. As to the writer's personal attitude, he inclines rather to the side of the nightingale. The virtues of the religious school clearly emerge in the course of the debate, yet it cannot but be felt that the poem embodies a new spirit of opposition to monastic training. Only the contending spirit was the erotic theme, and not the secular priest. From the literary point of view, the poem forms an interesting contrast with the works of the earlier period. The Old English embroidered diction is replaced by a mode of expression less redundant, more unpretending, more natural. Words are no longer artificially arranged, but follow the order of thought. The similes employed in the place of earlier metaphor are of a colloquial character, effective in their unexpectedness, and the dawn of humour is surely at hand when the owl in her bitterness exclaims to the nightingale, Thou chatterest, so doth on Irish prayost, or when the nightingale hurls back the happy retort, Thou singest, so doth hen a snower. Moreover, the illustrations made use of are no mere reprints of orthodox scenes. They reflect country life and the life of the people which, in modern times, Hardy and Barnes were to illuminate. Freshness and originality is, however, carried at times to excess in the vituperations in which the disputants indulge, when crudity and naked strength seem virtues overdone. Most interesting, on the other hand, are the signs of an appreciation of the softer side of nature. It was the wilder aspects of nature which had appealed to the earlier school. The present poet saw beauty in the gentle arrival of spring, with its blossoming meadows and flower-decked woodlands, as well as in mellow autumn, with its golden hues and fallow tints. The nightingale paints a couple of dainty word-pictures when she describes her coming and going. Upon her arrival she sings: The blust me ginneth, springe and sprede, bothe in treo and ek on mede. De lilie mit ihre faire vliete, volkometh me that du witte. Bid me mit ihre faire bleo, dat ich schule to ihre fleo. De rose also mit ihre rude, dat cometh ut of de thorne woode. Bid me dat ich schulde singe, for ihre love ohne skentinge. Her departure takes place amid other scenes. Juan is ido for Juan ich kom, ich fare again and do wisdom. Juanemon hoyeth of his shave, and Falevi cometh on grene leve, ich fare home and nieme leve, ne retje ich nocht of winteres reve. Nor is the poem devoid of appreciation of dramatic situation and dramatic methods. The debate is brought to a dramatic climax by the appearance of the wren and his companions, while considerable skill is shown in the characterization of the two disputants. Brief interludes are introduced for the sake of relief and variety. They also add slight touches, by the way, to the character sketches. Between the lines may be caught, here and there, glimpses of contemporary life. The festival of Christmas, with its carol services, the laus perennis of cathedrals and monasteries, and the daily service of the parish priest, the rampant injustice in the bestowal of livings, the picture of the gambler and the tricks of the ape, all help to give a historical setting. The verse is modelled on French octosyllabics, and the earlier staccato movement gives place to a more composed rhythm. As a rule, the rhymes are wonderfully correct, and it is instructive to note that the proportion of masculine to feminine rhymes is that of 10 to 37. This fact is interesting in connection with Chaucerian work, where the fondness for the feminine form, which is less pronounced than in the present poem, has been ascribed to Italian influences. It is obvious that no such influence is at work here, nor can old French models have suggested the form, the masculine rhyme being there preferred. It must have arisen from native rhyming exigencies. Iambic lines had, necessarily, to end with accented rhyming syllables, but since the English accent fell on the root syllable in all cases where the rhyming word was of 2 syllables, the second would become a sort of light ending and go to form a feminine rhyme. The poem is therefore one of many-sided interest. Its permanent value lies in its oft-sounded note of freedom, in its metrical innovations, its discarding of the artificial for the natural, its grasp of new methods, its new ideals, and in the daring suggestion it makes in connection with love. And finally, it must be confessed, the poet had travelled well. Though full of appreciation for a foreign literature, he has not changed his country manners for those of foreign parts. He has only pricked in some of the flowers of that he had learned abroad into the customers of his own country. And in this way more than one of our poets have since that day written. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. The Arthurian Legend, Part 1, by W. Lewis Jones. A grave there is for Mark. So runs a stanza in one of the oldest extant Welsh poems. Quote, a grave for Gwythyr, a grave for Gagaun of the ruddy sword. A mystery is the grave of Arthur. End quote. Footnote. A poem in triplet form entitled The Stanzas of the Graves, preserved in the Black Book of Carmarthen, a manuscript of the 12th century. End footnote. Some men say yet, wrote Sir Thomas Malory many centuries later, quote, that King Arthur is not dead, but had by the will of our Lord Jesu into another place. End quote. The mystery of Arthur's grave still remains unsolved, for where is he who knows? From the great deep to the great deep he goes. Towards the end of the 12th century, in the very heyday of the British king's renown as a romantic hero, the monks of St. Dunstan's at Glastonbury, at the original instance, it is said, of Henry II, professed to have discovered the mortal remains of Arthur in the cemetery of their abbey church. Footnote. Giraldus Cambrensis gives the longest account of this affair in De Principis Instructione. End footnote. Some 60 years before, William of Malmesbury had given an account of the discovery in Wales of the grave of Arthur's nephew Gawain. But the grave of Arthur himself was not, he said, anywhere to be found. Hence, ancient songs prophesy his return. It was thought that the illusory expectations thus cherished by the British Celts could be dispelled by the Glastonbury exhumation. But so sorry an attempt to poison the wells of romance met with the failure it deserved. Arthur lived on, inviolate, in fabled Avalon, graven on no known sepulchre his name. Quote, a ghost streams like a cloud, man-shaped from mountain peak, and cleaves to cairn and cromlech still. End quote. The memory of no other British hero is so extensively preserved in the place names of these islands. Quote, only the devil is more often mentioned in local association than Arthur. End quote. Dickinson, King Arthur in Cornwall. The nomenclature of Arthurian fable, which has a voluminous critical literature of its own, does not concern us here. No student of Arthurian origins, however, can fail to be impressed by the strange disproportion between the abundance of Arthurian place names in the British Islands and the amount of early British literature, whether in English or in the insular Celtic tongues, dealing with the Arthurian legend. The early English Arthurian literature, in particular, is singularly meager and undistinguished. The romantic exploitation of the matter of Britain was the achievement mainly of French writers, so much so that some modern critics would have us attach little importance to genuine British influence on the development of the legend of Arthur. For when all is told, Arthurian romance owed its immense popularity in the 13th century to its ideal and representative character, and to its superiority over the other stock romantic matters as a point de repère for every kind of literary excursion and adventure. Thus, the matter of Britain very quickly became international property, a vast composite body of romantic tradition which European poets and storytellers of every nationality drew upon and used for their own purposes. The British king himself faded more and more into the background and became, in time, but the phantom monarch of a featureless land of faery, which, quote, none that breatheth living air doth know. End quote. His knights quite overshadow him in the later romances, but they, in their turn, undergo the same process of denationalization and appear as natives of no known clime or country, moving about in an iridescent atmosphere of fantasy and illusion. The Arthurian fairyland thus became a neutral territory, an enchanted land where the seemingly incompatible ideals of knight-errantry and the church were reconciled, and where even East and West brought their spoils together as to some common sanctuary. Pilgrimage and the Holy Wars, writes Gibbon, quote, introduced into Europe the specious miracles of Arabian magic, Fairies and giants, flying dragons and enchanted palaces were blended with the more simple fictions of the West, and the fate of Britain depended on the art or the predictions of Merlin. Every nation embraced and adorned the popular romance of Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Their names were celebrated in Greece and Italy, and the voluminous tales of Sir Lancelot and Sir Tristram were devoutly studied by the princes and nobles who disregarded the genuine heroes and heroines of antiquity." End quote. Britain, however, claimed the titular hero of the legend, and it was on British soil that the full flower of Arthurian romance, in due course, made its appearance. Sir Thomas Malory's marvelous compilation superseded, for all time, each and every French book which went to its making. And, as Caxton takes occasion to emphasize in his preface to Malory's book, Arthur, as the, quote, "first and chief of the 3 best Christian kings," end quote, of the world, deserved, quote, "most to be remembered amongst us Englishmen," end quote. It so happens, however, that in our own no less than in Caxton's time, quote, "diverse men hold opinion that there was no such Arthur, and all such books as been made of him be but feigned and fables," end quote. There is indeed much in the history of the legend to justify the attitude of these skeptics. The first great outburst of the popularity of the story was due to a writer who, in the words of one of his earliest critics, quote, "cloaked fables about Arthur under the honest name of history," end quote, Geoffrey of Monmouth. The historical Arthur, assuming that Geoffrey meant all that he wrote about him to be taken as authentic fact, thus made his first considerable appearance in literature under very dubious auspices. The British book which Geoffrey professes to have used has never been discovered, and it is not unreasonably supposed by many to have been a myth. Thus, they who would substantiate Caxton's assertion that, quote, "there was a king of this land called Arthur," end quote, have to produce earlier and more authentic evidence than anything furnished by Geoffrey. Old English literature, even the Chronicle, knows absolutely nothing of Arthur. Wales alone has preserved any record of his name and fame from a date earlier than the 12th century, but even Welsh writers of an indisputably early date tell us very little about him, and tell that little in a tantalizingly casual and perfunctory way. Yet it is in a few obscure Welsh poems, in one very remarkable but difficult Welsh prose tale, and in 2 meagre Latin chronicles compiled in Wales, that we discover the oldest literary records of both the historical and the legendary Arthur. A few stubborn critics still maintain, against the opinion of the best Welsh scholars, that the Welsh works in question are not, in substance, earlier than the 12th century, that, in other words, they contain no fragments of Arthurian lore which can be proved to be older than the date of the manuscripts in which they are preserved. None, however, will now dispute the approximate dates assigned by the best authorities to Nennius and the Annals Cambriae, and it is in the 2 Latin documents bearing these names that we have the earliest extant records of a seemingly historical Arthur. The Historia Britonum, commonly ascribed to Nennius, is a curious compilation, which was put into its present form not later than the first half of the 9th century. About the year 800, a Welshman named Nennius, or to use the native form, Niniau, who calls himself a disciple of Elfeth, Bishop of Bangor in North Wales, copied and freely edited a collection of brief notes gathered from various sources on early British history and geography. Footnote: as a disciple of Elfeth or Elbodugus, Nennius must have lived about 800. His history, it may be further noted, was known under his name to the Irish scholar Cormac. Nennius claims in his preface, after the manner of his kind, to be an original compiler. "I have," he says, "gathered together all I could find not only in the Roman annals, but also in the chronicles of the Holy Fathers, and in the annals of the Irish and English, and in our native traditions." Elsewhere he avows himself a mere copyist, and tells us that he wrote the cities and the marvels of Britain as other scribes had done before him. Arthur appears in both the quasi-historical and the purely legendary parts of Nennius's compilation. In what purports to be the strictly historical part of his narrative, Nennius relates how, some time after the death of Hengist, Arthur fought against the English, along with the kings of the Britons, and, quote, was himself their war leader, end quote. Ipse dux erat bellorum, in 12 battles. In the 8th of these encounters at the castle of Gwinion, quote, Arthur bore the image of the Holy Virgin on his shoulders, and the pagans were put to flight with great slaughter. End quote. Footnote: Wordsworth in Ecclesiastical Sonnets. End footnote. The 9th battle was fought at the City of Legions, the 12th and last on Mount Badon, where, quote, 960 men fell before Arthur's single onset, de uno impetu Arthur. End quote. The prominence given even in these brief notices to Arthur's individual prowess shows that legend was already busy with his name. The marvels of Britain give us nothing but legend. Here Arthur is translated altogether into the realm of myth. In the Welsh district of Welt, we are told, there is a mound of stones, on the top of which rests a stone bearing the print of a dog's foot. Quote, it was when he was hunting the boar Troet that Cabell, the dog of Arthur the warrior, left this mark upon the stone, and Arthur afterward gathered together the heap of stones under that which bore his dog's footprint, and called it Carn Cabell. End quote. Here we discover an early association of Arthurian fable with the topography of Britain. Another marvel tells us of a certain stream called the Source of the Amir, which was so named after, quote, Amir, the son of Arthur the warrior, end quote, who was buried near it. The allusion to the hunting of the boar links Nennius's narrative with what is probably the most primitive of all the Welsh Arthurian tales, the story of Culhwch and Olwen. In that fantastic fairy tale, the hunting of the Tuairc Truith, which is Nennius's Porcus Troet, forms one of the chief incidents, and the hound Cabell there appears under his Welsh name of Cavell. The Welsh monk and historian Gildas mentions the Battle of Mount Badon in his De Excidio et Conquestu Britanniae. That battle, according to Gildas, was signalized by, quote, the last almost, though not the least, slaughter of our cruel foes, and that was, I am sure, 44 years and 1 month after the landing of the Saxons, and also the time of my own nativity. End quote. But Gildas makes no allusion at all to Arthur's feats in the battle. Neither does he once mention his name in connection with the general struggle which he describes as being carried on, with varying fortune, against the English. The only leader of the British in that warfare whom Gildas deems worthy of notice is Ambrosius Aurelianus, the last of the Romans, quote, a modest man who alone of all his race chanced to survive the shock of so great a storm, end quote, as then broke over Britain. Footnote. Ambrosius, transformed by Geoffrey into Aurelius Ambrosius, is known in Welsh literature as Emrys Wledig. He appears in Nennius as Embrias Gwledig. Gwledig or Gwledig means overlord or king, and Arthur himself would seem to bear this title in a Welsh poem in the Book of Taliesin. End footnote. The silence of Gildas, who was presumably a contemporary of the historical Arthur, would be significant were it not that he was equally reticent about the achievements of every other native British chieftain. Gildas belonged to the Roman party in the Britain of his time, and to exalt the prowess of any British prince would ill assort with his pious lamentations over the absolute degeneracy of his race. The Battle of Mount Badon, together with another which was destined to overshadow it completely in the later developments of Arthurian story, is recorded and dated in Annales Cambriae, the oldest extant manuscript of which was compiled probably in the second half of the 10th century. Footnote. The most likely date is 954 or 955. End footnote. There, under the year 516, we read, quote, Battle of Badon, in which Arthur carried the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ on his shoulders, and the Britons were victors. End quote. The reference to the carrying of the cross is, of course, an obvious echo of the tradition recorded by Nennius about the image of the Virgin Mary, either or both being doubtless the device borne by Arthur on his shield. Footnote. It is worth noting, as bearing upon the Welsh origin of this tradition, that the Old Welsh word for shield, iscuit, would be spelt in exactly the same way as the word for shoulder, Both Nennius and the writer of the Annals appear to have misread it. Geoffrey of Monmouth attempts to put the matter right in describing Arthur as having, quote, on his shoulders a shield, end quote, bearing the Virgin's image, but he also confuses Welsh tradition in giving to the shield the name of Arthur's ship, Prydwen or Prydwen, end footnote. Of greater interest is the second entry in the Annals. In the year 537 was fought, quote, the Battle of Camlin, in which Arthur and Medro fell, end quote. Medro is the Modred or Mordred of romance. The Annals tell nothing more about him, but in this bare record lies the germ of the first of the tragic motives of subsequent Arthurian story. Camlin is the dim, weird battle of the West, where Arthur met the traitor of his house, and, quote, at one blow, striking the last stroke with Excalibur, slew him, and all but slain himself he fell. End quote. From these meager notices of the early Latin annalists of Wales, we pass to such Arthurian traditions as are found embodied in the songs of the oldest Welsh bards. This indeed is a perilous quest, for it is beset with difficult problems of historical and textual criticism upon which scholarship is still far from saying its last word. It may, however, be premised with some confidence that there lived in Wales, in the 6th and 7th centuries, several bards of note, of whom the best known by name are Llywarch Hen, Taliesin, and Aneurin. The compositions attributed to these and other bards of the early period are found in manuscripts, the dates of which range from the 12th to the end of the 14th centuries. The oldest of all the manuscripts is that known as the Black Book of Carmarthen, compiled during the latter part of the 12th century, the period to which also belongs the oldest known manuscript of Welsh prose, that of the Venedodian Code of the Laws of Wales. The Book of Aneurin, which contains the famous Gododin, is the next oldest manuscript, and is probably to be assigned to the 13th century. To the 13th century also belongs the Book of Taliesin, while another famous manuscript, the Red Book of Hergest, dates from the end of the 14th century. These, quote, 4 ancient books, end quote, constitute together our chief available repertory of the early poetry of the Cymry. Footnote. The 4 Ancient Books of Wales is the title under which the poems in these manuscripts were published, with translations and copious dissertations by W.F. Skene, Edinburgh, 1868. End footnote. Amid much that is undeniably late and spurious, these collections of Welsh poetry contain a good deal that is, in substance, of obviously archaic origin. In many of these poems there is, in words applied by Matthew Arnold to the prose Mabinogion, quote, a detritus, as the geologists would say, of something far older, end quote. And their secret is not to be, quote, truly reached until this detritus, instead of being called recent because it is found in contact with what is recent, is disengaged and made to tell its own story, end quote. Nowhere, however, is this detritus more difficult to disengage than in the few poems in which Arthur's name appears. The most celebrated of these early Welsh bards know nothing of Arthur. Llywarch Hen and Taliesin never mention him. To them, Urien, Lord of Reged, is by far the most imposing figure among all the native warriors who fought against the English. It is Urien with whom, quote, all the bards of the world find favor, and to whom they ever sing after his desire. Neither is Arthur known to Aneurin, who sang in his Gododin the elegy of the Cymric chieftains who met their doom at Catraeth. There are only 5 poems, writes Skene, quote, which mention Arthur at all, and then it is the historical Arthur, the Goledic, to whom the defense of the wall is entrusted, and who fights the 12 battles in the north, and finally perishes at Camlin, end quote. This is not a quite accurate summary of the facts, for these poems, while pointing to the existence of a historical Arthur, embody also a detritus of pure myth. The most significant, perhaps, of all these references to Arthur in early Welsh poetry is that already quoted from the stanzas of the graves in the Black Book of Carmarthen. The mystery surrounding his grave at once suggests the existence of a belief in his return, and William of Malmesbury, as we have seen, knew early in the 12th century of, quote, ancient songs, end quote, which kept this belief alive. The currency of such a tradition, not only in Wales, but in Cornwall and Brittany at the very beginning of the 12th century, is proved by an account given by certain monks of Laon of a tumult caused at Bodmin in the year 1113 by the refusal of one of their number to admit that Arthur still lived. Another of the stanzas of the graves is significant, as containing an allusion both to the Battle of Camlin and to, quote, the latest left of all, end quote, Arthur's knights, Bedwyr or Bedivere, who shares with Kay the preeminence among Arthur's followers in the primitive Welsh fragments of Arthurian fable. Quote, the grave of the son of Osfren is at Camlin. After many a slaughter, the grave of Bedwyr is on the hill of Trivan. End quote. Bedwyr and Kay appear together in Colhook and Olwen. They are there once met with, for example, on the top of Plynlimmon, quote, in the greatest wind that ever was in the world, end quote. Bedwyr, the same story tells us, quote, never shrank from any enterprise upon which Kay was bound. The pair were united even in their death, for in Geoffrey's history they perished together in the first great battle with the Romans. Another of Arthur's knights figures as the hero of an entire poem in the Black Book, Geraint, the son of Urban. Footnote: Geraint, the son of Urban, is also the title of the Welsh prose romance which corresponds in its main features to Chrétien Trois Eric. End footnote. In this poem, Arthur is represented as the leader of a number of warriors, of whom Geraint is the most valiant, fighting at a place called Longborth. Footnote: supposed by some to be Portsmouth. The Welsh name simply means ship's port. End footnote. Quote, at Longborth saw I of Arthur's brave men, hewing with steel, men of the Emperor, director of toil. At Longborth there fell of Geraint's brave men from the borders of Devon, and ere they were slain, they slew. End quote. Here we find Arthur in much the same role as that of the Dux Bellorum of Nennius, or the Comes Britanniae, who held, quote, the place of the imperator himself when Britain ceased to be part of the dominions of Rome. End quote. Arthur, however, appears in a distinctly different character in yet another poem included in the Black Book. In Colhook and Olwen, one of Arthur's chief porters answers to the fearsome name of Glenluwyd Gavelvower, or Glenluwyd of the Mighty Grasp. The Black Book poem is cast in the form of a dialogue between him and Arthur. Glenluwyd would seem, in the poem, to have a castle of his own, from the gates of which he questions Arthur about himself and his followers. The description given of them by Arthur is noteworthy as pointing to the existence of an early tradition which made him the head of a sort of military court, and foreshadows in a rude way the fellowship of the Round Table. Several of the names found in it connect this curious poem with Colhook and Olwen. The first and doughtiest of Arthur's champions is the worthy Kay. Quote, vain were it to boast against Kay in battle, sings the bard. When from a horn he drank as much as 4 men. When he came into battle, he slew as would 100. Unless it were God's doing, Kay's death would be unachieved. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. The Arthurian Legend, Part 2, by W. Lewis Jones. Arthur recedes still further into the twilight of myth in the only other Welsh poem where any extended allusion is made to him. The poem in question is found in the Book of Taliesin, and is called Prydau Annwn, or The Harrowings of Hell. This is just one of those weird mythological poems which are very difficult to interpret, and where, again, to quote Matthew Arnold, the author is, quote, pillaging an antiquity of which he does not fully possess the secret, end quote. Here Arthur sets out upon various expeditions over perilous seas in his ship Prydwen. One of them has as its object the rape of a mysterious cauldron belonging to the king of Hades. Quote, 3 freights of Prydwen, end quote, says the bard. Quote, were they who went out with Arthur. 7 alone were they who returned, end quote, from Caer City, Caer Rigger, and the other wholly unidentified places whither they fared. It is in this poem that the closest parallels of all are found, with incidents described in the story of Culhwch and Olwen, and, as a whole, it, quote, evidently deals with expeditions conducted by Arthur by sea to the realms of twilight and darkness, end quote. But here the British king is much further removed than in Culhwch from any known country, and appears as a purely mythical hero with supernatural attributes. The most remarkable fragment for the tale as we have it is an obvious torso of all the early Welsh literature about Arthur that has come down to us, is the prose romance of Culhwch and Olwen. The oldest extant text of it is that of the early 14th century manuscript known as the White Book of Rhydderch, where we find many remarkable archaisms which have been modernized in the version of the Red Book of Hengist. But the original form of the story is assigned by the most competent authorities to the 10th century. It is included in Lady Charlotte Guest's translation of the Mabinogion, and as that translation largely contributed to the fashioning of the most popular presentment of Arthurian romance in modern English poetry, a brief account of the entire series of these Welsh tales may here be appropriately given. All the tales translated by Lady Guest are taken from the Red Book of Hengist, with the exception of the History of Taliesin. Taliesin, in the form we have it, is a compilation of obviously late medieval origin, and it is not found in any manuscript of an earlier date than the end of the 16th century. The name Mabinogion belongs, strictly speaking, to only 4 of the 12 stories included in Lady Guest's book. Each of these 4 tales is called in Welsh Cenc y Mabinogi, which means a branch of the Mabinogi, and the correct title for the group should be, quote, the 4 branches of the Mabinogi, end quote. The term Mabinogi signifies a tale of youth or a tale for the young. The 4 branches are the tales known as Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, Branwen, daughter of Thyr, Manawyddan, son of Thyr, and Math, son of Mathonwy. They contain what is probably the most archaic body of Welsh tradition in existence, are largely, if not entirely, mythological in character, and suggest many points of analogy with the mythic tales of Ireland. They deal mainly with the fortunes of 3 great families, the children of Don, children of Thyr, and the family of Pwyll. In these stories, the Mabinogion proper, Arthur does not appear at all. Of the other tales, 2, The Dream of Maxen Wledig and Theventhe Velis, are brief romantic excursions into the domain of British ancient history, later in date probably than Geoffrey's Historia. Arthur does not figure in either. The remaining 5 tales, however, are all Arthurian, but form 2 distinct groups. In Culhwch and Olwen and The Dream of Llanabwy, we have 2 Arthurian stories of apparently pure British origin, in which Arthur is presented in a milieu altogether unaffected by the French romances. The second and better-known group, consisting of the 3 tales entitled The Lady of the Fountain, Geraint, son of Urban, and Peredur, son of Evroc, are romances palpably based upon French originals. They correspond respectively in their main features to Chrétien de Troyes, Le Chevalier au Lion, Eric, and Le Comte del Graal. The Mabinogion as a whole are the most artistic and delightful expressions of the early Celtic genius which we possess. Nowhere else do we come into such close touch with the real, quote, Celtic magic, unquote, with the true enchanted land, where, quote, the eternal illusion clothes itself in the most seductive hues, end quote. Composed though they were in all probability by a professional literary class, These stories are distinguished by a naive charm which suggests anything but an artificial literary craftsmanship. The supernatural is treated in them as the most natural thing in the world, and the personages who possess magic gifts are made to move about and speak and behave as perfectly normal human creatures. The simple grace of their narrative, their delicacy and tenderness of sentiment, and above all their feeling for nature, distinguish these tales altogether from the elaborate productions of the French Romantic schools. While in its lucid precision of form, and in its admirable adaptation to the matter with which it deals, no medieval prose surpasses that of the Welsh of the Mabinogion. These traits are what make it impossible to regard even the later Welsh Arthurian stories as mere imitations of Chrétien's poems. Their characters and incidents may be substantially the same, but the tone, the atmosphere, the entire artistic setting of the Welsh tales are altogether different. And, quote, neither Chrétien nor Marie de France, nor any other French writer of the time, whether in France or England, can for one moment compare with the Welshmen as storytellers, pure and simple. End quote. Culhwch and Olwen, however, is the only one of these tales that need detain us here, embodying as it does, in common with the Welsh poems already quoted, Arthurian traditions far transcending in age the appearance of the Arthur of chivalry. Here, as Matthew Arnold has said in an oft-quoted passage, the storyteller, quote, is like a peasant building his hut on the site of Halicarnassus or Ephesus. He builds, but what he builds is full of materials of which he knows not the history, or knows by a glimmering tradition merely, stones not of this building, but of an older architecture, greater, cunninger, more majestical. End quote. The main theme of this story is the wooing of Olwen, the daughter of Ysbyddaden Pencawer by Culhwch, the son of Ciled, and the long series of labors imposed upon the suitor in order to gain her hand. Olwen appears to have been well worth the arduous quest, for, quote, her skin is whiter than the foam of the wave, and fairer were her hands and her fingers than the blossoms of the wood anemone amidst the spray of the meadow fountain. End quote. And, quote, 4 white trefoils spring up wherever she trod. End quote. Arthur appears here not as the ideal British warrior, nor as the hope and future restorer of his race, but as a fairy king, overcoming uncouth and monstrous enemies by his own and his followers' magic. All the same, he is the lord of what is to the storyteller in many places a very determinate realm, for one of the most remarkable features of Culhwch and Olwen, as compared with the later Arthurian tales, is the precision of its topography. The route of the boar hunt, for example, or the hunting of the Tuath Truith, may be traced without much difficulty on our maps. Even more remarkable, however, than the topographical detail of the story is the congeries of fabulous and fantastic names grouped in it around the central figure of Arthur. This feature, suggesting as it does the Arthurian court of the Age of Chivalry, might be taken as evidence of the late redaction of the tale as we have it, were it not that the storyteller gives details about most of these strange characters, which are evidently drawn from the remnants of some lost saga. Arthur himself is introduced to us in his palace or hall, called a Hangwin, and thither Culhwch comes to crave his help to obtain Olwen. And this boon I likewise seek, says Culhwch, at the hands of thy warriors. These warriors Culhwch then proceeds to name in seemingly interminable succession. First in the long and weird list come Kay and Bedwyr. Others well known to early Welsh tradition include Gwyn and Edern, the sons of Nude, Geraint, the son of Urban, Taliesin, the chief of bards, Manawyddan, the son of Thyr. But among the company there also appear several grotesque figures of whom nothing is known, save what the storyteller himself, giving rein, as it would seem, to a deliberately mischievous humor, briefly records. Thus we have, for example, one Sol, who, quote, could stand all day upon one foot, end quote. Gwevil, the son of Gwestad, whom, quote, on the day he was sad, would let one of his lips drop below his waist, while he turned up the other like a cap upon his head, end quote. Clust, the son of Clustvenad, who, quote, though he were buried 7 cubits beneath the earth, would hear the ant 50 miles off rise from her nest in the morning, end quote. Even familiar Arthurian heroes, like Kay, are dowered with superhuman powers. Quote, Kay had this peculiarity that his breath lasted 9 nights and days under water, and he could exist 9 nights and 9 days without sleep. Very subtle was Kay. When it pleased him, he could make himself as tall as the highest tree in the forest. End quote. We are remote indeed in such company as this from the Knights of the Round Table, but we are not so remote from the fairy world depicted in the 4 branches of the Mabinogi. The conclusion to which Colhook and Olwen, and the few poems which mention Arthur, clearly point, is that the British king was far better known to early Welsh tradition as a mythic hero than as the champion of the Britons in their wars with the English. There may have been a historical Arthur who was a Comes Britanniae, or a Dux Bellorum, of the 6th century, and his name, quote, re-echoed by the topography of the country once under his protection, end quote, may have, quote, gathered round it legends of heroes and divinities of a past of indefinite extent, end quote. What we do, however, know is that the Arthur who emerges out of the mists of Celtic tradition at the beginning of the 12th century is an entirely imaginary being, a king of fairyland, undertaking hazardous quests, slaying monsters, visiting the realms of the dead, and having at his call a number of knightly henchmen, notably Kay and Bedivere, who are all but his equals in wizardry and martial prowess. This mythical Arthur, the creation of a primitive imagination altogether unaffected by the sophisticated conceptions of chivalry and of conscious dealers in romantic literary wares, belongs to the early Welsh literature alone. The transformation of the Welsh or British Arthur into a romantic hero of European renown was the result of the contact of Norman culture and, as it would seem, Norman diplomacy with the Celtic races of the West. It was doubtless from Brittany, rather than from Wales, that the Normans derived their first knowledge of the Arthurian stories. Indeed, it is probable that the nameless storytellers of Brittany fastened upon and expanded a number of popular traditions which prefigured the Arthur of romance much more clearly than anything told or written in Wales. The Armorican Bretons are probably those whom Wass mentions as, quote, telling many a fable of the Table Round, end quote. In Brittany, also, a belief in Arthur's return must long have been current, for Alanus de Insulis records that a denial of it in the second half of the 12th century would be likely to cost a man his life in the country districts of Brittany. By the middle of the 11th century, the relations between the Duchy of Normandy and the Bretons had become particularly close, and the Duke of Brittany was one of William the Conqueror's staunchest allies at the time of the invasion of Britain. It is not, however, to Brittany that the great Latin exploitation of the legend of Arthur under Norman auspices belongs, but to a section of Great Britain where the Norman conquerors had very rapidly succeeded in establishing intimate relations with the Welsh. By the beginning of the 12th century, the Normans had effected a firm settlement in South Wales. Now it happens that it was a writer associated, at least by name, with the South Wales border, and claiming the patronage of a princely Norman who held that part of the country in fee, who, most of all, is entitled to be called the literary father of Arthurian romance. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, and a natural son of Henry I, for there is no evidence in support of the tradition that his mother was the beautiful Nest, the daughter of the Welsh prince Rhys ap Tuadour, acquired, early in the 12th century, the lordship of Glamorgan by marriage with Mabel, daughter of Robert Fitzhamon, conqueror of Glamorgan. Robert, like his father, was a liberal and a diplomatic patron of letters. It was to him that William of Malmesbury, the greatest historian of his time, dedicated his history. To him was due the foundation of the Abbey of Margam, whose chronicle is a valuable early authority for the history of Wales. On his estates at Torigny was born Robert de Monte, abbot of Mont Saint Michel, a chronicler of renown, and a lover and student of Breton legends. Above all, It was under his immediate patronage that Geoffrey of Monmouth compiled his romantic History of the Kings of Britain. Of Geoffrey's personal history we know little. His full name appears to have been significantly Geoffrey Arthur. His relentless critic William of Newburgh takes Arthur to have been a byname given to him on the score of his Arthurian fabrications, but the truth probably is that Arthur was the name of his father. His connection with Monmouth is obscure. He may have been born in the town or educated at the priory founded there by the Breton Wihenach. He was never, as he is commonly designated, Archdeacon of Monmouth, for there was no such archdeaconry in existence. Whether he was by descent a Breton or a Welshman, we know no more than we do whether the famous British book which he professes to have used was derived from Wales or from Brittany. Neither matter is of much consequence. The British book may very well have been an authentic document, since lost, which was placed, as he tells us, at his disposal by his friend Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford. Much Welsh and Breton folklore doubtless reached him through monastic channels. Nennius and Bede furnished him with matter which can be clearly traced in his text. There can be little doubt, however, that the main source of the Arthurian portions of his history was Geoffrey's own imagination. The floating popular traditions about Arthur and the few documents which he had to his hand plainly suggested to him the possibilities of developing a new and striking romantic theme. Geoffrey appears to have gauged the tastes and fancies of the courtly readers of his day with an astuteness worthy of a Defoe. Romance was in demand, and Geoffrey, giving the rein to his faculty for decorative and rhetorical writing, responded to that demand with an address that would have done credit to the most alert of modern novelists. The time-honored vehicle of the Chronicle was turned to new and unexpected uses. Sober and orthodox chroniclers, like William of Malmesbury and Henry of Huntingdon, are deliberately warned off the ground thus opened out for the poet and the romancer. The, quote, kings of the Saxons, end quote, were their legitimate subject. The, quote, kings of the Britons, end quote, were outside their province, for the British book was to them a sealed volume. Geoffrey's relation to the Latin chroniclers of his time is dealt with in another chapter. Here, his contributions to Arthurian story alone claim our attention. The glorification of Arthur in the history lends some countenance to the supposition that the work was written with an interested motive. Geoffrey probably aspired, like most of his class, to preferment in the church, and may have hoped that his book would ingratiate him with the Earl of Gloucester and with Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, to whom he dedicated separately the prophecies of Merlin. Assuming him to have had such motives, Geoffrey's history is interpreted as being a kind of prose epic, intended to celebrate the united glories of the composite Anglo-Norman Empire which attained its widest extent under Henry II. It did indeed provide a hero in whom Norman and Saxon, Welshman and Breton could take common pride. Moreover, the ancient birthright and the essential homogeneity of the various races embraced in the Angevin Empire were attested to by an account of their descent from a branch of the Trojan stock celebrated in the Aeneid. Brutus, whose eponymous connection with the country had already been suggested by Nennius, became for Britain what Aeneas was for Rome. Geoffrey's chronicle is thus the first Brut, the first elaborate and possibly inspired adaptation of the Brutus legend for the glorification of Britain. And in time, all records of the early British kings, whether in prose or verse, which had this mythic starting point, came to be called Bruts, presumably in imitation of the title of Virgil's epic. Apart, however, from its Trojan prelude and its possible political or diplomatic motive, there is little real analogy between Geoffrey's Brut and the Aeneid. For Arthur, after all, and not Brutus, is Geoffrey's ultimate hero. The flos regum of early Britain, the warrior who vindicates the essential valor of the British people and who not only triumphs over his insignificant enemies in Britain itself, but conquers a great part of Europe and forces even the once victorious Romans to pay tribute to a British king, is Arthur. In him was fulfilled the prophecy that, quote, "For the third time should one of British race be born who should obtain the empire of Rome." End quote. Thus Geoffrey brings all his powers of rhetoric and all his imagination to bear upon his delineation of Arthur and his exploits. The first 6 books of the history tell with many embellishments of style and with incidental references to contemporary events elsewhere, inserted as so many grave guarantees of authenticity, the story of Arthur's kingly predecessors. At the close of the 6th book, the weird figure of Merlin appears on the scene, and Geoffrey pauses to give in an entire book the fantastic prophecies attributed to that wonder-working seer. Romance, frank and undisguised, now usurps the place of sober or affected history. Merlin's magic arts are made largely contributory to the birth of, quote, "the most renowned Arthur," end quote. Uther and Gorlois and Igerna and the castle of Tintagel, or Tintagel, now take their place for the first time in the fabric of the Arthurian story. Uther, with Merlin's assistance, gains admission to Igerna's castle in the semblance of her lord Gorlois, and begets Arthur. Upon the death of Gorlois, Uther takes Igerna for his lawful queen, and Arthur of due right succeeds to the throne. Crowned by Dubricius, quote, "Archbishop of the City of Legions," end quote, at the early age of 15, Arthur at once begins his career of conquest. The Saxons, Scots, and Picts are encountered and vanquished at the river Douglas. Afterwards, with the aid of his cousin, King Hoel of Brittany, Arthur subjugates the entire island and divides Scotland among its original rightful rulers, Lot and his 2 brothers, Urien and Algocel. Lot, we are told, by the way, quote, "had in the days of Aurelius Ambrosius married Arthur's own sister, who had borne unto him Gawain and Mordred," end quote. Having restored the whole country to its ancient dignity, Arthur, quote, "took unto himself a wife born of a noble Roman family, Guanhumara, who, brought up and nurtured in the household of Duke Cador, surpassed in beauty all the other women of the island," end quote. Ireland and Iceland are next added to his conquests, while tribute is paid and homage made to him by the rulers of the Orkneys and of Gothland. His court now is the center of a brilliant assemblage of knights. His fear, quote, "falls upon the kings of realms over sea," end quote, and his, quote, "heart became so uplifted within him that he set his desire upon subduing the whole of Europe unto himself," end quote. Norway, Dacia, and Gaul fall in quick succession under Arthur's sway. Normandy is made over to Bedwyr, his butler, and Anjou to Kay, his seneschal. Returning to Britain, Arthur next holds high court at Caerleon upon Usk, then a city whose kingly palaces vied in magnificence with those of Rome itself. Quote, "At that time was Britain exalted unto so high a pitch of dignity as that it did surpass all other kingdoms in plenty of riches, in luxury of adornment, and in the courteous wit of them that dwelt therein. Whatsoever knight in the land was of renown for his prowess, did wear his clothes and his arms all of one same colour, and the dames, no less witty, would apparel themselves in like matter in a single colour, nor would they deign to have the love of any save he had thrice approved him in the wars. Wherefore at that time did dames wax chaste, and knights the nobler for their love." End quote. The pomp and colour of the age of chivalry, and its ideals of knightly love, are thus already beginning to qualify imaginative conceptions of the Arthurian court, while the picture of Arthur himself as the head of princely vassals and emulous knights makes the transition easy to the Fellowship of the Round Table and to all the other accretions of later romances. But Geoffrey does not, any more than the Welsh poets and storytellers, or the later and more deliberate purveyors of fantastic fables, altogether remove his Arthur from Wonderland. The British king still slays monsters. By his own hand he kills a Spanish giant at St. Michael's Mount, and a still more formidable foe, the giant Retho of Mount Eryri, who had fashioned him a furred cloak of the kings he had slain. Equally marvelous is Arthur's individual might in battle, for in his encounters with the Romans, quote, "naught might armor avail," end quote. His antagonists, quote, "but that Caliburn would carve their souls from out them with their blood," end quote. The great battle with the Romans, in which Arthur displayed such prowess, was a fateful one. The British hosts did indeed gain the victory, and Hoel and Gawain, while Gainus, performed prodigies of valor second only to those of Arthur himself. But the triumph was obtained at a heavy cost. Many illustrious British chieftains, and above all the faithful Kay and Bedwyr, were numbered among the slain. The result of the battle was to fire Arthur with the design of marching upon the city of Rome itself. He was already beginning to climb the passes of the Alps, when, quote, "message was brought him that his nephew Mordred, unto whom he had committed the charge of Britain, had tyrannously and traitorously set the crown of the kingdom upon his own head, and had linked him in unhallowed union with Guinevere, the queen, in despite of her former marriage," end quote. Arthur, taking with him his British warriors only, returns home. Mordred meets him as he lands, and in the ensuing battle, Gawain and many others are slain. Mordred, however, is driven back, and Guinevere, in terror of her safety, becomes a nun. The final battle is fought at the river Camel in the West Country. Mordred is defeated and slain, and most of the leaders on both sides perish. Quote, "even the renowned King Arthur himself was wounded unto death, and was borne thence unto the island of Avalon for the healing of his wounds," end quote. Such, in brief, is the narrative through the medium of which Arthur made his triumphant entry to the kingship of the most splendid province of medieval romance. Let Geoffrey have the credit which is his due. It is little to the point to seek to minimize his influence upon the rise and growth of Arthurian romance by emphasizing his omissions. That, for example, he knows nothing of Lancelot, of Tristram, of the Holy Grail, and of other famous characters and incidents of the fully developed legend. The salient fact is that, while before the appearance of Geoffrey's history, Arthur as a literary hero is virtually unknown, he becomes almost immediately afterwards the center of the greatest of the romantic cycles. He is indeed transformed eventually into a very different being from the warlike British champion of Geoffrey's book. But it is in that book that we obtain our first full-length literary portrait of him, and, in the Mordred and Guinevere episode, that we find the first deliberate suggestion of the love tragedy which the romancers were so quick to seize upon and to expand. Geoffrey's Arthur is no doubt largely a Normanized Arthur, and many of the details and incidents woven into his narrative are derived from his knowledge and observation of Norman matters and Norman pomp. But his story as a whole has, like every vivid product of the imagination, a charm altogether independent of the time and the conditions of its making, and is charged throughout with the seductive magic of romance. Hence, the spell which Geoffrey's legends exerted over so many famous English poets, haunted by memories of, quote, "what resounds in fable or romance of Uther's son, begirt with British and Armoric knights," end quote. Possibly no work before the age of printed books attained such immediate and astonishing popularity. To this the number of extant manuscripts of the work bears testimony, while translations, adaptations, and continuations of it formed one of the staple exercises of a host of medieval scribes. The sensation created by the book at the time of its first circulation is attested by one of the earliest, if not the earliest of all, writers of who borrowed from it, Alfred of Beverley. In the preface to his history, largely an abridgment of Geoffrey compiled about 1150, Alfred states that Geoffrey's book was so universally talked of that to confess ignorance of its stories was the mark of a clown. In the epilogue to his history, where he bids William of Malmesbury and Henry of Huntingdon, quote, "be silent as to the King of the Britons," end quote, Geoffrey commits the task of writing their further history to, quote, "Caradoc of Llancarvan, my contemporary." End quote. No Latin chronicle bearing Caradoc's name is known to exist, but certain Welsh compilations continuing Geoffrey's narrative down to the year 1156 are on very doubtful authority ascribed to him. Caradoc's authorship is, however, claimed with more confidence for a work which embodies a few Arthurian traditions of which Geoffrey seems to have been ignorant, the Latin Life of Gildas. In this curious production, written either before or shortly after Geoffrey's death, Arthur is described first of all as being engaged in a deadly feud with Rothwell, King of Scotland, and one of Gildas's 23 brothers, whom he finally kills. He subsequently comes in collision with Melwas, the wicked king of the Summer Country, or Somerset, who had, unknown to him, abducted his wife Guinevere, and concealed her in the Abbey of Glastonbury. Just as the two kings are about to meet in battle, the monks of Glastonbury, accompanied by Gildas, intervene and succeed in persuading Melwas to restore Guinevere to Arthur. This would seem to be the earliest appearance of the tradition which makes Melwas, the Meliogrance of Mallory, an abductor of Guinevere. Other Latin lives of Welsh saints, written not long after the life of Gildas, record traditions about Arthur which are quite independent of Geoffrey, which would seem to indicate that Geoffrey's direct borrowings of Arthurian stories from Welsh sources are comparatively slight. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. The Arthurian Legend, Part 3, by W. Lewis Jones. Popular though it immediately became elsewhere, Geoffrey's history, it is strange to find, seems to have aroused little interest in Wales. An important Welsh translation of it, footnote, Historia Brenhinet I Britanniaid in the Red Book of Hurgest, edition Rhys and Gwenogrin Evans, Oxford 1890. Another Welsh chronicle, also at one time supposed to have been Geoffrey's original, is Tisilius Brut, printed in the Myvyrian Archaeology of Wales as From the Red Book of Hurgest. No such chronicle, however, appears in the Red Book. Tisilio is supposed to have lived in the 7th century. The chronicle ascribed to him is not found in any manuscript earlier than the 15th. End of footnote. Which was, at one time, supposed to have been its British original, was indeed made at an early date, but the medieval Welsh bards remained altogether indifferent to Arthurian story. The second great period of Welsh bardic activity extends from the 12th century down to the death of Prince Llywelyn ap Gruffydd in 1282, but we look in vain among the works of the crowd of bards who flourished at this period for any celebration of Arthur and his deeds. There is no Welsh metrical romance or epic of Arthur. The medieval bards sing in preference of living warriors or of those lately dead, well knowing that such encomiastic poetry brought its ready rewards. It is to her prose story-tellers that Wales owes her one incomparable contribution to Arthurian romance in the native tongue. The full value of the Arthurian stories as poetic and romantic matter, and in particular their possibilities of adaptation and expansion as ideal tales of chivalry, were first perceived in France, or at any rate by writers who used the French language. 3 stages or forms in the literary exploitation to which the legends were subjected by French romantic writers can be clearly traced. First comes the metrical chronicle, in which Geoffrey's quasi-historical narrative appears in an expanded and highly colored romantic setting, and of which Wace's Brut is the earliest standard example. This was the literary form in which the Arthurian legend made its first appearance in English. Next in order, and not much later perhaps in their actual origin, come the metrical romances proper. These poetical romances of which the works of Chrétien de Troyes are at once the typical and the most successful examples, are concerned with the careers and achievements of individual knights of the Arthurian court. In them Arthur himself plays quite a subordinate part. His wars and the complications that led to his tragic end are altogether lost sight of. The third stage is represented by the prose romances which began to be compiled, probably during the closing years of the 12th century, and which underwent a continuous process of expansion, interpolation, and redaction until about the middle of the 13th century. Many of these prose romances, such as those of Merlin and Lancelot, give much greater prominence than the poems do to Arthur's individual deeds and fortunes. The most celebrated name associated with the authorship of these prose works is that of Walter Map, who, calling, as he does, the Welsh his fellow countrymen, brings Wales and the Angevin court once more into touch with the development of the Arthurian legend. The Norman clerk, Wace, was the first French writer who turned Geoffrey of Monmouth's fabulous chronicle to profitable poetical uses. Geoffrey Gaimar, an Anglo-Norman writer who lived in the north of England, had probably anticipated Wace's design. Footnote: Gaimar had probably completed his work by 1150. His lost History of the Britons formed a prelude to his L'Historie des Angles, which has been preserved. Edition Hardy and Martin, Rolls Series, 1888-9. End of footnote. But no copy of Gaimar's translation has been preserved. Wace's poem was completed in 1155, and according to Layamon, was dedicated to Queen Eleanor, the wife of Henry II, another fact which indicates the interest taken by the Anglo-Norman court in the literary exploitation and the dissemination of British legends. Wace was a courtly writer, and in his narrative Arthur appears as the flower of chivalry, the ideal knightly warrior of the Norman imagination. Although his poem is based, in substance, entirely on Geoffrey's history, Wace is far from being a mere servile translator of Geoffrey. He dresses up Geoffrey's matter with a wealth of picturesque detail and of colour all his own. Moreover, he seems to have had access to romantic traditions, or stories, quite unknown to Geoffrey. The Round Table, for example, is first heard of in Wace, and of it, as he says, the Bretons tell many a fable. It was made by Arthur in order to settle all disputes about precedence among his knights. Wace also amplifies Geoffrey's account of the passing of Arthur. The British king is not merely left in Avalon to be cured of his wounds. He is still there, the Bretons await him, and say that he will come back and live again. Wace's poem, as a whole, thus represents an intermediate stage between the Chronicles and the pure romances. It must have contributed powerfully to the popularity of The Matter of Britain by putting it into a form and a language which commanded a much larger constituency of readers than would be attracted by any Latin prose narrative, however highly coloured or agreeably written. Above all, Wace's Brut is of signal interest to English readers as forming the basis of the solitary contribution of any consequence made by an English writer to the vast and varied mass of Arthurian literature before the 14th century. Layamon, however, is a very different poet from Wace. While not indifferent to romance, as several significant additions to the Arthurian part of his story will show, Layamon wrote his Brut as a frankly patriotic English epic. Wace's work is almost as artificial and exotic a product as the poetical romances. It was designed as a contribution to the polite literature of the Norman aristocracy. Layamon, dwelling in seclusion on the banks of the Severn, where it was good to be, was fired by an ambition to tell the noble deeds of England, and to tell them in the English tongue. His poem is the first articulate utterance of the native English genius reasserting itself in its own language after the long silence which succeeded the Conquest. Although he borrows most of his matter from Wace, Layamon, in manner and spirit, is much nearer akin to the robust singers of the Old English period than to the courtly French poet. The the simple force and vividness of the primitive English epic reappear in descriptions of battle scenes and of heroic deeds. Even the poet's diction is scrupulously pure English, and Arthur, who in the hands of the professional romancers had already become all but an alien to his fatherland, is restored to his rightful place as the champion of Britain, and the great Christian king, who drew all the petty princedoms under him, their king and head, and made a realm, and reigned. Arthur, therefore, was to Layamon primarily the ideal British hero, an actual king of England, whose character and prowess deserved the veneration of his countrymen altogether apart from the glamour with which romance had enshrouded his name. But Layamon was a poet, and upon him, as upon the rest, the romantic glamour works its inevitable spell. Elfland claims Arthur, both at his birth and at his death. Elves received him into the world. They gave him gifts to become the best of knights and a mighty king, to have long life, and to be generous above all living men. At his passing, Arthur says he will go to Argante, Morgan le Fay, the splendid elf. She will heal him of his wounds, so that he will return again to his kingdom. Again, Arthur's byrnie was made for him by Wegar, the elvish smith, his spear by Griffin of the city of the wizard Merlin, Kermodin. Caliban, his sword, was wrought in Avalon with magic craft. The Round Table by a strange carpenter from beyond the sea. Nowhere, however, does Layamon's poem breathe more of the spirit of pure romance than in the passages which describe Arthur's last battle and fall. The encounter took place at Camelford, Camlan, a name that will last forever. The stream hard by was flooded with blood unmeasured. So thick was the throng that the warriors could not distinguish each other, but each slew downright, were he swain, were he knight. Mordred and all his knights perished, and there were slain all the brave ones, Arthur's warriors, high and low, and all the Britons of Arthur's board. Of all the 200,000 men who fought, none remained at the end of the fight, save Arthur and 2 of his knights. But Arthur was sorely wounded, and bidding the young Constantine, Cador's son, take charge of his kingdom, he consigns himself to the care of Argante, the fairest of all maidens, who dwells in Avalon. Thence, cured of his wounds, he will come again to dwell with the Britons with mickle joy. Even with the words there came from the sea a short boat, borne on the waves, and 2 women therein, wondrously arrayed, and they took Arthur anon, and bare him quickly, and softly laid him down, and fared forth away. Then was brought to pass that which Merlin whilom said, that there should be sorrow untold at Arthur's forth faring. The Britons believe yet that he is alive, and dwelleth in Avalon, with the fairest of all elves, and ever yet the Britons look for Arthur's coming. Was never the man born, nor ever of woman chosen, that knoweth the sooth to say more of Arthur. But whilom there was a seer hight Merlin. He said with words, and his sayings were sooth, that an Arthur should yet come to help the Britons. In this passage, as in many others, Layamon supplies several details not found in Wace, and his poem throughout bears abundant evidence that he drew upon a fund of independent traditions gleaned from many fields. Among the most interesting of Layamon's additions to, and amplifications of, Wace's narrative are his accounts of Arthur's dream shortly before his last return to Britain, and of the origin and the making of the Round Table. The dream, of which neither Geoffrey nor Wace knows anything, foreshadows the treachery of Mordred and Guinevere, and disturbs Arthur with the sense of impending doom. The occasion of the institution of the Round Table is, as in Wace, a quarrel for precedence among Arthur's knights. But the description of the actual making and of the properties of the table is all Layamon's own. It was while he was in Cornwall, after the quarrel among his knights, that Arthur met the men from oversea who offered to make him a board, wondrous fair, at which 1,600 men and more might sit. Its huge size notwithstanding, and though it took 4 weeks to make, the board could by some magic means be carried by Arthur as he rode, and set by him in what place soever he willed. Likeways, Layamon evidently knew stories about the Round Table of which the origin has never been traced, for this was that same table, he says, of which the Britons boast, the Britons who tell many leasings of King Arthur, and say of him things that never happened in the kingdom of this world. So it would appear that Layamon, had he pleased, could have told us much more of Arthur. Even as it stands, however, his poem is a notable contribution to Arthurian story, and has the unique distinction of being the first celebration of the matter of Britain in the English tongue. When we pass from the metrical chronicles to the pure romances, both verse and prose, we all but part with the traditional British Arthur altogether. Not only are we suddenly transported into the no-man's land of chivalry, but we find ourselves surrounded by strange apparitions from regions Geoffrey and his translators never knew. In the romances, the Arthurian court serves but as a convenient rendezvous for a moving row of magic shadow shapes that come and go, in quest of adventures which bear little or no relation to the British king. Characters of whom the chroniclers tell us nothing, and who were themselves the heroes of quite independent legends, now make a dramatic entry upon the Arthurian stage. Tristram and Lancelot and Percival play parts which divert our attention quite away from that assigned to Arthur himself. Thus a complete history of Arthurian romance involves a series of enquiries into the growth of a number of legends which have, for the most part, only the most artificial connection with the original Arthurian tradition. Some of these legends are as archaic and as purely mythical as the primitive fables about the British Arthur, and were probably current in popular lays long before the latter half of the 12th century. A full account of the romances in which they were embodied and enriched during the age of chivalry belongs to the history of French and German rather than to that of English literature. Not until the 14th century do we come across a single English writer whose name is to be mentioned in the same breath with those of Chrétien de Troyes and the authors of the French prose romances, or of Wolfram von Eschenbach, Gottfried von Strassburg, and Hartmann von Aue. Here only the briefest review can be attempted of the main features of the subsidiary legends which were imported by these and other writers into the vast Arthurian miscellany. Of all such legends, the most intimately connected with Arthur himself is the story of Merlin. In Welsh tradition, Merlin, or Myrddin, is a figure very similar to Taliesin, a wizard bard of the 6th century, to whom a number of spurious poetical compositions came, in course of time, to be ascribed. His first association with Arthur is due to Geoffrey of Monmouth, who identifies him with the Ambrosius of Nennius, and makes of him both a magician and a prophet. To his magic arts, as we have seen, the birth of Arthur was largely due. His character is further developed in a Latin hexameter poem, Vita Merlini, composed probably about the year 1148, and attributed by several competent authorities to Geoffrey. This poem, however, presents us with a conception of the mage which is not easy to reconcile with the account given of him in Geoffrey's history, and suggests many points of analogy with certain early Welsh poems in which Merlin figures, and with which Geoffrey could hardly have been acquainted. Footnote. These resemblances are pointed out in what is the fullest account of the Merlin saga in English, Outlines of the History of the Legend of Merlin, by W. E. Mead, Part 4 of H. B. Wheatley's edition of the Prose Merlin in the EETS series. End of footnote. Merlin makes his first appearance in French romantic poetry in a poem of which only a fragment has been preserved, supposed to be by Robert de Boron, and dating from the end of the 12th century. Upon this poem was based the French prose romance of Merlin, part of which is assigned to Robert de Boron, and which exists in two forms, the first known as the ordinary Merlin, and the other as the Suite de Merlin. For Robert de Boron, the enchanter's arts are but so many manifestations of the powers of darkness. Merlin himself becomes the devil's offspring and most active agent. From the Suite de Merlin, of which Malory's first 4 books are an abridged version, was derived one of the minor offshoots of Arthurian romance, the striking story of Balin and Balan. The earliest romance of Merlin in English is the metrical Arthur and Merlin, translated from a French original at the beginning of the 14th century. This work, however, is not so well known as the great prose Merlin, a translation from the French made about the middle of the 15th century. No knight of the primitive Arthurian fellowship enjoyed a higher renown than Arthur's nephew Gawain. Under the name of Gwalchmai, Gawain figures prominently in the Welsh triads and in the Mabinogion, while as Walgainus he is one of Arthur's most faithful and doughty lieutenants in the wars recounted by Geoffrey. So great was the traditional fame of Gawain that William of Malmesbury thought it worth while to record the discovery of his grave in Pembrokeshire, and there is some evidence that his name was well known even in Italy by the beginning of the 12th century. He was probably the center of a cycle of adventures quite independent of and quite as old as the original Arthur saga. He is certainly the hero of more episodic romances than any other British knight, and in the general body of Arthurian romance none is so ubiquitous. In Chrétien de Troyes' Conte del Graal and in Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival, Gawain is almost as important a personage as Percival himself. In the German poem Die Krone by Heinrich von dem Türlin, he, and not Percival, is the actual achiever of the Grail quest. It is curious, however, to note that no other knight undergoes so marked a transformation of character in his progress through the romances. In the Mabinogion and the earlier stages of the legend generally, Gawain appears as the paragon of knightly courtesy, the gentleman par excellence of the Arthurian court. In some of the later romances, particularly in the more elaborate versions of the Grail legend, as in Malory and Tennyson, a reckless and irreverent knight he is. Before Malory's time, however, Gawain is uniformly presented in English literature in a flattering light, and no Arthurian hero was more popular with English writers. The finest of all Middle English metrical romances, Sir Gawain and the Grene Knecht, dealing with incidents derived apparently from a primitive form of the Gawain legend, portrays him in his original character as a model of chivalry and of all the knightly graces. In the full-orbed Arthurian cycle, the most dramatic feature of the story, which centers around the fortunes of Arthur himself, is the love of Lancelot for Guinevere. The story of Lancelot is a comparatively late, and to all appearance a non-Celtic graft upon the original Arthurian stock. Whether, as some surmise, its motive was originally suggested by the Tristram legend or not, it remains as an obvious embodiment of the French ideal of amour courtois, and is thus the most significant example of the direct influence of the conceptions of chivalry upon the development of Arthurian story. Lancelot first appears as the lover of Guinevere in Chrétien's Chevalier de la Charette, a poem written at the instance of Marie of Champagne, who took a lively interest in the elaboration of the theory and practice of courtly love. Hence it came about that, as Chaucer tells us, women held in full great reverence the book of Lancelot de Lac. The book to which Chaucer, like Dante in the famous passage about Paolo and Francesca, refers is, doubtless, the great prose romance of Lancelot, traditionally associated with the name of Walter Map. The Lancelot is a vast compilation of which there are 3 clear divisions. The first usually called the Lancelot proper, the second the Quest of the Holy Grail, and the third the Mort d'Arthur. In the manuscripts, these romances are persistently attributed to Walter Map. One version of the quest is described as having been written by him for the love of his lord, King Henry, who caused it to be translated from Latin into French. A passage in Hugh de Roteland's poem Hypomedon, following the description of a tournament which bears some resemblance to incidents recorded in Lancelot, has been taken to furnish additional evidence of Map's authorship. The main difficulty about assigning these romances to a map is that of reconciling the composition of works of such size with his known activity as a courtier and a public man. Nor apart from one or two fairy stories included in it, does what may be called his commonplace book De Nugis Curialium afford any indication of the lifelong interest which Arthurian romance must have had for one capable of so imposing a contribution to its literature as the great prose Lancelot. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. The Arthurian Legend, Part 4, by W. Lewis Jones. The ascription to Walter Map of the prose Quest of the Holy Grail links his name with the most intricate branch of Arthurian romance. The Grail Saga, in its various ramifications and extensions, is the most difficult to interpret and to account for historically of all the constituent elements of the matter of Britain. None, at any rate, affords a better illustration of the way in which that matter came to be subdued to what they worked in by a particular group of romantic hands. Just as the ideals of courtly chivalry shape and color the story of Lancelot, so do the ascetic proclivities of a monastic cult assert themselves in the gradual unfolding of the legend of the Holy Grail. The original hero of the Grail quest appears to have been Gawain, but he is soon displaced by the central figure of the existing versions of the story, Percival. Percival, in his turn, is superseded by one who exemplifies in a yet more uncompromising, yet more inhuman spirit the ideal of militant asceticism. Lancelot's son, Galahad. The earlier versions of the legend, however, know nothing of Galahad, nor is there any reason for assuming that the primitive forms of the story had any religious motive. In the Grail literature, which has come down to us, two distinct strata of legend, which are apparently independent of each other in their origin, are to be clearly traced. They are distinguished as the Quest proper and the early history of the Holy Grail. The best-known versions of the Quest are the Conte del Graal, of which the earlier portions are by Chrétien de Troyes, the Parzival of Wolfram von Eschenbach, and the Welsh Mabinogi of Peredur. Of the early history, the chief versions are the Joseph of Arimathea and Merlin of Robert de Boron, and the Quête del Saint Graal, attributed to Map. Footnote. Other versions of the Grail legend are those known as the Grand Saint Graal, the Didot Perceval, and Perceval le Gallois. The latter, a 13th century prose romance, has been excellently translated by Sebastian Evans under the name of The High History of the Holy Grail. End of footnote. In the Quest forms of the legend, the interest turns mainly upon the personality of the hero, Percival, and upon his adventures in search of certain talismans, which include a sword, a bleeding lance, and a grail, either a magic vessel, as in Chrétien, or a stone, as in Wolfram. The early history versions dwell chiefly upon the nature and origin of these talismans. The search for the talismans is, in the Quest stories, connected with the healing of an injured kinsman and with the avenging of the wrong done to him. In the 15th century English metrical romance of Sir Percival, the vengeance of a son upon his father's slayers is the sole argument of the story. The Grail cycle, in its fully developed form, would thus seem to comprise stories of mythical and pagan origin, together with later accretions due entirely to the invention of romancers with a deliberately ecclesiastical bias. The palpably mythical character of the earlier Quest versions points to their being of more archaic origin than the early history documents, and they are almost certainly to be traced to Celtic sources. The texture, the coloring, the essential conception of the older Grail quest stories can be paralleled from early Celtic mythic romance and from no other contemporary European literature. These tales, however, proved susceptible of being used in the late 12th and early 13th centuries for religious purposes. Thus the Grail came to be identified with the cup of the Last Supper, which Pilate gave to Joseph of Arimathea, and in which Joseph treasured the blood that flowed from Christ's wounds on the cross. The cup was brought by Joseph to Britain, and its story is thus connected with an old legend which attributed to Joseph the conversion of Britain to Christianity. The traditions concerning this evangelization of Britain appear to have been especially preserved in documents kept at the Abbey of Glastonbury, and Glastonbury, associated as it was even with Avalon itself, came, as we know, to have a significant connection with Arthurian lore by the end of the 12th century. The glorification of Britain manifestly intended by this particular use of the Grail legend suggests, once again, the interest taken by the Angevin court in the diplomatic possibilities of adroit literary manipulation of the Arthurian traditions. And if indeed Henry II can be proved to have had anything to do with it at all, an argument of some plausibility is established in support of the manuscript record that the courtier Walter Map did, for the love of his lord, King Henry, translate from Latin into French the quest of the Holy Grail. There remains one other famous legend to be noticed, which has attached itself to the Arthurian group, and which in its origin and character is the most distinctively Celtic of them all. The story of Tristram and Iseult is the most purely poetical and probably the oldest of the subsidiary Arthurian tales. Above all, its scene, its character, and its motif mark it out as the one undoubted and unchallenged property of the Celtic fringe. Ireland and Wales, Cornwall and Brittany all claim a share in it. Tristram appears, under the name of Dristan, son of Tuathail, as a purely mythical hero in a very old Welsh triad, which represents him as the nephew and swineherd of Mark, Mar ap Meirion, protecting his master's swine against Arthur's attempt to get at them. Footnote. See Rhys, The Arthurian Legend, page 13, where it is said of Mark, or Mark, that he was, according to legends both Brythonic and Irish, an unmistakable prince of darkness. End of footnote. Mark, in the earliest poetical versions of the tale, is king of Cornwall. Iseult, the primal heroine, is a daughter of Ireland, while the other Iseult, she of the white hands, is a princess of Brittany. The entire story breathes the very atmosphere and reflects the dim, mysterious half-lights of the western islands beaten by the grey, inhospitable sea, the sea which, in the finest rendering of the legend in English poetry, keeps up a haunting choral accompaniment to Iseult's anguish-stricken cries at Tintagel when all their past came wailing in the wind, and all their future thundered in the sea. Coloured by scarcely any trace of Christian sentiment, and only faintly touched, as compared with the story of Lancelot, by the artificial conventions of chivalry, the legend of Tristram bears every mark of a remote pagan and Celtic origin. Neither in classical nor in Teutonic saga is there anything really comparable with the elemental and overmastering passion which makes the story of Tristram and Iseult, in tragic interest and pathos, second to none of the great love tales of the world. The Tristram legend was preserved, in all probability, in many detached lays before it came to be embodied in any extant poem. The earliest known poetical versions of the story are those of the Anglo-Normans, Beroul, circa 1150, and Thomas, circa 1170, of which we possess only fragments, and which were the foundations, respectively, of the German poems of Eilhard von Oberge and of Gottfried von Strassburg. A lost Tristan poem is also ascribed to Chrétien de Troyes, and is supposed by some to have been used by the writer or writers of the long prose Tristan, upon which Malory largely drew. Footnote. The names, almost certainly fictitious, of Luce de Gast and of Élie de Boron are associated with the authorship of the prose Tristan. End of footnote. As it passed through the hands of these writers, the Tristram story, like the rest, was subjected to the inevitable process of chivalric decoration. But it has managed to preserve better than the others its bold primitive characteristics. Its original existence in the form of scattered popular lays is, to some extent, attested by one of the poems of Marie of France, Le Chèvrefeuille, the honeysuckle, recording a pretty stratagem of Tristan during his exile from King Mark's court, whereby he succeeded in obtaining a stolen interview with Iseult. Nor was it the Tristram legend alone that was thus preserved in popular lays from a period anterior to that of the great romantic efflorescence of Arthurian story. Many isolated poems dealing with characters and incidents subsequently drawn into the Arthurian medley must have been based upon traditions popularized by the rude art of some obscure minstrels or storytellers, Breton or other. One of the best known examples of such poems is Marie of France's Lay of Lanval, a Celtic fairy tale quite unconnected originally with the Arthurian court. Even more ambitious works, such as the Chevalier aux Lions or Yvain and the Érec of Chrétien, were almost certainly founded upon poems or popular tales, of which the primitive versions have been irretrievably lost. For the Welsh prose romances of The Lady of the Fountain and of Geraint, the heroes of which, Owain and Geraint, correspond respectively to Chrétien's Yvain and Érec, while resembling the French poems in their main incidents, cannot be satisfactorily accounted for except on the supposition that the stories embodied in them originally existed in a much older and simpler form than that in which they are presented by Chrétien. In this necessarily cursory review of an extensive and complicated subject, a good deal has been claimed for Celtic sources and Celtic influence, and it may not be out of place to conclude with an attempt to summarize, very briefly, the actual debt of English literature to the early literature of the Celtic peoples. Upon few subjects has there been, in our time, so much vague and random writing as upon so-called Celtic traits and notes in English imaginative literature. Renan and Matthew Arnold, in two famous essays, which in their time rendered a real service to letters by calling attention to the buried literary treasures of Wales and Ireland, set a fashion of speculating and theorizing about the Celt as perilous as it is fascinating. For, after all, no critical method is more capable of abuse than the process of aesthetic literary analysis, which seeks to distinguish the Celtic from the other ingredients in the genius of the greater English writers, and which sounds Shakespeare or Byron or Keats for the Celtic note. While there is no difficulty about admitting that the authentic literature of the Celts reveals a sentiment, a natural magic, a turn for style, and even a Pindarism and a Titanism. Footnote: these are some of Matthew Arnold's notes of the Celtic genius in The Study of Celtic Literature. End of footnote. Which are all its own. It is a very different matter to assign a Celtic source to the supposed equivalence of these things in later English poetry. An example of the peculiar dangers besetting such speculations is furnished by Matthew Arnold's own observations about Macpherson and the Celtic melancholy. The Ossianic poems, whatever their original Gaelic sources may have been, reflect far more of the dour melancholy peculiar to the middle 18th century than of anything really characteristic of the primitive Celtic temperament. Matthew Arnold is, indeed, able to parallel the laments over the desolation of the halls of Balclutha, and so on, with extracts from the old Welsh poet Lluarchen. But even Lluarch's anguish, as he contemplates the vanished glories of the hall of Cynddylan, is by no means peculiar to the Celt. The same melancholy vein is found in the early poetry of other races. It appears in the old English poems of the seafarer and the wanderer, and even in the ancient poetry of the East, for they say the lion and the lizard keep the courts where Jamshid gloried and drank deep, and Bahram, that great hunter, the wild ass, stamps over his head, but cannot break his sleep. The direct influence of Celtic literature upon that of England amounts, on any strict computation, to very little, and this is only natural when we remember that the two languages in which the chief monuments of that literature are preserved, Welsh and Irish, present difficulties which only a few very intrepid English linguists have had the courage and the patience to surmount. Thus it happens, for example, that the greatest of all the medieval Welsh poets, David ap Gwilym, a contemporary of Chaucer, is only known to English readers by fragmentary notices and indifferent translations supplied by George Borrow. A few tantalizing and freely translated scraps, for they are nothing more, from the Welsh bards are due to Gray, while Thomas Love Peacock has treated, in his own peculiar vein of sardonic humour, themes borrowed from ancient Welsh poetry and tradition. Above all, there remains the singularly graceful translation of the Welsh Mabinogion by Lady Charlotte Guest. The literature of Ireland has, at a quite recent date, been much better served by translators than that of Wales, and several admirable English versions of Irish poems and prose tales are making their influence felt upon the literature of the day. So far, however, as the older Celtic literature is concerned, it is not so much its form that has told to any appreciable extent upon English writers as its themes and its spirit. The main channel of this undoubted Celtic influence was that afforded by the Arthurian and its kindred legends. The popularity of the Matter of Britain came about at a time when there was comparatively much more intimate literary commerce between the European nations than there is now. The Normans succeeded in bringing Britain and France at least into much closer contact than has ever existed between them since, and it was France that controlled the literary destinies of Europe during the great romantic period of the 12th and 13th centuries. It would be rash to endeavour to apportion between the south of France and the northern Celtic fringe their respective contributions to all that is denoted by the ideals of chivalry. But in the mist which still overhangs the subject, we do seem to discern with fair distinctness that it was the conjunction of these apparently diverse racial tendencies, directed by the diplomatic genius of the Normans, that gave us our vast and picturesque body of Arthurian romance. Through all the various strains of Arthurian story we hear the horns of Elfland faintly blowing, and it is quite possible that, to the Celtic wonderland, with its fables of the little people, we owe much of the fairy lore which has, through Shakespeare and other poets of lower degree, enriched the literature of England. Chaucer, at any rate, seemed to have very little doubt about it, for he links all that he knew, or cared to know, about the Arthurian stories with his recollections of the fairy world. In the olde dayes of the King Arthur, of which that Britain speken great honour, all was this land fulfilled of feyerie. The Elf Queen, with her jolly companie, danced full ofte in many a grene meade. So let us believe with the poets, and leave the British Arthur in his unquestioned place as the supreme king of fairyland. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Metrical Romances, 1, 1200 to 1500, Part 1, by W. P. Kerr. Men speak of romances of Price, of Hornchild and of Hippotis, of Bevis and Sir Guy, of Sir Libeau and Plaine d'Amour. But Sir Topas he bereft the flower of royal chivalry. Sir Topas. It is hard to understand the process of change that made so much difference between Old and Middle English storytelling. At first one is inclined to account for it by the Norman Conquest, and no doubt that is one of the factors. The degradation of the English and their language naturally led to a more popular and vulgar sort of narrative literature. Beowulf was composed for persons of quality, Havelock for the common people. Old English narrative poetry was, in its day, the best obtainable. English metrical romances were known by the authors, vendors, and consumers of them to be inferior to the best, that is, to the French, and consequently there is a rustic, uncourtly air about them. Their demeanour is often lumbering, and they are sometimes conscious of it. The English look to the French for instruction in good manners and in the kinds of literature that belong properly to a court. In the old times, before the Conquest, they had the older courtliness, which was their own, and which is represented in the old English epic remains, Beowulf, Valhere, and other poems. But it will not do to regard the Conquest as a full and complete explanation of the difference, because the same kind of change is found in other Teutonic countries where there was no political conquest. In Denmark and Sweden and Germany and the Netherlands there are to be found rhyming romances of the same sort as the English, written about the same time. In Germany, it is true, the Romantic school of the early 13th century is much more refined than anything in England before the days of Chaucer and Gower. But besides the narrative work of the great German poets of that time, there are many rhyming tales that may very well be compared with English popular romances, while in Denmark and Sweden there is a still closer likeness to England. There the rhyming narrative work is not a bit more regular or courtly than in England. There is the same kind of easy, shambling verse, the same sort of bad spelling, the same want of literary standard. But in those countries there was no Norman conquest, so that it will not do to make the political condition of the English accountable for the manners of their popular literature. The Norman conquest helped, no doubt, in the depression of English literature, but like things happened in other countries without a foreign conqueror. Just as all the Teutonic languages, except that of Iceland, pass from the Old to the Middle stage, so in literature there is a parallel movement in Germany, England, and Denmark from an earlier to a later medieval type. In all the Teutonic countries, though not at the same time in all, there was a change of taste and fashion which abandoned old epic themes and native forms of verse for new subjects and for rhyming measures. This meant a great disturbance and confusion of literary principles and traditions, hence much of the new literature was experimental and undisciplined. It took long for the nations to find a literary standard. The Germans attained it about 1200, the English in the time of Chaucer, the Danes and Swedes not until long after the close of the Middle Ages. The progress from Old to Middle English narrative verse is not to be understood from a consideration of England alone. It is part of a general change in European fashions, a new mixture of Teutonic and Roman elements, not to speak of Celtic and Oriental strains in the blending. In the history of English narrative poetry, there is a great gap of 2 centuries between the Battle of Maldon and Lehmann's Brut, with very little to fill it, or even to show what sort of things have been lost, what varieties of storytelling amused the English in the reign of Harold Godwinson or of Henry I. In France, on the other hand, these centuries are rich in storybooks still extant, and as the English metrical romances depend very largely upon the French, the history of them may to some extent be explained from French history, though often more by way of contrast than of resemblance. In France, the 12th century witnessed a very remarkable change of taste in stories which spread over all Europe and affected the English, the Germans, and other peoples in different ways. The old national epics, the chansons de geste, were displaced by a new romantic school, which triumphed over the old like a young Olympian dynasty over Saturn and his peers, or like the new comedy of a restoration over the last Elizabethans. The chansons de geste were meant for the hall, for Homeric recitation after supper. The new romances were intended to be read in my lady's bower. They were for summer leisure and daylight, as in the pretty scene described by Chrétien de Troyes in his Chevalier au Lion, and translated into English. Through the hall Sir Wayne gaze, until an orchard plain pays. His maiden with him leads he found a knight under a tree. Upon a cloth of gold he lay, before him sat a full fair May. A lady sat with them in fair, the maiden read, at they might hear. A real romance in that place, but I ne wot of whom it was. She was but 15 years old. The knight was lord of all that hald, and that maiden was his heir. She was both gracious, good, and fair. These French romances were dedicated to noble ladies, and represented everything that was most refined and elegant in the life of the 12th century. Furthermore, like other late Romantic schools like Scott and Victor Hugo, authors travelled wide for their subjects. The old French poets' well-known division of stories according to the three matters, the matter of France, the matter of Britain, and the matter of Rome the Great, very imperfectly sums up the riches and the variety of French Romantic themes, even when it is understood that the matter of Rome includes the whole of antiquity, the tales of Thebes and Troy, the wars of Alexander. It is true that, as in later Romantic schools, the variety of scene and costume does not always prevent monotony. The romantic hero may be a knight of King Arthur's court, may take his name from Protesilaus or Palamon or Archytas. The scene in one story may be Logres or Lyonesse, in another Greece or Calabria. It does not really make much difference. So Mrs. Radcliffe's heroes or Victor Hugo's are of the same sort, whether their scene be in the Pyrenees or in Italy. But nevertheless, the freedom of wandering over the world in search of plots and characters was exhilarating and inspiriting in the 12th century in France. There was great industry in fiction, a stirring literary competition. The following ages very largely lived on the products of it to satisfy their own wants in the way of romance. The leaders of this school, Benoit de Saint-Maur and Chrétien de Troyes, with their followers, were courtly persons, authors of fashionable novels, bent on putting into their work the spirit and all the graces of gentle conversation as it was then understood, more particularly the refinements of amatory sentiment, such as was allegorized in the next century in the Romaunt of a Rose. This sort of thing could not be equally appreciated or appropriated in all countries. Some people understood it, others could not. The great houses of Germany were very quick to learn from French masters and to rival them in their own line. Hauptmann von Auer translated Chrétien Friedli, the romance of Enid, the tale of Yvain. Wolfram von Eschenbach in his Parzival may borrow the substance, but the rendering, the spirit, is his own, removed far from any danger of comparison with the French school, because it has a different kind of nobility. In England things were otherwise, and it was not till the age of Chaucer and Gower that there was any English narrative work of the finer sort, with the right courtly good manners, and a proper interest in sentimental themes. The English of the 13th and 14th centuries were generally unable to make much of the finer shades in their French authors. They can dispose of romantic plots and adventures, they are never tired of stories, but they have difficulty in following the eloquent monologues of passionate damsels, the elegant French phrasing annoying them just as one of the later French successors of Chrétien, the heroic romance of Le Grand Cyrus, affected Major Bellenden. Even the more ambitious of the English romances generally fall far short of the French, and cannot keep up with their elaborate play of rhetoric and emotion. There is only one English version of a romance by Chrétien, Owain and Gawain. This is comparatively late. It belongs to the time of Chaucer. It is not rude. On the contrary, it is one of the most accomplished of all the rhyming tales outside the work of Chaucer and Gower. But it cuts short the long speeches of the original. Chrétien's Yvain, Le Chevalier au Lion, has 6,818 lines, the English version 4,032. Hauptmann, on the other hand, spins his story out to 8,166 lines, being thoroughly possessed with admiration of the French ways of thinking. The English romances of Epaminondas, there are two in rhyme besides a prose version, show well the difficulties and discrepancies, as will be explained later. William of Palerne is an example of a different sort, showing how hard it was for the English, even as late as the middle of the 14th century, to understand and translate the work of a French Romantic school. The English poet takes up the French Guillaume de Palerme, a sophisticated sentimental story written in the fluent, unemphatic, clear style, which perhaps only Gower could rightly reproduce in English. This is turned into alliterative verse, with rather strange results. the rhetoric of the English school being utterly different from the French, quaint in diction, inclined to be violent and extravagant, very effective in satirical passages, as Piers Plowman was to show, or in the battle scenes, as in the Morte Arthur, but not well adapted for polite and conventional literature. The alliterative poets were justified when they took their own way and did not try to compete with the French. Their greatest work in romance is Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, written by a man who understood his business and produced new effects, original, imaginative, without trying to copy the manner of the French artists. At the same time, while the overruling French influence is to be found in the ambitious literary work of Chrétien de Troyes and his peers, it must not be forgotten that there was also a simpler but still graceful kind of French romance with which the English translators had more success. This is best represented in the work of Marie de France, and in English by the shorter romances which profess to be taken from Breton lays, such as L'Omphale, Orfeo, and the Les Lefrem. Here the scale is smaller, and there is no superabundance of monologue and sentimental digression. The clear lines of the original could be followed by the English without too much difficulty, for the English, though long inferior to the French in subtlety, were not bunglers, except when they ventured on unfamiliar ground without the proper education. Briefly and roughly, the history of the English romances might be put in this way. About the year 1200, French literature came to dominate the whole of Christendom, especially in the matter of stories, not only sending abroad the French tales of Charlemagne and Roland, but importing plots, scenery, and so forth from many lands, Wales and Brittany, Greece and the further east, and giving new French forms to them, which were admired and, as far as possible, borrowed by foreign nations, according to several tastes and abilities. The English took a large share in this trade. Generally speaking, their taste was easily satisfied. What they wanted was adventures, slaughter of Saracens, fights with dragons and giants, rightful heirs getting their own again, innocent princesses championed against their felon adversaries. Such commodities were purveyed by popular authors, who adapted from the French what suited them and left out the things in which the French authors were most interested, that is, the ornamental passages. The English romance writers worked for common minstrels and their audiences, and were not particular about their style. They used, as a rule, either short couplets or some variety of that simple stanza, which is better known to most readers from Sir Topas than from Hornchild or Sir Libaeus. Sir Topas illustrates and summarizes in parody all the ways of the popular romance for a long time before Chaucer and for long after his death. Of course, there are many differences in particular cases, and Sir Topas, with all his virtue, does not so far outshine the others as to make them indistinguishable. Bevis is not exactly the same kind of thing as Sir Guy, and the story of Sir Libaeus has merits of its own, not to be confounded with those of the other heroes. Nevertheless, they are all of one kind, and their style is popular and hackneyed. The authors were well enough pleased to have it so. They did not attempt to rival their eminent French masters. But there were exceptions. One finds ambition at work in English poets even in days when French literature might have appeared so strong and so exalted as to dishearten any mere English competitor. The English Sir Tristram is a specimen of literary vanity. The English author is determined to improve upon his original, and turns the simple verse of his French book into rather elaborate lyrical stanzas. And, again, it was sometimes possible for an Englishman to write gracefully enough without conceit or emphasis, as in Iwain and Gawain, already quoted. And the alliterative romances are in a class by themselves. Chaucer and Gower disturb the progress of a popular romance, yet not so much as one might expect. Chaucer and Gower, each in his own way, had challenged the French on their own ground. They had written English verse which might be approved by French standards. They had given to English verse the peculiar French qualities of ease and grace and urbanity. A reader to whom the 15th century was unknown would naturally look for some such consequences as followed in the reign of Charles II from the work of Dryden and his contemporaries, a disabling of the older schools and a complete revolution in taste. But for whatever reason, this was not what actually followed the age of Chaucer. The 15th century, except for the fact that the anarchy of dialects is reduced to some order, is as far from any literary good government as the age before Chaucer. It is rather worse indeed on account of the weaker brethren in the Chaucerian school who only add to the confusion. And the popular romances go on very much as before, down to the 16th century and even further. The Lay of the Last Minstrel is described by Sir Walter Scott in prose in a note to Sir Tristram. Some traces of this custom remained in Scotland till of late years. A satire on the Marquis of Argyll, published about the time of his death, is said to be composed to the tune of Greysteel, a noted romance reprinted at Aberdeen so late as the beginning of the last century. Within the memory of man, an old person used to perambulate the streets of Edinburgh singing, in a monotonous cadence, the tale of Rothwell and Lillian, which is in all the forms a metrical romance of chivalry. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Metrical Romances 1, 1200 to 1500, Part 2, by W. P. Kerr. It is possible to classify the romances according to their sources and their subjects, though, as has already been remarked, the difference of scenery does not always make much difference in the character of the stories. The English varieties depend so closely on the French that one must go to French literary history for guidance. The whole subject has been so clearly summarized and explained in the French medieval literature of Gaston Paris that it is scarcely necessary here to repeat even the general facts. But, of course, although the subjects are the same, the English point of view is different, especially in the following respects. The Matter of France includes the subjects of the old French epics. These, being national, could not bear exportation so well as some of the other matters. It is only in France that the Song of Roland can be thoroughly understood and valued. Yet Roland and Charlemagne were honoured beyond the Alps and beyond the sea. The Carlamagnus Saga is a large book written in Norway in the 13th century, bringing together in a prose version all the chief stories of the cycle. One section, Olif and Landros, was found in the English tongue in Scotland, by a Norwegian envoy who went there in 1284 after the death of King Alexander III. Roland was almost as popular in Italy as in France. He appears also in English, though not to very great advantage. The favourite story from the French epics was that of Oliver and Fierabras, where the motive is not so much French patriotism as the opposition between Christian and infidel. In the Matter of Britain, the English had a better right to share. They accepted at once the history of Geoffrey of Monmouth and made King Arthur into an English national hero, the British counterpart of Charlemagne. The alliterative Morte Arthur, derived from Geoffrey, is a kind of political epic with allusions to contemporary history and the wars of Edward III, as George Nielsen has sufficiently proved. This touch of allegory, which one need not be afraid to compare with the purpose of the Aeneid or of the Fairy Queen, makes it unlike most other medieval romances. The pretence of solidity and historical truth in Geoffrey is not suitable for mere romantic purposes. Quite different is the Arthur who sits waiting for adventures, being somewhat child-geared, as the poet of Sir Gawain says. In most of the stories, Arthur is very unlike the great imperial monarch and conqueror as presented by Geoffrey and his followers. He has nothing particular to do, except to be present at the beginning and end of the story. The hero is Sir Percival, Sir Owain, Sir Gawain, or the fair knight unknown, Sir Libeus. Unfortunately not Sir Eric Geraint, in any extant English poem before Tennyson. In this second order, the proper Arthurian romances, as distinguished from the versions or adaptations of Geoffrey, England had something to claim even before the English rhymers began their work. For some of the French poems certainly, and probably many now lost, were written in England. This is a debatable and difficult part of literary history, but at any rate it is plain that the more elaborate French Arthurian romances were not the only authorities for the English tales. Chrétien's Ivan is translated into English, but the French romance of The Fair Unknown is probably not the original of the English story of Sir Libaeus, which, like the old Italian version, would seem to have had a simpler and earlier form to work upon. Likewise, the English Sir Perceval must surely come from something older and less complicated than Chrétien's Conte del Graal. It is at least a fair conjecture that these two romances belong to an earlier type, such as may have been hawked about in England by French or French-speaking minstrels, and without any conjecture at all, they are different in their plots, not merely in their style, from the French work of Renaud de Beaujeu in the one case and Chrétien de Troyes in the other. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, again, cannot be referred to any known French book for its original, and in this and other ways the English rendering of the Matter of Britain goes beyond the French, or, to be more precise, is found to differ from the existing French documents. The Matter of Rome the Great, that is, classical antiquity, is well represented in English. There are several poems in rhyme and alliterative verse on Alexander and on Troy, some of them being fragmentary. The Tale of Thebes, though often referred to, does not appear fully told till Lydgate took it up, nor the romantic version of the Aeneid, Roman d'Aeneas, before Caxton's prose. The classification under the three matters of France, Britain, and Rome is not exhaustive. There are many romances which fall outside these limits. Some of them are due to French invention, for the 12th century Romantic school was not content always to follow merely traditional fables. They drew largely on older stories, fairy tales, and relics of mythology, but sometimes they tried to be original, and at least succeeded in making fresh combinations, like a modern novelist with his professional machinery. Perhaps the English poet of Sir Gawain may have worked in this way, not founding his poem upon any one particular romance, but taking incidents from older stories and arranging them to suit his purpose. In French, the Epomedon of Hugh de Rotland is an excellent specimen of what may be called the secondary order of romance, as cultivated by the best practitioners. The author's method is not hard to understand. He is competing with the recognized and successful artists, with Chrétien de Troyes. He does not trouble himself to find a Breton lay, but, like an Elizabethan dramatist with no Spanish or Italian novel at hand, sets himself to spin his own yarn. He has all the proper sentiments, and his rhetoric and rhymes are easy work for him. For theme he takes the proud young lady and the devoted lover, the true love beginning in her absence, as the Irish storyteller expressed it, before he has ever seen the princess, telling of his faithful service in disguise, his apparent slackness in chivalry, his real prowess when he bears the gree in 3 days of tournament with 3 several suits of armour, the white, the red, and the black. The incidents are not exactly new, but it is a good novel of its kind and successful, as the English versions prove, for longer than one season. Hugh de Rotland takes some trouble about his details. He does not, like Chrétien in his Cliché, attach his invention to the court of Arthur. He leaves Britain for new ground and puts his scene in Apulia and Calabria, which might as well have been Illyria or Bohemia. And he does not imitate the names of the Round Table. His names are Greek. His hero is Hippomedon. In the same way, Boccaccio, or his lost French original, took Greek names for his story of Palamon and let it grow out of the wars of Thebes. So also Parthenopex de Blois, who was translated into English, Parthenope, is Parthenopeus. William of Palerne, without his classical prestige of name, is another example of the invented love story, made by rearranging the favourite commonplaces. Another sentimental romance, Amadas and Idoine, was well known in England, as is proved by many allusions, though no English version is extant. The poem was first composed, like Hippomedon, in Anglo-French. Further, there were many sources besides Britain and Rome for authors in want of a plot. The Far East began very early to tell upon Western imaginations, not only through the marvels of Alexander in India, but in many and various separate stories. One of the best of these, and one of the first, as it happens, in the list of English romances, is Flores and Blanchefleur. It was ages before the Arabian Nights were known, but this is just such a story as may be found there, with likenesses also to the common form of the Greek romances, the adventures of the two young lovers cruelly separated. By a curious process it was turned, in the Filocolo of Boccaccio, to a shape like that of the Greek romance, though without any direct knowledge of Greek authors. The Seven Sages of Rome may count among the romances. It is an oriental group of stories in a setting like the Arabian Nights, a pattern followed in the Decameron, in Confessio Amantis, and in the Canterbury Tales. Barlaam and Josaphat is the story of the Buddha, and Robert of Sicily, the proud king, has been traced back to a similar origin. Hippotis, rather oddly placed along with Horn and the others in Sir Topas, is Epictetus. The story is hardly a romance, it is more like a legend. But the difference between romance and legend is not always very deep, and one is reminded that Greek and Eastern romantic plots and ideas had come into England long before in the Old English saints' lives. There is another group, represented indeed in French, but not in the same way as the others. It contains the Jest of King Horn and the Lay of Havelock the Dane. Both of these appear in French, but it is improbable that any French version was the origin of the English. These are northern stories. In the case of Havelock, there is fair historical proof that the foundation of the whole story lies in the adventures of Anlaf Cuaran, who fought at Brunanburh. Havelock, like Ole, being a Celtic corruption of the Scandinavian Anlaf or Olaf. In Horn, it is not so easy to find a definite historical beginning. It has been suggested that the original Horn was Horm, a Danish Viking of the 9th century, who fought for the Irish King Carol, as Horn helped King Thurstan in Ireland against the Pin, that is, the heathen invaders with their giant champion. Also, it is believed that Thurstan in the romance may be derived from the Norwegian leader Thorstein the Red, who married a granddaughter of Carol. But whatever the obscure truth may be, the general fact is not doubtful that Horn's wanderings and adventures are placed in scenery and conditions resembling those of the 9th and 10th centuries in the relations between Britain and Ireland. Like Havelock, the story probably comes from the Scandinavian settlers in England. Like Havelock, it passed to the French, but the French versions are not the sources of the English. There must have been other such native stories. There is still an Anglo-Norman poem of Waldef extant, that is, Waltheof, and the story of Hereward the Wake is known, like that of Waltheof also, from the Latin prose tale. The short tale of Athelstan may be mentioned here, and also the amazing long romance of Richard Coeur de Lion, which is not greatly troubled with the cares of the historian. The varieties of style in the English romances are very great, under an apparent monotony and poverty of type. Between Sir Bevis of Hampton and Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, there is as wide an interval as between, let us say, Monk Lewis and Scott, or G.P.R. James and Thackeray. There are many different motives in the French books from which most of the English tales are borrowed, and there are many different ways of borrowing. As regards verse, there are the two great orders, rhyming and blank alliterative. Of rhyming measures, the most usual are the short couplet of octosyllabic lines, and the stanza called rimque, rhythmus caudatus. King Horn is singular in its verse, an example of one stage in the development of modern English metres. It is closely related in prosody to Lehmann's Brut, and might be described as carrying through consistently the rhyming couplet, which Lehmann interchanges with blank lines. The verse is not governed by the octosyllabic law. It is not of Latin origin. It has a strange resemblance to the verse of Ottfried in Old High German, and to the accidental rhyming passages in Old English, especially in the more decrepit Old English verse. Then him spake the good king, Well brook thou thine evening, Horn thou go well schule, by Dallas and by Hulle, Horn thou loude sunne, by Dallas and by Dune. So shall thy name springe from kinge to kinge, and thy fairnesse about westernesse, the strength of thine hande into every lande. There is no other romance in this antique sort of verse. In the ordinary couplets, just such differences may be found as in modern usage of the same measure. Havelock and Orfeo, King Alexander and Owain have not exactly the same effect. Havelock, though sometimes a little rough, is not unsound. The poem of Owain and Gawain is nearly as correct as Chaucer. The Squire of Low Degree is one of the pleasantest and most fluent examples of this verse in English. There is a pause at the end of every line, and the effect is like that of some ballads. The squire her hand in arms too, and kissed her an 100th times and more. There was mirth and melody, with harp, gitran, and psaltery, with rote, rebibble, and clocard, with pipes, organs, and bombard, with other minstrels them among, with sitolf, and with psaltery song, with fiddle, recorder, and dulcimer, with trumpet, and with clarion clear, with dulcet pipes of many chords, in chamber revelling all the lords, unto morn that it was day. Besides the short couplet, different types of common metre are used, very vigorously with full rhymes, in Sir Ferrambra. Now begin to strong battle between this knights twain. Another gan other hard assail, both with might and main. They hew together with swords dent, fast with both hands, of helms and shields that far outwent, so sparks doth of brands. And without the internal rhyme in the Tale of Gamelin, the verse of which has been so rightly praised. Sir Topas might be taken as the standard of the Rhythmus Caudatus, but Sir Topas itself shows that variations are admitted, and there are several kinds besides which Chaucer does not introduce. In later usage, this stanza is merely twofold, as in Drayton's Nymphidia or in the Baby's Debut. In early days it was commonly fourfold, that is, there are 4 chordae with the same rhyme. And so it fell upon a day the palmer went to the wood to play, his mirth for to mean. The knights brake up his chamber door, and found the gold right in the floor, and bare it unto the queen. And all soon as she saw it with sight, in swooning then fell that sweet wight, for shew had it seen. She kissed it, and said, Alas, this gold ought Sir Isumbras, my lord was wont to been. Sometimes there are 3 lines together before each coda, as in Sir Percival and Sir Degrevant and others. Left lithes to me 2 words or 3, off one that was fair and free, and fell in his fight. His right name was Percival, he was fostered in the fell, he drank water of the well, and yet was he white. His father was a noble man, fro the time that he began, much worship he wane, when he was made knight. In King Arthur's hall, best beloved of all, Percival they gain him call, who so read is right. While, as this example shows, there are different lengths of line, they are not all in 8s and 6s. Sir Libaeus particularly makes very pretty play with a kind of short metre and a peculiar sequence of the rhymes. That maid kneeled in hall before the knights all, and said, My Lord Arthur, a case there is befall, worse within wall was never none of dolour. My Lady of Cinedon is brought in strong prison, that was of great valour. She prayeth they send her a knight with heart and good light to win her with honour. The coda is usually of 6 syllables, but there is a variety with 4 found in part of Sir Bevis. That earl his horse began to stride, his shield he hang upon his side, girt with sword. Most none armour on him come, himself was bout the firth some toward that verd. Alas that he neddy beware of his foemen that weren there, him for to shende, with treason worth he veris la, and he brought of his life da, ere he home wende. The rime cue is a lyrical stanza, and there are other lyrical forms. One of the romances of Octavian is in the old Provençal and old French measure, which by roundabout ways came to Scotland, and was used in the 17th century in honour of Habby Simpson, the piper of Kilbarchan, and thereafter by Allan Ramsay, Ferguson, and Burns, not to speak of later poets. The knight was glad to scape so, as every man is from his foe. The master let 10 men and mo that ilke day to wend and sell that child him fro and that palfrey. The rhyming Mort Arthur is in a favourite 8-line stanza. Sir Tristram, in most ways exceptional, uses a lyrical stave like one of those in the collection of Lawrence Minot, and very unlike anything that was permissible in the French schools of narrative at the time. It may be remembered, however, that the Italian romances of the 14th century and later used a form of verse that at first was lyrical. the ottava rima. There are other affinities in Italian and English popular literature, as compared with the French, common qualities which it would be interesting to study further. The French originals of these English romances are almost universally in short couplets, the ordinary verse for all subjects, after the chanson de geste had grown old-fashioned. Footnote: there are exceptions. Thus the French or Anglo-Norman bevis is in an epic measure, and of course some of the English romances are borrowed from French epics, like Roland and Sir Ferinbras, and the alliterative poem of the Swan Knight, Chevalier Assigné, which, though romantic enough in subject, belongs technically in the original French to the cycle of Godfrey of Bouillon. End of footnote. On the whole, and considering how well understood the short couplet was in England, even in the 13th century, for example in The Owl and Nightingale, it is rather surprising that there should be such a large discrepancy between the French and English forms. There are many anomalies. Thus, the fuller version of Epomedon, by a man who really dealt fairly and made a brave effort to get the French spirit into English rhyme, is in Rime Couée, while the shorter Epomedon, scamped work by some poor hack of a minstrel, is in the regular French couplet. It should be noted here that Rime Couée is later than couplets, though the couplets last better, finally coming to the front again and winning easily in Confessio Amantis and the Roman of the Rose. There are many examples of rewriting. Tales in couplets are rewritten in stanzas. Sir Bevis in the earlier part is one, Sir Launfal is another. Hornchild is in the Topaz verse. It is the same story as King Horn, though with other sources and different names and incidents. In later times the octosyllabic verse recovers its place, and though new forms are employed at the close of the Middle Ages, such as rhyme royal, for instance, in Generides, and the heroic couplet in Clariotis and Sir Gilbert Hayes's Alexander, still, for simple popular use, the short verse is the most convenient, as is proved by the chapbook romances Sir Egger and Rothwell and Lillian. Also, one may say, Sir David Lindsay's Squire Meldrum. The curious rhyming alliterative verse of the Antirs of Arthur and Hrothgallir lasts well in Scotland, but it had never been thoroughly established as a narrative measure, and, though it is one of the forms recognised and exemplified in King James VI. Art of Poesy, its tumbling verse is there regarded as most fit for flightings, which was indeed its usual function in the end of its days. Alliterative blank verse came up in the middle of the 14th century and was chiefly used for romance, Piers Plowman being the only considerable long poem to be compared in weight with the Troy Book or the Wars of Alexander, though there are others of less compass which are still remarkable enough. Where the verse came from is not known clearly to anyone and can only be guessed. The facts are that whereas the old verse begins to show many signs of decay before the Conquest, and reappears after the Conquest in very battered shapes in Laemon and the Bestiary, and the Proverbs of Alfred, the new order, of which William of Palerne is the earliest, has clearly ascertained some of the main principles of the ancient Teutonic line, and adheres to them without any excessive difficulty. The verse of these alliterative romances and of Langland, and all of the rest down to Dunbar and the author of Scottish Field, is regular with rules of its own, not wholly the same as those of Old English epic, but partly so, and never at all like the helpless medley of Laemon. It must have been hidden away somewhere underground, continuing in a purer tradition than happens to have found its way into extant manuscripts, till at last there is a striking revival in the reign of Edward III. There are some hints and indications in the meantime. Giraldus, the untiring, the untamed, with his quick wit and his lively interest in all manner of things, as a note comparing the Welsh and the English love of alliteration, as he compares the part singing of Wales with that of the North Country. He gives English examples. Good is to gather gammon and wisdom. A regular line like those of the 14th century, and unlike the practice of Laemon. Plainly, many things went on besides what is recorded in the surviving manuscripts. At any rate, the result in the 14th century alliterative poems is a noble one. End of section 38.